Bottom's in sight.
Pop your gain down 1.
Looks to be a soft sedimented bottom. There's some sediment traces from
Imagine we're heading uphill.
Animals, possibly sea cucumber
So
sediment traces.
Backing up and down.
Popping your gain
Yep,
down
there's
again.
a couple sea cucumbers here. The purple
Popping your
forms.
gain down again. No gain.
And our first fish. We're just getting settled here. Fish and SIerios view.
Yep.
Looks like a fairly muddy bottom.
Now, what's going to be our direction of move?
We will be going.
Yes,
more or less
Andrea.
east.
A muddy bottom, maybe what we'd expect towards the bottom of the canyon, and a good place for the ROV to start its dive. Let's just hope we pick
You
up
can
some
also come
rocks.
down.
And it looks like a good place for sea cucumbers.
As
We've
you
seen
see
several
fit,
so far,
co-pilot.
at least
Yeah,
a dozen.
that's-
And we haven't moved very far. So submarine canyons often bring material from closer to shore. They also can channel a lot of organic matter. So if the bottom of these canyons have a lot of organic matter, we may see a lot of sea cucumbers, as sea cucumbers are deposit feeders. They're ingesting sediment. They're eating the organic matter out of the sediment.
Can you check my swing arms? I shouldn't have that craft shadow. At least I don't think I should.
We got rid of that yesterday with swing arm movement.
Maybe toe them out a little bit, the lower swing arms. Not very far, they just go out a foot or so.
Hi, this is the Okeanos Explorer. Did somebody just join us on the telecom line?
Good morning, Andrea, Jason, Tater, and Amanda Demopoulos, and Cooper Tater are also joining you on the call this morning.
Hi, Jason and Amanda, and hello, Cooper.
Go ahead, video.
Good morning,
Roger,
guys.
coming in.
Oh, there's the... Oh, what is this? Mike Ford, are you online? Are you watching this? This is really cool. Something new for this expedition. Looks like some type of jellyfish.
Co-pilot, can you twist one of the uppers in, maybe?
A lot of you can see all the tentacles at the base of this bell.
There you go, there's some more light for you, video.
That's great. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Feel free to come.
We're at a depth of
frame it as you want,
2,139
video. Yeah,
meters.
thanks. Those are quite lengthy.
Josh was having problems accessing that as well.
We got laser or
Because
something?
he didn't know it got moved yesterday.
Oh, it did get moved.
I'll find it.
There
I
is
think we're tilted
a
too
different
far down.
urchin when
Oh,
you're
no,
done with
they
this
both
as
are.
well.
Sorry, my
But you can
bad.
get good video of this.
64 ROV sonar temp.
Yeah, back in, and then I'll pass off controls.
I'm all settled. So we should start a move, presumably.
So
wait
here we're
till I
looking at
pass
a
off the
jellyfish,
Todd
which is a
after we get
nidarian. We
this.
saw a
Okay.
few different corals
take a
yesterday,
long time
black
to dial
corals,
in,
stony
so-
corals,
Did you happy?
octocorals.
Yeah, I'd like to
this,
get
of
a
course,
sediment
they are
shot
also
since we're just
nidarians.
starting.
One of the uniting
Well,
characteristics
need to
of all
pass off the
nidarians are
controls.
nematocytes or
Come on.
stinging cells.
Coming
and
out
of course,
wide.
this jellyfish has lots of stinging cells along all of its tentacles.
Full wide.
You know, I saw when we first went in to zoom this, there was an urchin off to the right, and I must have moved really fast because it's not in view anymore.
Watch leader nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
As I look at what direction to start us in, it looks like the closest part of the slope is due east, bearing 090, but our transect endpoint is further north, bearing about 050. So I'm curious if you want to start moving directly toward the transect endpoint or more toward the closest slope.
I think we want to move towards that transect waypoint. Is that easy to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all easy.
Great.
Okay, we'll be going up sort of the bottom of a little, don't want to call it a canyon, but a sort of embayment initially. Do you see what I'm saying on high pack?
Yeah.
So and then coming up that steep part within that embayment rather than going up a ridge, which we could do instead.
How many meters is that?
The total distance is 1.8 kilometers.
Okay, let me confer with my geologist here and on shore too. Any thoughts? I mean, we need to cross that point, but do we? How much?
We need to cross.
I'm sorry. Let me confer with the geologist.
Sure.
Sure.
Probably we want to go on these holothurians.
And Jason and
maybe
Amanda are
tight
listening as
sediment
well.
at the
So
same
the
time.
question is, we're about 1.1 kilometer from the top, correct?
Well, 1.8 kilometers from our transect endpoint.
Okay. And how far along this bottom? You said we are going to be surveying mostly mud for a while before we get to the slope?
Yeah, about a third of the way.
A third of the way.
If, on a straight line.
Okay, so the question is, should we move towards the slope face and then cut over towards the end waypoint? So go directly towards the slope now,
Thank you.
and then we can make our
Yeah, we
transit.
could come up that ridge that's due east of us.
Yeah.
That closer part of the slope. And we'll have to do the flatter
Andrea,
part at
that
some point.
sounds like a good plan to us. You know, move it a good close, and then look. You can hear that.
Okay, I can. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Did you catch that, Nav? So let's go towards that ridge first, and then we'll, then
So-
angle up towards that.
So we'll go due east
Sure.
and go up the ridge and then
Yep.
then dogleg north.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Sounds good to you, Mike?
Thank you, Nav, for looking after us.
And we're just getting really good imagery of a sea cucumber here. Translucent, you can see right inside
Pilot,
to its
co-pilot,
gut contents.
Looking at maybe a 400-meter move to the base of that ridge.
Going to the ridge rather than the wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going essentially due east.
All
How
right.
fast should I go?
3/10 for this is probably just fine, or 2, depending on what pilots feels like doing. Do you want to race over there, or do you want to take your time?
And this looks to be a Benthodioides
All about
species.
how much they want to stop and look at stuff. So
Yeah.
3/10 is fine with me, or even faster if we're not going to stop and look at stuff.
Yeah, we can go, quickly across the slope if we can still snap zoom, but it's mostly mud. I don't think we'll be stopping and looking for too long. That makes sense.
What am I heading over left?
Good.
I'm clear here.
Bridge nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Or so 9.
I'd like to do a move, please.
Copy that. Where would you like to go?
400 meters, 400 meters, bearing 090, 3/10 of a knot, please.
Copy. 400 meters, 090 at 3/10 of a knot.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can go across the slope and help map too, but it's mostly mud.
Getting a lot of feedback. I'm not sure it's from this ship. Did somebody else just join the conference line?
You watch lead video. Anybody on the conference call should have the stream muted on their computer.
I think we're hearing the bridge somehow. A repeat of my conversation I just had with the bridge.
What's this?
I don't know where that's coming from. There's a lot of laughter in the background.
It's coming back from OKEX.
Sargassum?
It's a
We're just kind of getting this settled out. We're looking at Sargassum detritus right now, so we're at a depth of 2,100 meters.
yeah.
It's really annoying.
Oh, there we go. Much better.
Yep. Much better.
Coming out. Chilly there.
So, Andrea, have you guys seen much organic matter on the seafloor yet? Or
I haven't noticed. That was our first bit of detritus. We have seen a lot of sea cucumbers, though, as we landed at least a dozen in view. So I'm guessing that there is a lot of organic matter here with the presence of sea cucumbers. Oh, this is interesting. This is a new jellyfish. So two new jellyfish for this expedition.
Close. Really close.
Again, you can see all of these beautiful long tentacles surrounding the bell of this
I think
animal.
they're down. I can try to put them down farther if you want.
I'll give you a little wider framing if you'd like.
Again, a lot of these animals that we see in the deep sea often are red colored. So red is invisible to animals in the deep sea, unless there are some different species of fish that can produce red light. But most animals, those that do bioluminesce or produce their own light, are producing colors of blue. So animals that are red appear invisible to other species in the deep sea. Red is one of the first wavelengths that are absorbed in water. A lot of shallow water reef fishes and other organisms that are nocturnal are also often red. That is a beautiful image. Looks like we have Mike Ford now online. He's saying this is a Trachymedusa.
I think he's got pretty far out now.
I'm going to let it go off.
Yep. And coming out.
I'm going to deploy the uppers on this flat terrain.
Fish left.
Fish
Lower.
left.
Frame in.
Can you zoom on the fish? Do you see it? To the right of your lasers.
Go ahead in.
Coming in.
Getting a closer view. Looks like another holosaur, potentially. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't see the single dorsal.
Want to go tighter if you want. For ID.
That's a hard focus.
No, it is not a holosaur. I'm not quite sure what this is yet.
Coming out a little bit. Chase too fast.
Looking down on you now.
Okay.
What song are you singing?
Hold zoom on me.
Go ahead, Jason.
I'm holding, unless it's creeping. Let me know if you see it.
So we
creeping.
were wondering, I don't know if you said this already, Andrea, but it's swimming vertically. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, a lot of fishes that swim vertically in the water column, it's a predatory move. So they'll swim vertically to thus do a kind of ambush strike predation on other fishes. Also, if you are swimming vertically and turn certain ways, a lot of these fishes can be flattened on either side. So when you appearing in the water, you turn, you could be camouflaged to other organisms. I'm not sure of this species, though. When we first approached it, it didn't appear to be swimming vertically. I'm not sure if when we came up, it seemed like it was horizontal at first before we started filming it.
We're coming up a ridge, or is that the edge of our lights?
It's uphill. We're going uphill.
I don't see any parasites on it either. Do you have a good look?
Yeah, I don't think there was any parasites. A lot of fishes in the deep sea have both endo and ectoparasites. Endo inside, so several different types of worms, nematodes, roundworms that can live inside the guts of fishes. Also the gills, we often can see different types of parasites latching onto the gills of fishes. Now it's hard, of course, to look inside a fish with this kind of method, but we're also interested in ectoparasites, or the parasites that are growing on the outside of the fishes.
Yeah.
They can have copepod parasites,
Yeah, I saw something.
larval isopod parasites, large isopods as well. Oh, here we're coming up to the wall face.
Looking at the top.
Oh, this doesn't show up on our Bathy at all.
It's not on the Bathy?
Wow. Looks like we've got horizontal or gently dipping, laminated sedimentary rocks. Maybe part of the basement. It really can't be much else.
Go ahead, watch it. Okay, we're at a depth such that there's a probably 15-minute lag, 10 anyway.
We're going to have already
Yep,
shot past
pilot
this
is.
by the time we
So
stop.
yeah, the ship's only just gotten moved, and so the move of the ship is already dialed in, no matter what we do.
Yes. Go for partial.
Partial eye.
Okay, we're just taking a zoom on these.
About
Appears
there.
to be corals
Maybe tighter.
growing on the side of this wall. So this was
about
interesting. This
there.
doesn't show up on our nav very well.
That looks good.
Just let it float.
No, I mean, we're still on a relatively gentle
Go
slope. You can see this distinct parallel layering in the rocks, which at first glance might well be bedding. As well as zooming in on the corals, at some point if we could zoom in on that layer that the lasers are on at the moment, that would be great.
Can I use 60 degrees?
Then
We only have another 2 minutes here.
Yeah, can we get a close zoom in on the coral?
Go ahead in,
Please.
Ed. We'll take this one
There's
that
a
also has
crinoid.
the dark background.
And the crinoid.
Yeah.
That is full zoom.
And it looks like a crinoid covered in hydroids. So we have a comatulid on the wall and then a stalked crinoid and a couple different corals here. I'm not sure what they are yet. Haven't really gotten a good look.
It's fairly flat ahead of us. I'm going to turn my head in a little
But
bit
yeah,
there.
Tim Shank is just noting that it appears that all the corals are oriented in the same direction, the same way on the face of this rock wall.
Feels like you're coming in closer.
I was, yes. Purposely.
Here we go, coming in close.
Oh, that white's blowing me out. Hold on just a sec.
Current's pushing me a little bit.
Polyps appear to be oriented on the one side.
You can see my view. Just
Are we at
watch your
max zoom?
port upper sonar.
Andrea wants more zoom. Do we have it, Ed?
We're at full zoom.
Full zoom.
We're at full zoom.
If the call echo is resolved, I can turn it back up so I can hear them.
Nothing on sonar.
I
I'm
think
looking
the
back
echo is
at
better.
you.
Drifting back a little bit now. Oh, now
Sorry,
coming in.
I don't have my toe, and I'm getting pushed a little bit.
Yeah.
Jason, I'm out of the event logger. If you could type some
The
stuff
good news is
just for the
it's just in
record. I have my own Excel
Geology.
spreadsheet, but it'd be good to have something in the record for this outcrop.
Turned all the way around, looking back at you.
Okay. Co-pilot says we have to go. Did you get...
You might have to
Nothing in
defer to
sonar.
Ken to do
You
that,
wanna look
so
a little
whatever you
longer?
want to have written, maybe
Probably
say out loud.
considerably
Oh,
down.
Jason's
You'll
not there.
have to
Okay,
race when you're done.
so we've got
All right,
horizontally
let's
Coming
bedded
out.
rocks with thick 30 centimeter layer and
That's
then much
full
more
wide.
finer
Turn this
layers.
call up.
Possible hint of a steeply dipping cleavage. Question is, what are they?
Coming up.
If I didn't know that this was supposed to be basement, I would say sedimentary rocks. I'm totally surprised by the fact that they're horizontal.
Pilot watch lead, when we get into a position where we're slowing down a little bit, there's a lot of urchins on the ground. If we could have a look at some of those.
Urchins on the seafloor. Roger that. Let me stretch out in front of SIerios. Completely all the way behind him right now.
Spinning
Okay.
my heading around as we go.
Looks like a few different glass sponges.
Okay. Heading on track. Following as we go. I'll drop down. Oops. Sorry. I'm a little carried away with the camera. Dropping
So
down.
just to chat about that outcrop, as Andrea said, we didn't really expect it. It's a soft, muddy slope here. I think Jim, the navigator, was magnetically attracted to it because
Looking better.
he said, let's go this way. What you saw there was a series of what looked like horizontal bedded
Right.
rocks. We saw a more coarser resistant layer and then finer grained layers above and below. From the geological
It's on
map,
the
we're
right.
meant to be in the basement rocks to Puerto Rico, so the fact that they were so nicely horizontal was perhaps a little surprising. We could also see a steeply dipping cleavage, which was a kind of fracture, a series of fractures that were steeply dipping across the outcrop, which maybe gives a hint to say that they were basement rocks. Hopefully, as we go up
Zoom on
slope,
this. I
Roger.
see something at the very end of it.
we'll begin to learn more.
Yeah, I see that too.
What is just a crinoid? Yeah.
Looks like a crinoid.
Shrimp behind
Is that a
it.
piece of wood? Can you
Yeah, it's
I
zoom in
was
a little
surprised by
closer
that
to
piece
that?
of wood.
Looks like there was a
Let me know if you need help with the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Formosoma urchin too, just ahead. We're just
Going
kind of
tight.
getting a closer look. This may
Going
be a
tight.
woodfall.
Yeah, it looks like wood, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very bored.
I'll
Is there a
push
spot
the
lobster?
focus down the
There's a
length
shrimp.
of it.
And a lot of serpulid tube worms all over this piece of wood.
Bringing it focus back towards you.
Some bivalves, or those itis species, I presume.
And
dusty.
on this shrimp.
Yeah,
Is it a white spot lobster?
That race, you had a pretty good rooster tail kick there.
Yeah. It's pretty low. Okay, let's, there's something just to the left. Come partial, please.
Partial, about there.
Too much sediment in the
Yeah.
water to see
Yeah,
that.
here we
too
go.
much.
Here's a urchin. I believe this is in the
Wow.
genus Formosoma.
All the way out.
I think this is the second or third one I have seen so far during this dive.
But I
They're
thought
really
I heard
cool.
on
They
the
have these
call
spines that are
there's supposed to be a lot
encased
of
in this
anthropogenic activity in this area. We're
structure.
keeping
It
an
looks
eye
like
out
little
for fish
balloons
and
on
gear and
top.
line also.
And it's really unknown what the function
Copy
of
that.
those is for. They may be to isolate the spines more for a quicker sting, for a predatory defense. But the function is really not known. It's pretty interesting.
We'll get another view of another. Let's get the next one out of the sediment, out of the cloud.
It might be a fish up top right or something up top right. I can't tell in this
It's like
mode.
a divot, a shadow.
Yeah,
on the, shadow
yeah,
on the
I
sediment.
think you're right.
There's another urchin.
There's another urchin.
Want to see an urchin?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's the one.
that's a good
Yeah, we can
subject.
get a good zoom on these floating balloons, floating bags that are encasing spines on top of this urchin.
Okay, Ed, partial.
Partial eye. Stopping there.
Settle.
So that's a great view. And we have the lasers and scale here too. They're 10 centimeters. This is one of my favorites.
He's on the move.
One of my favorite
the
deep
camera?
sea
Yep, got it.
animals. So
Okay, let's go
interesting.
in.
We don't
Dragging
even know yet
something
what
or he's being
quite what
followed.
these
See
these
that?
bags are used for. But if you look closely, you can often see spines inside them as well.
That organism behind him.
And you can see this urchin moving fairly quickly. Oh, there's a
Polychaete.
commensal polychaete, Tim, on the right. Do you see that?
He's
Yeah, see it.
clearly following him deliberately.
Can we get a quick zoom on that?
Sure. Can we get a zoom on the polychaete
Go
on the
in
right?
tight on the polychaete if you can.
That's full zoom.
It's so cool when they're moving across the sediment.
Yeah, so they're using these tube feet to move across the sediment. They're echinoderms. All echinoderms have tube feet, and they're moved by this water vascular system that's inside. So they bring in water, and it's basically like a pressure system. Water movement through this vascular system can help move these tube feet. These move pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, you know, we've seen cusk eels, you know, small juveniles at the base of these things, taking advantage of them as well. But I don't remember having a polychaete track one like this before.
Yeah, it really did just
Right
follow it.
underneath.
And then just disappeared right underneath.
It's walking its polychaete.
Yeah. And he was tracking
So,
from
Andrea,
that
I see
position
8
too,
of the
as soon as we
paddles.
saw him.
Looking back on
Does
you.
that mean he's maybe missing 1 or 2? Or?
Could be. They have variable
Some
numbers.
Head that I saw when I was off the
okay.
bottom.
Yeah, there's a little something out there.
Pilot's ready to
We're
move.
getting a little steeper.
Yeah, I'm
The
ready
vine
here.
line
They're more
right
like
here.
floating bags.
Shall we?
Yesterday we saw this sideroid urchin that had
Went
these
out slow.
paddle-like shapes. But these are
Urchin's
structures
turning
that
a
are more
little
like a little balloon.
And do we know what they're...
Yeah, like I said, we don't know the function
Function,
really.
right.
Yeah.
25 by the tether length off.
Okay, you want to scoop?
Well, that was
Full
great.
line.
Thank you.
Coming up.
More interesting geology
Fish
coming up. There's
left.
a fish on the left. We're passing it here.
Just gotta take a look in passing. I
Yeah.
gotta keep
It's
moving.
getting
Okay.
steep.
Really long pectorals. Could have been a cusk eel or a bathidid. It's hard to see.
That's the top of that one. There's another one.
Another one of
coming.
the urchins. I think
I'm
the
above
common
the
name
second
for
one.
these types of urchins are tam-o shanter.
Still behind me pretty far.
What did you say the common name was, Andrea?
I think they're called tam-o shanter urchins. Does that sound right?
One out more.
That's new to me. I
Yeah,
haven't heard that
another
one.
wall in
No.
front of you, maybe.
Again, we just passed over a partially buried outcrop of similar rocks. We're seeing this fine horizontal bedding, but what
Yeah,
was
there it
clear
is.
there was this steeply dipping cleavage. Cleavage is a sort of fracture that runs through rocks. which rocks attain when
top
they
left.
get deformed. And so I think the
settled above
cleavage is
all
giving the clue that these are
arches.
indeed part of the basement. The surprising thing to me is, why are they so horizontal? The other thing is we're not seeing much evidence of fault deformation yet, which
Seems long.
is good, because our objective today is to traverse across the fault. So if we're lucky, we should go from undeformed rocks through a fault zone and then out again into other undeformed rocks.
What are you saying? What kind of
Took off.
rocks? Couldn't quite catch that.
Fish took off.
I don't know. No, what I was
Straight
saying
ahead,
is that
top
we're
center
seeing these
frame,
outcrops, which are,
under
you
a
know, we
ledge,
didn't expect
maybe.
to see in this mud slope.
There's another one there.
The curious thing is that they appear to be sub-horizontal. We can see the layering going east-west
What is
across
that?
the picture.
I don't know what that is.
Trash?
I think we're going in for a zoom.
It's like Solus tape.
Something shiny. Trash.
Looks like trash.
Well, it's pretty trash. It's very shiny.
Shiny
Okay, Ed.
trash.
I think we know the genus.
Trash.
Sure is a piece of trash.
Mysterious trash.
Piece of sheet metal.
Sheet metal. There's some, are those tube worms on it? Little serpulid tube worms on a piece of metal.
Crinoid on the left.
The crinoid left end.
Those worms are really good at finding interesting substrates to make their tubes on, and little habitat here. And there's a crinoid as well on the left.
Couple little somethings.
And there's possibly anemones as well.
Yeah,
So yeah, we have
or
anemones,
stainless.
serpulid tube worms, and a crinoid living out in this piece of sheet metal.
We're gonna come up and look down at it a little bit.
Yeah, that's good too for us.
Keep going.
Looks like it's shadowed behind. It's pretty thin.
It's reflective.
Like you're floating up.
Yeah, on purpose.
Great.
Ed, go partial, please. More wide.
Doesn't
Partial
look
wide.
like there's much
Roger.
corrosion on this piece of metal. I'm
Position myself
delayed
above it
behind
and
you guys,
look
so I'm
down
not sure if you're still looking at
I'll
it.
scoot along.
Yep, we are
Oh,
still
no,
looking at
wider.
it.
It's actually,
Amanda Demopoulos
foil
just commenting, and not a lot of
shape.
corrosion on the
wider.
piece of metal. So,
That's
do you think, Amanda, it could have been there just
Full wide.
relatively recently? But with the serpulids, I'm not sure how long it takes serpulids to find a suitable substrate and settle and grow.
Okay, go tight, real quick. I'll get you there, and then I'll scoot. It's just interesting that it's
Probably
Tiny crinoid.
stainless.
airfoil shape. That's
yeah. Part of a trawl.
I think it's
maybe?
stainless, Nav.
Or aluminum. It's, it's certainly not mild steel.
It would be all rusted if it was.
Yeah. Wouldn't be shiny anyway. It might have paint on it, but it doesn't.
okay. Shall we?
Coming out.
It's just interesting that it's in such a nicely shaped
Foil.
foil.
Full wide.
Another urchin on the left and a Holothurian Benthodites, Formosoma urchin. So Jason and Amanda, are you still in a car calling on a cell phone?
Yes, I promise I'm not driving.
Well, that's good. Safety first, safety first.
Tell Jason he's missing cool rocks.
No, he's been seeing the rocks, actually, so it'll be interesting once we hit the steeper part of the slope. One thing that I've just been thinking about myself is the number of holothurians that you guys have been encountering on this sedimented area. There was one
There's a
question
possible
we had
wall
about this
feature or
canyon
something up
feature
there.
is
Maybe it's
the
just a really steep
availability
slope.
of organic material for the benthos.
Bit of a
animals that
return,
live on
50
the
meters off.
sediment surface on the seafloor. And the
Oh,
presence of Bolithurians, these animals, these
Get
sea
up a little bit.
cucumbers
Anything for
are
the rooster tail.
what we like to call
Yeah, I'm seeing
vacuum
it off on the
cleaners
right.
of the deep sea. They
Should
process
just be a
and
divot.
remove the
There's not
surface
much
layer
on
of
our
the
return
sediment
for a little while.
very rapidly and over large
Quite a bit, man.
scales. So there's some major
Something that
components
might
of the
be
deep
interesting.
sea
Fish
ecosystem
straight
in
ahead,
terms of
maybe?
organic matter cycling. It's very important in terms of
So they're pretty
processing
large.
that food.
That could be a divot, though.
We see a lot of their traces on the seafloor.
Yeah, something.
Every now and then you'll see the lighter
A
color
shark,
sediments that
maybe?
they've tracked through and
More sheet metal?
and hoovering or vacuum cleaning the seafloor.
Pretty much exhausted my
an incredibly
possibilities.
dynamic area, even though we don't see them everywhere. We've been diving so far, you know, it's a good indication that there's a fair amount of food
Do we
available.
want to spend time looking at this?
Yeah, and right now you can see a lot of sediment
think we
traces
got
in the
it.
sand. We're
to get
zooming
on
in
in
here
and
on
see if it's
another
well
piece
shaped.
of, it appears to be a piece of metal.
Yeah, coming in.
Oh, no, just a leaf. Looked more shiny to me.
I think it's a piece of metal.
it's a piece
You're
of
right.
metal.
Oh, you do think it's metal? Oh, I first saw the dark stripe coming through. I thought it was a vein on a leaf, but I see now. Yeah. The shrimp on the left. But you can see all of these sediment traces around that piece of trash are from sea cucumbers, making these swirls in the sediment as they vacuum clean, as Amanda was just talking about. And I think, Amanda, you brought up an interesting point. I noticed as soon as we landed, there was, you know, many more sea cucumbers here than we have seen on some previous dives, especially the first two dives. I thought we would see more. The second dive, when we were in the area south of Mona Block in the septentrional fault area, there was a lot of sediment and absolutely no sea cucumbers, which suggested to me that there wasn't a lot of food availability there for them. And as you mentioned, they are you know, feeding on organic matter, and submarine canyons do channel a lot of organic matter down through the main axis of the canyon, so a good place for sea cucumbers to inhabit. Coming up again here on another rock face. We're at a depth of 2,082 meters, 2082.
Sea star crinoid.
And just real quick, some of the holothurians, the sea cucumbers, some species are really associated with what we consider low dynamic environments, so not a lot of currents, well, not a lot of water flow. So sometimes their presence can be an indication of a quiescent environment, a really slow-moving, low current flow, and kind of a mellow deep sea habitat. So the presence of the sea cucumbers can give us a lot of information about the dynamic nature of the sea floor as well as food availability.
Much light.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. We're just zooming in on a sea star now, and right below the sea star, there's a couple tiny octocorals, which would be important to document. There we go.
I have more zoom too.
Want to go tight on the star or the octocoral?
Star, if you can give me a little tilt.
You can do star first, but then get the octocoral as well. Very nice view of this sea star. 5 arms.
Slide HD down. Yep. Try.
We're looking at its aboral side. Where it can pull in water into the water vascular system and to a structure known as a madreporate. You can see it's circular. It's a little different color. And then at the top, of course, expel waste.
We can go down for the octo if you'd like.
There we go.
We're going to have to move soon.
Really large polyps. Potentially a bamboo coral. Not seeing the nodes. Maybe a node towards the base.
In my view.
Yes.
Which the nodes are brown bands. We call these bamboo corals as they resemble bamboo plants.
Pilot, can we zoom out before we leave so we can get an overall view of the rock face?
Okay. Zoom out, and then we have to get moving.
So I'm trying to remember, we saw bamboo coral on the west side of Mona and the east side on the two deep dives.
Slowly rise. Give Mike a
We
chance
saw
to look at
bamboo
the
on the
rock
east side
face.
of Mona, right towards the end of the dive. And then also on the first dive at the Arecibo amphitheater.
Now my sonar.
Again, most of the bamboo corals that we have seen have had these really large polyps, suggesting that's an adaptation to collect food in a fairly food-poor environment in the deep sea. Several crinoids, another octocoral. Do we have time to zoom in on any of this?
No, we're past. We're
Okay, I think.
We're moving too fast to do that.
Okay, I think Nav will want to slow down then for the next ship move or whenever we can.
Okay, the next ship, we're only...
Can.
let me see.
Can't hear you, Jeff.
There was a pretty good fan that right there. I just thought you wanted to swing and catch it without a zoom. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Hi, it's Jason. I'm back. Some really nicely layered, not too thickly layered either. There seems to be quite a sequence of rock. A little bit of debris, some sediment benches, and a little bit of erosion of outcrops, but really interesting outcrop. We really don't know a lot about the rocks on this side of the island at these water depths, so...
Local high is up to
And
the
it's
right.
still some basic geology that we still don't know.
Well, we don't admit to it
It's
very
off to the
often,
right.
but we still don't know anything. So, we're getting a really interesting kind of look at what we're, sort of learning the basics of this side. We've seen a lot of it from acoustic methods, seismic reflection, and
Do you want to slow their move down? a
and the
little, Jim,
bathymetry.
or How much
and
more do we have?
Yeah, I
get
was
it
just
direction
checking
and
how
force
much longer in
samples,
time
but,
this move is.
of course, we're not looking at rocks right now.
Hundred.
I'm not. You might be.
10 minutes? Yeah.
So, but even the sediment here, in the opinion, I'm not aware of any
I'll ask
exploration
the
of
bridge
this canyon
slow
at
down
all.
to
So,
point two.
That-
I'll be there.
Yeah, that's a really great point,
Jason.
Jason.
Rock.
This
Pretty
is the first time
significant.
anybody's explored this canyon at all. I mean, I don't even know if anybody's explored it any shallower,
Bridge, Nav?
more towards land. I don't believe
Nav,
so.
bridge.
Yeah,
So,
could you go
first look
slow
at
this
this
move down
canyon
to
I think it's
environment.
0.2,
really
please?
fascinating that the geological underpinnings of this whole
Roger
area
that.
that we're
We'll slow
looking
the move
at
down
really
to
just has
0.2.
been
Thank you.
investigated to a major degree. I mean, obviously, as Jason just said, that they've been doing
Response.
coring, and there are some select
Well, actually,
sampling,
we've got
and
about
obviously there's
10 minutes left
geophysical
in this move. I have slowed it
work
down, but
that's
we
been
likely
done
won't
here,
really
but
see the effect until
firsthand
after the ship is stopped.
view with the ROV eyes on the seafloor, that hasn't been done before, and the geology really
Actually,
helps
Nav?
us understand what we expect or may expect to see in terms of the,
Yeah,
the biology
we have about
and
10 minutes
ecology
left
of
in
this
this move. I
environment.
have
So
slowed it down a little bit,
we're
but we
all
probably won't really
discovering
see the
this at
effect
the
until
same
about the same
time,
time the ship
and
stops.
it's all connected.
Sorry about that, Amanda. Trying to get we have 10
No, I
minutes
was
left
lighting
in
up
the
your,
ship's move. I had
sea
asked
star.
Nav
trying
if we
to
could
at least
slow down a little bit. We kind of passed over quite a bit of sessile organisms on rock faces. We
Well,
haven't
they
had a
move
really
fast.
good chance to zoom in on a lot of them. But by the time the ship has slowed down, but by the time that we see the effect of it on the seafloor, the ship move will be finished.
Hi, I'm Maritza. You hear me?
Oh, hello. How are you, Maritza?
Fine. I just want to add some comments about the Guayanilla area. We had some information from times 1977 that the Guayanilla coastline and the nearshore area was so affected by many man-made activities.
Uh-huh.
I think that the Guayanilla Peñuelas area, comparing to other areas, coastal area in Puerto Rico, is one of the more affected by human activities. We have some research work from Jack Morlock, during 1980s, 1990s, that found that the coral reef arm and the new shore was completely dead. and apparently was affected by a lot of sediment input from all this kind of man-made activity and a lot of land use changes. And especially in the Guayanilla area, we had an important port that actually is closed, but apparently the dredging activities and other man-made activities was affect a lot of the nature fund. The main question, and maybe the big challenge in this expedition, can be maybe related that how this problem and damage in the new shore areas that were affected since 1977 can be affected the deep area.
Okay.
And maybe today we had an important chance to see it.
Tip down just a little. 22.
So a lot of these land use changes, has there been a lot of development, I guess, in the region right north of here, where we are now?
Yes, what are different kind of land use changes there? For example, during 1977, before 1977, we had a lot of agricultural activity in the area. And starting 1977, we had a petrochemical developed, specific from Guayanilla. And all the dredging activity, as many people say, was affected. Many of the sediment, the area was affected for a lot of sediment input in the site.
Okay.
But the area was completely affected by many land use changes in the site.
Very interesting. So what would we need to see in the deep environment here to determine if these land use changes have affected this depth range in this canyon?
Yes, that would be so interesting to see it.
Yeah. We have found a little bit of anthropogenic trash. Not as much, but I think we've come across 2 different pieces of metal. But so that was Maritza Barrito. And Maritza, where are you? Where's your location, your institution?
Okay, I'm professor from planning school. I'm a marine geologist.
Okay.
And I'm a professor from planning school from University of Puerto Rico. Campus.
Wonderful to have you join us.
Okay,
yes, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, absolutely.
And holding.
I guess it's what. Sorry, take over the squat lobster.
Tighter.
This is interesting. Maybe Tim can comment, but this species is, I believe, Immunodopsis. We have observed, we have observed this in canyons off of the northeast U.S. It's pretty distinct with this large spine coming off the middle of its carapace. Would you agree, Tim, the species off of the northeast U.S.? Or at least this general?
Yeah, it looks very similar from the gross morphology that we're seeing here.
Yeah, it could be a...
Look at it, looks like a Immunodopsis.
Yeah, could be a different species in the same genus. Or potentially the same species. A lot of organisms that we see in the deep sea.
Getting a lot of feedback.
Maritza, could you mute your phone if you're still on the line?
Their audio open.
See, they also have to shut down the audio in the video on any other cameras that they have on.
Creeping in.
Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning, Graciela.
Okay, we gotta go.
Good morning, Graciela.
Could you repeat that for us in Spanish, maybe? Oh, okay, that got a lot better. Thank you.
So I should just quickly comment on the geology. And the simple thing to say is the rocks have changed. We've gone from these finely layered rocks that we saw at the start of the dive to these more massive layers. They look to be more fractured. We might just be starting to see deformation as we approach the fault. Again, it's hard to tell exact rock type, but we are seeing variations in lithology. And we can see the cleavage there is still in those rocks, just going out of the screen now, steeply dipping to the left.
And we're traveling at in a southeast direction right now.
We can still see hints of this sub-horizontal bedding, but clearly the rocks look more fractured than when we first encountered them at the bottom of the slope.
And today is the 16th of April. We're conducting our 7th dive of the Oceano Profundo expedition. We are approximately 15 miles south of Guayanilla, Puerto Rico.
Actually, Nav?
Yeah, go ahead, Nev.
Yeah, the ship will be coming to a halt unless we do otherwise in maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
It'll take another 5 or 10, probably 10 minutes before we really see that on the bottom. And we're sort of at the base of where things get steeper. Maybe it might be fairly gradually that it gets steeper.
Okay.
Over the next maybe 100 or 200 meters. Do you want to basically keep moving, or do you want to pause here?
Let's pause for a moment as the ship. Let's pause for a moment as the ship stops, and then decide. We'll likely want to move a lot slower than we have been up
Right.
the wall.
Right.
Great.
Okay.
Thanks. And we're at a depth of 2,022 meters, 2022. Somebody just joined us on the conference line, or did we lose someone?
Just touch your head left for a second. I just want to see the other swing arm. They look like they match. Yeah.
Sea star left.
Another sea star. Can we snap zoom on the star?
Zoom.
Zoom, please.
Holding. It's partial.
5-armed sea star.
Tighter if you want.
New morph for this dive.
Holding.
Possibly for this expedition. I'm not sure if we have seen this one yet. Tim, do you have a record of this on any of the dives so far? Really spiny.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. No, I don't think so. Not this one. This might be a neomorph faster.
Yeah, we may be in the depth range for that genus.
Yeah. Keep an eye out.
Okay. That's great, pilot. Thank you. You see a lot of pteropod shells on the sediment, too. And there's a lot of fluffy sediment on top.
Okay, ready to come out?
Would that all be forams? Foraminifers? Some Sargassum detritus.
That's full line.
Provide a little bit of extra nutrients in the water column there.
Feeding.
And we just kind of stirred up a little bit of sediment. You can see that on the left here. It's really silty. Good morning, Graciela. Are you still with us? Big sea cucumber on the left.
Fish?
Yeah, zoom on fish.
Go ahead in.
Zooming in.
So tiny. It has very small eyes. You can see its nostrils on top. New for me. Not quite sure what this one is yet either. Looks like a type of tripod fish without the long filamentous rays. Getting a lot of feedback shoreside.
Sorry, Ed.
Okay.
Can you get a zoom of the head at all?
Trying to stabilize.
It's got way brighter somehow.
I turned the swing arm in for you.
Roger.
I don't have a very steady toe.
Yeah.
It keeps shifting. Oh, you're yanking on me. Can you come down, please?
Yeah,
You're way up there.
No, you should not be yanking on you. I've been this high over top of you every time you stopped.
So this could be a Bathysaurus species, so a different type of tripod fish or Hypnopidae.
Still, if you want.
Yeah. Take my camera.
Got it?
Let's try to get a good tight.
That's good there. Ready?
Yeah.
You can see the scales really well. Has smaller eyes, and nostrils are fairly well developed. And surrounding it, you can see a lot of pteropod shells.
Ed, we gotta go.
Okay,
All right,
thank
I'm going
you.
to slow pull to full
It's
body.
good for ID.
And then speed it up for you. And coming out.
Up and away.
There you go. Big trail or something on the right. Holothorian, perhaps. Doesn't look too big.
Okay, we're continuing. We're at a depth of 2014 meters.
Ship looks to have stopped.
So briefly recapping the geology, this really is a voyage into the unknown. We saw some rocks that we really didn't expect to see. We've seen some apparently sub-horizontally bedded metasediments. The first rocks we saw were largely undeformed apart from strong cleavage, which gives us a hint that they're metasediments, which means that they're sedimentary rocks that at some stage have been basically heated up and metamorphosed. But then as we came up, we started to see more
As you scoot forward, is your
fracturing, more
sod
massive rocks, probably all part of the same
affected by how much
sequence,
vertical
but
you're doing at the same
probably of a
time?
different mythology.
Yeah.
Well, I have to let up on
And
the
again,
forward
they
line.
look to be horizontally
Seed
bedded,
stuff.
parallel with the rocks
Yeah.
below. So we're seeing variations in lithology as we ascend, and
Just right.
we're also probably
maybe a
seeing
holothorian.
variations in deformation. And we're still on
Holothorian.
a relatively shallow part of the slope.
Let's just do a flyby.
Have
Two of
another
them?
large sea cucumber here. Do we have the lasers on? Oh, yep, I see them. Thank you.
To try Andrea's trick already.
Trying
No,
to
we
see if we
haven't
can
seen
get a
a lot
size
of this
estimate of the
fish.
sea cucumber. It's pretty big. Can you zoom? Is that a fish? Oh, it's shadow, sorry.
Hey, it worked.
I think I'm not moving anymore, and you might be stretching out.
No, that looks like a holosaur.
Probably want to start another ship move then if you're slowing down substantially. Switching No vertical terrain nearby to explore. He took off.
He took off. Okay, that was an Aldrovandia halosaur.
Is that no water column? Oh, that's just slime.
Some EX-Serios has come to a halt.
Yeah. At least slowed considerably.
Is this another? Oh, that's another holothurian.
Yeah, another holothurian. Nav watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
I think if you want to do another ship move, that's fine, but if we could slow down quite a bit.
Okay, we'll move it a 10th on up this this ridge.
Great, thanks.
Shall we examine the contents of his gut?
He may drop
Sediment.
his ballast. Do you see a lot of these worldwide, Todd? See them in Turkey?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we saw many of this type in the Mediterranean or the Black Sea.
Bridge nav.
We still don't have a genus name on this swimming cucumber either.
Nav, bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, we'd like to start another ship move, please. Let's go 200 meters, bearing 085.1 knots.
Copy that. 200 meters, 085 at 1/10 of a knot.
I'm looking at this translucent swimming cucumber,
Copy.
sea cucumber,
Copy
type of echinoderm.
0.85 of a knot.
You can see the loop structures inside. There's sediment inside that gut
Plenty of
tract.
time to look at stuff. You guys want to play musical chairs? We got another hour of watch.
I'm happy here, or let's go pilot. Either way.
We're doing a pilot change. Well, a pilot shift.
Sure.
They're all shifting to the left. Type of musical chairs without music.
Yeah. Music stops, and
So if we do cross this fault area, Mike, what would we expect to see in this fault zone? A pit? Would we see a big crack in the sediment? Would we see a lot of rock debris in the area, rock blocks, slabs?
So, good question. The fault, as far as we can tell, is meant to be nearly subvertical. So it might dip one way, might be dipping away from us, but basically it's a vertical feature. So what we might expect to see is more deformation, more cracking and breaking of the layered rocks that we've traversed as we go towards the major steep fault. And then as we get towards that fault, if we could actually see rock, we'd see just very, very broken up rock.
We're going to 0.1 now?
Perhaps with a gully, because that rock
Yeah, I think so.
would be weaker.
More time.
And one possibility is actually the fault is covered up by sediment because the
Sorry,
breaking of
Terry,
the
are
rock.
you calling me? Say again? I can go back. We got time. What's...
Oh, no worry at all. No worry.
Coming back, trying not to dust up as I go.
No, quickly to finish that off, the nature
What's
of the
the target,
fault will make
pilot?
the rocks weaker.
It's behind me. It's not in view yet.
So because they're weaker, we might see a steep
Is this it?
Yep. Yes.
trending valley which has been eroded out. And so that could be full of sediments covering up the actual fault rocks. But if we can see the fault rocks, what we should see is smashed up, broken up rocks.
Okay. Earlier
Current's
when I
going
asked, I couldn't understand you. It said
starboard to
layered,
port,
so
right?
there are a bunch of layered rocks on either side of
Sorry,
this.
video. Say again.
Your current's going from
So that
starboard
might
to port,
provide us with
very
our
slow.
clue. The first rocks we saw
I think.
certainly did not have much
that way,
deformation.
adjusting.
Those were some of the original
Thought it was,
geometries of how the rocks
in
were
the middle
formed. And so as we
bringing
go
numbers.
laterally, we might see that layering starting to be smashed up and it becoming less clear. And in fact, that's what we
The other thing
might
we
have
could do is
started to
drop
have
a-
been seeing
drop a target,
in that next set of outcrops above,
200
which
meters
looked
east of
much more
SIerios and,
cracked and possibly broken up.
Or 085.
Thank you, Mike.
Just settling in here, video. We can start to bring in the zoom.
Zooming now.
that's about where this...
Okay, so possibly a different
About where we're
species
headed.
of holothurian. May just be not as purple as the other ones. I think it's a type of Benthodeides species. Again, we're looking inside. You can see the long coiled gut, and it's full of sediment. Same color as the surrounding material.
But it's interesting, you can see the contrast, the really coarser material on the outside of the holothurian, really larger grain-sized material, and inside the gut is that fine material, and the sea cucumber is really selectively feeding. It's picking and choosing, if you will, using its feeding appendages, what to chew on.
In the back?
The more organic rich, the more sticky that material. These animals are considered selective deposit feeders. They feed on a sub-selection of what is available out in the surrounding around them. So they're not feeding on everything indiscriminately. Selection of what is available out in the surrounding around them. So they're not feeding on everything indiscriminately.
Right, and you can see all the pteropod shells kind of surrounding, and if you look inside the gut, you're not seeing that same sediment inside. Those pteropod shells aren't inside. But I also want to just point out again this really long gut. In animals that have a really long intestinal tract, really it helps them to assimilate the food or get all the organics out that they can.
Pilot, our new track is 0.85.
Copy that.
0.90.
085.
Right.
Copy.
To continue on talking about the organics in this canyon and what we're seeing a little bit differently this morning, I would also expect, I've been looking for ophiuroids, brittle stars, that would also take advantage of that increased organics canyon here. And we saw an increase yesterday in the shallow water area. There was at least one species of ophiuroid. But previous dives, we have not seen ophiuroids on sediment like this. And so when we zoom in, I'm often looking for the arms of ophiuroids. Sometimes they bury their central disc as they munch away in the sediments. So one thing to keep an eye out for today are the ophiuroids out on the sediments that can corroborate sort of the organic increase here in the canyon.
Will do. And do you have a thought on how it compares to canyons off the northeast U.S. in terms of ophiuroid abundance? Did you see a lot of ophs on some of the dives conducted there?
It might be a crack.
Yeah, we did actually. On the deeper dives, we tend to get more abundant ophiuroids. It was a notable difference compared to shallow water dives, meaning dives that were at 1,000 meters and shallower. We really didn't see much in the way of ophiuroids. So once we got down toward 2,000 meters in this depth zone we're in now, we saw them in great abundance. So that's why I'm sort of looking at the contrast with this canyon here.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah.
And Amanda?
Yeah, you make a great point, Andrea, about the gut retention times. As that food processes through their long guts, they have a greater chance of utilizing the carbon, the energy that's within that material. The longer time it's retained within their guts. So.
Buenos días, Graciela here. Let me ask you a couple of questions about the dive today. The plan is, are we going to be moving slowly now for a while, or?
Yeah, we're going to be moving slowly.
We're going up.
Yes, we're moving upslope to a target depth of about 1,650 meters.
So it's a good time to make a story in Spanish now?
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Buenos días a todos aquellos que nos que están viendo lo que está viendo el robot D2 acompañando a todos los científicos, los dos que están a bordo, que son Andrea y Mike, y todos los científicos que están conectados por la computadora. Están en el cañón de Guayanilla, alrededor de 1900 90 metros de profundidad, donde la temperatura es aproximadamente 4.1 grados centígrados y una salinidad de 34.9 partes por millón. Han estado hablando sobre la geología de esta área y la cantidad de sedimento que hay y las paredes que no se esperaban porque no se habían dilucidado en la batimetría, en el mapa de profundidad que se hizo previo a que el robot bucease esta mañana. Se ha notado mucho detrito de sargazo y hierbas marinas como talasoma en el fondo y el contenido mayormente del sedimento es uno orgánico. Es que los geólogos están buscando información sobre los organismos que se encuentran en el sedimento, especialmente un tipo de estrella que les va a confirmar el que son áreas de mucho contenido orgánico. Estuvieron hablando también sobre los erizos y los pepinos de mar y dilucidando sobre la biología y el contenido estomacal de los pepinos de mar, que realmente lo que hacen es que filtran gran parte del sedimento. La buceada de esta mañana será una vertical con el fin de llegar a una profundidad de 1.650 metros de profundidad y la base principal de esto es la geología. No se había visto este cañón de Guayanilla antes, aunque como explicó la doctora Barreto de la Universidad de Puerto Rico de Río Piedra, sí ha habido mucha actividad humana, antropogénica en el área de Guayanilla y Peñuelas. Así es que estamos directamente al sur de Guayanilla, en lo que se conoce geológicamente como el cañón de Guayanilla. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias, Graciela.
Y la base principal de esto es la geología. No se había visto este cañón de Guayanilla antes, aunque como explicó la doctora.
And I'm hearing a feedback on somebody's computer.
Audio open. Humana, antropogénica en el área de Guayanilla y Peñuelas. Así es que estamos. You have to turn off your speakers. Tienes que apagar la bocina. En lo que se conoce geológicamente como el cañón de Guayanilla. Thank you. Gracias.
I'm hearing a feedback on somebody's computer.
Okay, thank you. We're at a depth of 1968 meters. Moving a little more slowly now up the slope towards our target depth of 1650. So far on today's dive, we have observed several sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers look to be fairly abundant here compared to other dives. And these tam o'shanter sea urchins, we were just imaging one a little while ago, has these nice balloon-like sacs that are encasing spines on the top of the sea urchin. A couple different fish species today. We are exploring a new depth zone compared to other dives that we have conducted so far.
Andrew, can we zoom in on that sort of rock outcrop directly in front?
Yeah. Pilot zoom on the rock, please.
The outcrop? Absolutely.
Okay.
Just going to note, it's the sediment here is quite a bit firmer. I'm putting my toe in, and I can tell it's actually pretty hard right here.
Okay.
Before I would squish in pretty deep.
Yeah, there was a lot of sediment earlier.
Yep.
Further down slope. So it's a little harder here. You heard pilot saying that the toe of the ROV is on the side of this slope.
Just get some focus here.
Not stirring up any sediment. A few crinoids, a lot of boring in this outcrop, a lot of pits.
Yeah, Jason's been typing in comments about cost. I mean, again, the state of the outcrop, if this is outcrop, these could be boulders and the sediment has changed. These are looking more carbonate-like. And so one possibility is the first rocks we saw were the San Sebastian Formation, which is the bottom of the carbonate sequence, which is more sandstones and more shales.
Yeah.
And now we're coming
You
up
want wider?
into the carbonates above.
Yeah, let's just come out and maybe I can coax the co-pilot to swing a swing arm around for me a little. Jim, you
Wider,
wanna
still
tease
partial.
the swing arms to try to light this up a little better. Maybe try bringing
Turn on
the
the HPU, right?
Yep.
And then can we also, there's kind of this white branching structure in the upper left of the screen.
That's well lit already. I can try that.
Can we get, so we're just getting
do
a,
anything else to get the HPU going? Is it
trying to get better
bring the
lighting here on
pressure
the
up,
rock
the
as well.
RPM.
So, yeah, I mean, this rock is interesting. It doesn't look as, again, as we keep saying, texture and other things from the video are, kind of subjective.
Behind the,
we do the
it's
best
next
we
to your
can, but
RTS.
certainly doesn't look as hard as some of the rocks that we've been looking.
Go on in, video.
That may be a factor of what might, all these holes
Seemed to
and
be kind of a
scratches
click
and
and
pits and
hold,
burrows in
and then
the rock
push
may
up.
be bioerosion for
Wasn't
the
very
organisms,
responsive.
sponges,
port valve pack?
and
Yeah, if you go to the port side and just bring my
bivalves and
lower
other
port
organisms
swing arm
bore into
right
the rock.
slightly.
And that's certainly very common
It'll
in
help light some of this
Going
up.
for the
rocks
branch.
that are rich in
Yep, going for the
calcium
white.
carbonate.
Plug them in a little bit more.
We see it
Absolutely.
a lot.
Thank you.
Limestones and other
That's
carbonate
full
rocks
zoom.
are exposed
Thank you.
and organisms are attached. We haven't seen a lot, at these depths about what the animals are exactly that make
There you
these
go.
holes.
Oh.
And that's one of the
Good.
questions
No, you're good.
we
I'd
had
set
for
it just
2
for.
years and continue to have.
That's great. Perfect. Thanks, Jim.
We certainly know more about them at shallow depths than at deep depths. And I threw in the event log, the idea of, whether this is a fully consolidated rock or whether it's partially, in the process of being lithified or not. It's certainly, looking at a face like we are with this zoom right here, I mean, that looks like solid rock.
Okay. Come back out, video.
Coming out.
So,
I think we're going to have a little bit better lighting for our rock
it's an
here,
interesting
hopefully.
outcrop, and we've kind of been seeing it a little bit, as we pass
Hello
over this
there,
more
view of it.
sedimented section of the
Partial.
wall.
Thank you. Just walking my head in
So
around
keeping our eyes
slowly.
open. I can let people talk about,
down.
biology and stuff now.
Well, Jason, before you go,
Right.
the first outcrops we saw were clearly different, but could they have been the San Sebastian Formation, the shales and
I see a little bit
sandstones at the bottom of the
yellow sticking
limestones?
out right here. That doesn't look like the sediment.
Well, the
Try to
geology
come in on
varies
that. Come partial video.
from the
Zooming?
north to the south side of the island.
Sure.
The carbonate
Still
platform
zooming?
isn't as
Right there, still.
Stopping.
developed over this side,
Focus.
mainly because
Focus.
it
Going
dips
a little tighter.
and
Zooming.
it goes up into the mountains of the north side of Puerto Rico,
if this
and
is
down below
full
here you're getting a
is
number of
helpful.
different rock types.
not sediment.
There are some major faults that cut through the island of Puerto Rico, so
When we come out, there's something.
there's actually places where we
just
get
an inch or so in
peptide
front of this
and,
outcropping that's
plutonic rocks,
Yeah,
either an
absolutely.
organism or
volcanics.
some sort of a
It
shell.
becomes a different
fragment.
sequence of
Come out. That's
rocks
good.
that
Yeah.
reflect some of the island
See
arc
what you're talking about.
core, the
right
island.
there. Looks
Oh,
like
in the bottom?
maybe a hermit
And
crab.
like
or
I said
something.
earlier, we really don't know a lot
Okay,
about
yeah.
the rocks exposed on this side of the island, where here we're kind of between the island. A lot of pteropods
Sure,
over there, and that are
Biologist has a much
Yeah,
more
the hermit crab.
complicated name for it than that.
So, we have the Muertos Trough. We're kind of, in between the island and the Muertos Trough. So there's a lot of interesting deformation occurring
How are we looking, co-pilot?
on this side of the island, where
Pretty
big
small.
sections of crust are folded and broken, and
Okay.
so there's a lot of interesting stuff on this side as well that
I'm good with him if you are.
Okay.
we simply don't know a lot about.
Coming
So
out. At least to lasers.
we had a good handle on the expected rock sequences we would see in the Mona Passage and along
Got
the
it.
north side of the island, but
Right.
on this side where I won't say we're
It's
winging
full
it,
wide.
but
We still have a stalker sponge off to
we're
your
learning.
port.
This is definitely more of a learning exercise over here than the previous dives have been in terms of the rock types.
Continuing on, Jim.
Thank you, Jason.
Can you wag left real quick before you come?
So as we were discussing geology, there was a few different interesting biological observations there. We had a hermit crab, but then also it appeared to be a bryozoan that we were zooming in on. It was kind of the white branching structure, similar to looking to corals, but bryozoans are actually in another phylum called Lophophorata. They have these ciliated, feather-like feeding structures. That's one characteristic of the phylum, and they also have these larval stages called trochophore larvae. They're ciliated larval stages. So some other phyla also have these features, including mollusks.
The branch coral, perhaps.
Some of the worms, the different types of worms.
Come in partial now. We'll track over to it.
Partial. Just do a flyby?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Unless she seems interested, wants to stay longer.
That looks to be a coral.
I want to add other data from the geology of Puerto Rico, the main geology.
The clear one, the white one?
The major mountain range from the island, that's called in Spanish the Cordillera Central, is more southern, it's more close to the south pole than the north. And it's mainly composed of the volcanic rocks and some sedimentary rocks that include some minerals from volcanic origin. And the thing is that we don't have a lot of rivers in the south side due to the climatological condition, but when we had some river runoff, we had a higher one, at least from the recent scenario. Are many terrenos sediments coming from the mountains that are arriving to the coastline near short zone area. And that is something very interesting, especially in the area of the near shore. And as well I said before, the main question is how is it possibility that these terrenos sediment and mud sediments are arriving to the deeper part.
Okay. Don't really see any
Thank
associates.
you.
Trying to get the base. Looks like we're right on with the laser.
Forgive me, who's that speaking?
Coming down a little.
Maritza from University of Puerto Rico.
Thank you, Marissa.
Organism. Zoom creep.
Okay.
Do you see on the near the?
Okay, you want the white one?
I guess halfway up this Bathysaurus light black coral. There's a dark object there, right along the central axis.
Okay, we'll take another zoom of it.
On this.
Yeah, looked like to me it might even be a fish.
Oh, really? Interesting.
I know. I'm out there. I'm on a limb. I think it's a polychaete. I'm on a limb.
It looks like a fish, but it's a polychaete.
Yeah, right. We'll definitely take a look at it.
Can we get a closer zoom on the polyps of this, and then I want to go back to that black coral before we move.
All right, not a lot of time left, so quick tight on this.
That's full zoom.
Oh,
we're full zoom.
This. Yep.
Okay, let's go back then to the black coral and to the middle part, something black in the middle. Is that it, Tim? Kind of a quarter of the way up?
Yeah, that's definitely it. You see it stretched out along the axis. I mean, that's whatever it is, it's rather long, right?
Maybe that's
come up a little, Jim, just in anticipation. I'm going to jump up as soon as I
spanning
get
4
this.
branches, 5 branches. Maybe we have a bad angle at it, but you see this sort of round, dark patch at the base. It almost looks like to me it tapers a little bit.
Yeah, it looks long.
Yeah.
Distinctive
I don't know. Right? It actually really goes far.
Oh.
I don't know. Look like a fisheye.
A fisheye?
All right. Are you ready?
I know.
Well, it's turning for us.
I'll have to get closer or a different angle. I don't know.
Right. Come on. I'm kind of trying to see around it.
Come on.
Can you?
Full thrusters.
Look at that. Is it a shrimp?
There we go.
All right, I got to run.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go.
Full wide.
And the consensus is?
Yeah.
Not fast.
You're on your own.
Turn behind you, Jim, just so you know.
Wow. Hopefully we'll see another one.
So, Tim, could you explain to our viewers why we're so interested in the associates on some of these corals? I'm sure those that have been following us, we like to image the coral really well and then look for other organisms living on the coral.
Well, there's actually many reasons.
It's just rock out of nowhere.
Corals are considered to be foundation species, which provide habitat for these other fauna. And these other fauna represent the diversity of the ecosystem associated with the corals. And as we look forward to doing management and conservation in the deep sea and trying to understand what that diversity is we're trying to manage and conserve, we need to know what's on these corals. And we know very little. Right now, there's been an estimate of over 3,000 associated species with deep water coral throughout the world. And they are highly diverse, right? We've already seen from various phyla, right? From the polychaetes to the crabs, the brittle stars. And so academically, I think that I'm so interested in how they have evolved to utilize that habitat with, in many cases, incredible specificity that we see. In many cases, there'll be brittle stars on a coral, or a single brittle star on a coral that will spend its entire life on that single coral and will not deviate. And we see various gradations of that specificity on corals. So to me, it's just fascinating how they have come to live. We don't know the nature of the relationship.
You want to get tighter on this?
These associates,
Mike?
Somehow.
Yeah, if we could get in close on that layer.
Or if the corals are protecting the associates, if the associates are keeping the polyps clean, who really knows at this point? We haven't gotten to that level. We're supposed to identify who's there in the patterns of diversity and distribution of these associates. So I think it's fascinating because of the diversity and then the implications for the ecology, how these things are able to disperse. We saw black coral bottle brushes yesterday, the parentopathes, that we often see them with just chirostylic crabs on them, and often a pair, male and female pair. And I mean, how does that really work? In that these bottle brush corals could be kilometers away, just one individual, and so. These animals, these associates, have come up with some way of successfully dispersing, colonizing, and having their life cycle incorporate these corals. So it's just absolutely fascinating. The frustrating part is really we have this detailed imagery that we have here, which is fantastic. But you can see we often don't get to image those diagnostic characters that we really want to say who's who. So it's we're trying to make the best map can. Look, tables of associations and whatnot to try to understand these. So anyway, you can tell I think it's really fascinating.
Yeah, me too. Thank you, Tim. Yeah, I think it's really crazy how these organisms, these animals, can find the substrate and that they are specific to certain corals. And like as you said, they can be a kilometer apart and disperse successfully somehow. And that's often why we use genetic tools to understand more of these connectivity patterns. A lot of these larval stages are unknown, so using genetics you can help pinpoint what locations may be more connected than others. So thank you, Tim.
To background.
So while Tim was talking, we zoomed in on the geology a little bit, and we're seeing all those little black holes, which we think are little burrows. And again, that's telling us the most likely rock type this is carbonate. But what's interesting is when we came in, and you can see it from the SIerios view, is this layer appears to be folded or at least curved. And are we seeing some folded rocks here?
Yeah.
As I think we've said, this is all a voyage of discovery. Yeah, you can see nicely how that layer appears to fold over the side of this locality.
Snap in real quick.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't think if it is, we haven't seen one of those. I don't know what that is.
I don't think it's a dead sponge.
Yeah.
A dead sponge?
Yeah.
Oh, on the top there.
Yeah. Okay. Another one behind it.
Yeah, Jim, you want to come up a little for me? Thanks. Sorry.
Guys.
We like a 10 to 15. You know, just play it safe. Especially in a scenario where we might have to run up.
Yeah.
more than 15 when you're right on top of me. But
Sponge ahead, Holothorian.
And we've had several people join us as we began this dive. We launched today at 06:30 this morning, and several people have joined us in the chat room. So thanks all for helping us identify and discuss science through this chat room.
I think it's a rock.
I got a return of my sonar, a little one. Might be a small rock, yeah.
Small rock up ahead.
A little outcrop.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah, if we want to zoom in on that.
Copy.
No, Andrea and all. We talk about dispersal and connectivity.
Down here, might want to head up to the right.
Sites on the seafloor. I just read this morning about that Formosoma urchin we've been looking at, and
a quick peek at the face.
Read the males with it and the percent rate that has him reach from basal depths to the surface of the ocean.
Really?
In 2 to 3 days.
Wow.
I'm not sure how someone actually tracked that, but that's what was written in a paper.
Are you down or up? Just down.
Spectacular life cycles and life history traits we really don't know much about yet.
That's interesting.
Keep moving on.
Yep.
Coming out.
So do the adults have a wide-ranging depth distribution as well?
See, that might be
I think so. I think what I'm looking at is from 500 meters down to more than 2,500 meters.
That would be a really great species to look for finer scale population isolation. We often see changes in genetic structure with depth. This could lead to cryptic species.
40 centimeters.
Looks like we have...
Oh, Bathysaurus?
Yeah, deep sea lizardfish. Now this is a different species than we observed a little deeper.
I'm going to go in just so we can get
a couple dives ago, we saw the Bathysaurus mollis. This looks like Bathysaurus furrow. Well, we observed this in the canyons.
Had a hunch.
At around this depth range as well.
Okay.
It just took off.
Yeah, we're coming in right on his lateral line, so.
What you're saying was I wasn't very sneaky.
You were not very sneaky.
It's hard to hide the pressure wave from a
We got an ID
robot
on it, though, so that was good. Our viewers didn't get a good look at it, though.
He was there the whole time we were imaging that rock.
Andrea, can you repeat? So Bathysaurus, that species that we just saw, where has it been observed elsewhere?
We saw it in the canyons off the northeast U.S. Both of the species, so far during this expedition, we've seen 2 species of Bathysaurus, and we observed both of these species off of the northeast United States during our submarine canyon expeditions.
So can I ask you a question? What's the temperature like at the depth that you find them in the northeast?
Let's see, our temperature right now is 4.16, and it's very similar to the northeast, same temperature range.
Something out straight ahead might be that same fish off to your right now.
And within the same depth range?
Yeah, right there.
Here, yes. So that species we just observed, we have records from about 2,000 meters.
Hold that.
I'm not sure their entire depth distribution in the area. I can look that up quickly. But from our observations in the canyons, they were seen at around 2,100 meters.
Nice lays. Yeah, if we were coming up the side, or I'm sorry, behind or from in front, we'd have better luck.
All right, come out. I'll try to come up from behind. Actually, pretty close already.
Scuba diving trick.
So this species, the record is 862 to 3,460 meters. Most commonly in around 1,000 to 2,500 meters. And the other species of deep sea lizardfish we observed on the first 2 dives has a little bit of a deeper distribution. So they overlap in their depth of distribution, but this species, Bathysaurus furrow, appears to occur a little more shallower than the other species, Bathysaurus mollis.
That whole side of him is a pressure sensor, so if you come at him from the back, you have a better chance.
Can we get a view of its head?
Yeah, we will. We were just trying to get a little closer view before
Before it may take off again?
Yeah. I was told by the video engineer that we can sneak up from behind.
It's trying to avoid coming in from the lateral.
All right. Well, I'll try running over there. We're getting pretty close.
Yeah, you can try and pirouetting around.
These
I
species
suspect
have a
once
lot
you
of
get
little
even
sharp
with
little
him,
teeth.
He'll skedaddle.
All right, let's kill the lasers. We've got pretty good measurement on them, and I don't want to shoot him in the eye trying to pirouette around.
I remember middle of SEMO in 2013, we encountered a Bathysaurus. We got a really nice dramatic view of the front end with the teeth. And is this the same species, or do you remember, Andrea?
From Middleus?
Yeah.
I think it's the other species. Have to look. I think it's the one that was a little more white that we observed.
Yeah, it was more kind of albino, I guess I would say.
Wow, he's got gnarly
I've seen
gills.
these quite a bit on mid-ocean ridges at like 2,500 meters.
At 2,500 meters?
You know, just bare basalt lava.
There's a parasite at the lower part.
We've imaged
on the
these in the Gulf of
left-hand
Mexico
side,
too. They're
dangling.
great
Oh,
teeth.
really? It's coming off the screen now.
Hey, do you know what they feed on?
Well, I'm guessing they have a lot of little sharp teeth, probably crustaceans and fishes.
Sorry, inching a little closer, dropping.
But I don't know if any...
Predators kind of thing, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if anybody has
No, I was sorry,
done
I was
any
talking
gut
about
content work on this family.
I got more zoom left.
But they sure do look like ambush predators.
Stand by.
Ooh.
A lot of reflection back in the eye as well.
All right, come partial.
Partial out.
Yeah.
Ability to pick up as much light as they possibly can.
There's
See
Horg and
if
there's
I
him.
can't get a little closer here, and then we'll
Tilt down.
zoom in. Oh, I'm gonna come down.
Okay.
But yeah, you could tilt up as I come down, actually. Don't be scared, fishy. Don't be scared.
Go ahead, watch lead 2.
So on Middleus Seamount,
He's getting close.
Yep.
So here's
we observed Bathysaurus mollis, so the other
point.
species of Bathysaurus,
On
and
the
that makes
fall.
sense because
Continue
Middleus
taking this
Seamount's
up
a
the
little
spine
deeper.
until about here.
And during
then
our first
Too
dive
close.
and second dive, I
Oh, there you
believe
go.
we were a little
Start
deeper and we
cutting
observed the
across.
same species.
Does that
So
seem right?
Hold on, Jim. I
looks
got
like
it.
this. They're more abundant
I'm
at
still flying, so I'm trying to.
this species is more abundant and a bit
Let me come
shallower
out a
than
little
the
on this
Bathysaurus
intake.
mollis.
Better?
Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep him in front. Actually, I'm going to let him leave. And let him
I
leave
wonder what
from
all that
here.
red is on the side.
Before he swims away.
And coming back out so we
Okay.
reacquire.
Did you see, Amanda, all that
He's easier to chase swimming.
kind of red
Yeah.
spotting on the
All
side?
right. How are we doing, Jim?
Quite a
Yeah, it
contour
was
at
sort
this
of
point.
model
Okay.
coloring. I'm not sure if that was
That's
I'm
interesting.
pointing,
from maybe injury.
Yeah, just-
you know, or
Yeah, hold on just a second,
Probably
Amanda.
go.
Can we get a
Yeah.
zoom on that coral?
Yep, going for it.
Thanks.
I gotta go soon.
So we have an
time
Umbalula
on
sea
that.
pen here.
Sorry, coming down the video to get the light.
Yeah.
We'll be there soon.
I'm pushing.
I like that
just to
name,
get this
Umbalula.
quickly.
Yeah.
Pushing.
I don't know, I think it's a
Pushing.
fun genus name for
Okay.
an organism. Actually, my
Focus,
favorite name is
associates.
Lepidicthes.
2.
That's a fish.
Sure. Sorry to interrupt. Shoreside, could we have a little conference about what we should do? If you look at
Go on.
the high pack,
Okay.
you can see where we are. We're at the bottom, the very bottom of the
Thank
map.
you.
And you can see the postulated, the original dive track, which which
Trolling.
goes diagonally northeast southwest. The question is, what do we do now? My suggestion is to contour where the slope is steep
Make it a run for
and
it.
go
Video real
with
quick.
Roger.
Got a little behind.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Sneaking up on the fish.
to essentially go north now, where the contour is the steepest, to try and find the investigator fault, to head back to getting online to the dive track, and then go up diagonally.
Yeah.
So the question is,
one of those
how do we want to
non-tripod tripods like we
rejoin
saw
the
earlier.
original dive track, which is the widely spaced points that go diagonally across the screen? Do we want to go due north here along the steep contours and then diagonally go up, or do we want to go,
that might be different.
just more gently diagonally to catch back at the track at the end?
Just going the rest of the way.
Am I making myself
got
clear?
A pretty good cloud coming soon.
Got it? I can get out of here if you want.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, we could do something where the nav now has his pointer, which spends more time crossing the steeper contours before we get onto the gentle contours.
Definitely want to have it somewhat of
We're
an
not
uphill
getting
trend.
equipment where we are currently. Can have men on high pack just real quick?
I think so. Or a co-pilot.
Sorry, Andrea, you want to zoom? Sorry, Amanda, you want to zoom in?
Yeah, we don't have a clear idea of where we are currently. Can you zoom in on high pack?
Okay, zoom in on high pack. Okay, that's easy for me.
Thank you, Nav.
So,
I see a fish.
I don't know if they can see where my
Those
mouse
are two
is,
Holothonians,
Mike,
but
this
let's
would
take
be
a look.
Yeah, they want to.
And then can he put his cursor where we are currently? Because the labels are hard to read.
Yeah, so they want to see where we are now.
This is currently the position of the sled off the port quarter of the
Can
ship.
you see that, Amanda?
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah. And then here where I'm circling is where the ship's going to come to a stop.
Can he pan the high pack so we can actually see the ship?
There you go. Okay.
Ship is
Sorry, I wasn't clear.
So my suggestion is to effectively go north-northwest following the contours to pick up the original dive track. So in other words, to dogleg, to kind of follow the contours more and then go up in a northeasterly direction.
Watch the video. I can put high pack full on stream 3 for a moment if you'd like.
That would be great. Thank you.
Mike, currently this target is where we're going to come to a stop.
Okay.
From there, we want a generally uphill direction. We don't want to go back downhill as we traverse.
Sure.
That's
absolutely.
So it would be a track of somewhere around 030, what I'm showing right there.
That would be
slightly uphill, but across the contours.
That's great. That would be kind of my preference.
Alternatively, we could stop the ship and start that now, and have more of a
getting
zero.
steeper to the east. Could we continue along this track east to like the 1840 meter contour and then head up from there? Because I think we're getting to a more steeper area coming up.
Yeah, I guess my problem with that is if we get to 1840, then we've pretty much got to go more up those gentle contours. I mean, I guess it was a question really for Jason, which was one of the things he wanted to do was to see if we could cross the Investigator Fault. And it seems to me we've got the best chance of that if we basically try and contour along to meet up the original dive track. But it is up to you guys.
A rock, right?
It's just...
Yeah, I mean,
almost looks forest.
That takes us along.
The rock?
No, the orange part.
I mean, if we continue east, we'll get a full section.
Staining or organism.
Something ate
you
off.
know, and now we're seeing some more significant outcrop. I think going east to around the 1840 contour,
come out,
and then heading north from there, we sort of meet the same objective. But, at least if we continue this way, we're getting a
squat.
We'll get a good look at a particularly steep part. I mean, it may be one of the steeper parts close to here, and then we can kind of traverse along that contour almost, but still stay in somewhat steeper rocks. And you know, if we see the Investigator Fault, which like I said, it's a long shot whether we'll see it. But I think we're seeing a lot of good
That's not likely.
A lot of good biology, a lot of good geology,
But
regardless.
looks like quite a current.
I think keeping the same
We're
track
zoomed in
for,
pretty far.
Yeah, so it's
for a
so
while, now that
small.
we're hitting the steeper stuff.
Yeah, we have some time yet, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
what do we need?
Okay, Shoreside's cool. My concern is what happens when we've
look at this.
finished the steep stuff, and I was just trying to keep us on the steep stuff for longer. But it's Shoreside cool.
That's it. Sticking out of
Yeah,
this.
so Mike, I think we're all on the same page, and honestly, if we continue east and then head, I guess, northeast,
all right. Well, we can
still
come
be
out.
on
I've got a little
steep.
more tether, so I can.
Jason's looking at his data that he has for slope map, and it's fairly steep throughout. So I think we're in good shape. I think everyone's on kind of agreement about the plan.
Okay.
Still
have it?
is a little
Hey, this is
squishier.
Yeah, so
It's
Could
getting
you
soft
zoom
again.
in on that squat lobster?
Yeah,
That's
sorry,
what
pilot.
seems
Can you zoom
usually
back in
under
on
a
that
ledge.
squat lobster?
Yeah, I'm just going to get a little closer so we
Thanks.
can get a little better zoom on it.
Yep,
So we
I'm
had a lot
listening.
going on right
I
here.
just
We were
got a little-
discussing our plan and zooming in on
Yeah, I
squat
got a little
lobster.
bit of tether, so I thought I'd get a little closer for
That
you.
would be great. Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, Martha. How are you today?
I'm good. How you doing?
Well, thank you.
Calm seas.
All right, video. Come on
Calm
back down
seas.
the
It's
squat
beautiful
lobster if it's
outside.
there. I got it
Excellent.
ran away by now. It's still there.
Still there.
This is the one you were looking at, right, Martha?
I'm a little bit delayed here. It was on the. Yes, that's it. You usually see this under a ledge, and I've never gotten a closer look
Understood.
at it. So
I just want
Is
to make
this
the
a
point
Munida
that we are not going to
species?
want to
Is that all
follow
of it, video?
the contour.
That's
I
all
can't
my
tell
zoom.
yet. Like
We're
I
going to
said,
want
I
an
got
uphill
a
trend.
slight delay.
So if we do
Yeah.
follow an uphill trend,
Got a really thin
Do you see where my
rostrum and
mouse
maybe
is?
2 points on
that's probably
either
the
side.
most across
Sure.
the contour
We
as
need
we're going to
closer
want to do.
still?
We're going to want to
Well, let's-
continue something of an uphill trend
Can we
because
get this thing down in the
what
fort
the bathymetry
bottom
map
right, too?
obviously doesn't
Very
show us
good.
the ins and outs and ups and downs of the.
Oh, that's just the shell.
all
That's
No,
all
it's
it
just the
is.
shell, yeah.
There's nothing
And,
else
and
in
it's
it.
hard
Alright,
to
disregard.
maintain
Shrimp
good
back
visual
in there.
of the bottom
Yeah.
See him hiding in
if
there?
we try
Yeah, I
to
do.
contour
That's
across directly.
Oh, this guy's.
Oh, where's he going?
Yeah. So if we go to the 1840 along this track, and then we'll follow something like what my mouse is showing now, something like a 028030.
There we go. How's that view, watch lead?
Great view now, Martha.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's good. Is that good
Wonderful.
for you, Martha?
Yeah, that looks good. I'll do some investigating. I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you. That was Martha Nazinski, NOAA National Marine Fisheries Systematics Lab. I think we're good on that, pilot. Thanks. We're getting a
Okay.
closer look.
out.
Come on out, yeah. Ready when you are. All right, co-pilot, I'm going to start coming up and
Okay,
moving
can
on.
you just summarize the plan, Mike? You guys decided. I kind of
Right.
missed a lot of it.
So the plan is to continue on this heading, which is almost due east until 1840 meters. And then we'll start tracking more northeasterly rather than easterly to catch up with the original dive track. We have to trend in a northeasterly direction because it's very hard to actually contour safely with D2. So the plan really is just to continue going up this steep bit to 1840, and then we'll have to start cutting across the more wider spade contours on a roughly northeasterly direction.
Okay, sounds like a great plan.
Sorry about the
Thank
cross
you.
the video.
Watch
I
lead
thought I
and
was
watch
gonna
lead
stub
you
my
can
toe.
see in high
Yeah,
pack I've
no
labeled
worries.
new waypoint 1, new waypoint 2, new waypoint 3. New waypoint 1 is our current active where we're going to keep the ship moving to, and then we'll continue that up to new waypoint 2 at 1840 meters, and then traverse over to what I have listed as
Okay.
new waypoint 3.
That looks great.
Okay.
Thanks, Todd.
Oh, actually,
Thank you,
it's just
Nav.
a
Sorry
small
for all
lake.
that hassle.
No, not at all.
Small lake coral. I thought it was something different.
Watch leads have restored stream 3 to the quad.
Come on, brakes.
Something in the water column out there. Dead center.
Dead
No,
center.
it's probably small. Could be a shrimp. Do you see it?
Yeah. Just trying
No.
to push along here.
Okay.
Or push out to it. Yeah. Get out there. Can.
It's left of center now.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Tracking in on it. Might be small. Might
Yeah.
big. Can't tell if it's far away or if it's small.
Could be a single cell organism. Could be a sperm whale. You just can't tell. Swimming Holothurian, maybe?
sperm whale for an ROV.
No, no one's
Zooming
ever
in
seen
on
a
another
whale.
fish species here.
What is that? Oh, it's like, what do they call them in the Pacific globe heads or whatever that kind of, yeah.
Gosh, another new species of fish for this expedition.
Camera, come on. Where'd it go? There it is.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I've seen a variation of this in the Pacific, and when they encounter an ROV, they dash straight to the bottom and slam into it.
Well, we missed the slam, but he is on the bottom.
Yeah.
I think we see this species in the Gulf of Mexico. Looks a lot like a snailfish, but I'm not sure it is. It could be a macrorid. You know, Mike Vecchione, we've discussed this before.
I'm pulling out just to keep them in frame.
Thanks. I've got a tug for my tether. Oh, look at that.
Oh, look like we have the other species of lizardfish here. So both at this depth range.
Spin and give you more tether.
Very cool.
That's okay. I'll just turn my back to you and get myself some.
That was nice. I'm full wide. I'm catching a little part of the vehicle in the bottom right part of my frame. I'm not sure you'd even see it over there.
Oh yeah.
No, it's gone now.
Yep.
I don't know what that
I
was.
moved it.
What was that?
It was my toe.
Oh.
It was one of the wings here. All right. Well, I'm gonna catch back up.
Yeah, I think we got this guy already.
Yeah. I made a little bit of a dusting chasing after that fish.
We're feeding you.
Okay, two different fish species. So again, more diversity here as compared
IFR.
to some of the more deeper dives. I think we have about 6 or 7 different fish species now on this dive.
Yeah, I ran off a little ways for that.
So in the Gulf of
Still
Mexico,
way
is
off
it
track.
about the same
Catching up.
temperature and depth for the distribution of these species?
Moving.
I'm just thinking in terms
Yeah.
of the connectivity, the water
It's a rock,
masses.
maybe.
You know, I'd have to check on
Just.
that. We observed those during Okeanos
Not a
cruises,
fish
and I
anyways.
am not, off the top of my head, I'm not sure what depth we observed the macrorid at. Now, the Bathysaurus, the deep-sea lizardfish, seem to be at the same temperatures, approximately at the same temperatures and depth ranges off of the northeast U.S. Now, that second one we saw, the whiter one, we observed on the first couple dives and found a little deeper, and we also see that a little deeper around 3 degrees Celsius off of the northeast. But I have to get back to you on that macrorid.
Okay, it's just that in general, people are not aware of the connection between the areas. So water that transits through the Caribbean, transits through the Gulf of Mexico, off into the Atlantic, etc. So it's interesting for people to hear about the same temperature range and the same happening.
All right, just getting back on my
in faraway
track.
areas.
Scooted quite
Yeah,
a
that's
bit.
a really good point. So yesterday we were in the Mona Passage, and there's water
Rocks straight
masses that are generated in the
you got
Atlantic
it, you
Ocean that are coming through the Mona Passage, or coming through the Anegada Passage and
this
other
is bad.
passages
Something
into
off
the
on your
Caribbean.
left, too.
This water moves up, it goes through the Yucatan Channel, it forms the loop current
gonna
in the
hang out
Gulf of
here for a
Mexico,
little bit.
and then
Find a
this
toehold,
loop current moves
get some
around
going.
Florida
Yeah.
and becomes the
think
Gulf
there's
Stream.
stuff here
So
that I wanna
all of
see.
these
Yep.
areas can be connected by these deep water masses that we see.
Crab or
And these
spot.
deep
Taking
water
a run
masses can
for
also
it down
serve
in that
as
little
isolation mechanisms
depression.
for different species, depending upon their layer in
see
the
it.
water column. So these water
He's down
masses
in
can
that
occur
space
at different
between these two
depths,
rocks. He was coming
depending
towards
upon
you, but
on
he
the
was
ocean
small.
basin. And this is due to different types of mixing within the water column. So really good point. A lot of the species that we see have, large distributions across the Atlantic, and often we see some species that are circumglobal. So, for example, Bathypathes,
Start to
octocoral, or excuse me, black coral we see,
See him?
with
He's
a
on the
large
front of the rock now?
distribution.
Oh, yeah, I see him. Yeah,
We'll
yeah.
try and get him while
And I
he's
think
moving.
we're looking at one
Come on in.
now.
Sort of a decorator crab, or
He's covered in something. Yeah, I can see
Oh,
him.
wow, look at this. Martha, are you online?
Yes, I'm still here.
You see this crab? It's got a lot of epifauna on it.
Oh, yeah.
And it
Yeah,
looks
look
like
at that.
possibly some Sargassum detritus.
I think there's something else with legs on it. Do we have any more zoom?
It's always
Maybe
really
just coral
interesting to see some of these
coral,
organisms
maybe?
that decorate themselves with other organisms.
Oh,
Really nice way to hide from predators in this environment.
couldn't hide from us.
oh, if it wasn't moving.
Bridge nav.
Yeah.
No, Bridge,
Also
go
makes
ahead.
it a little
Is that you,
difficult
Jim, or
to see
is that
some of
you?
the
That was
distinguishing
me.
characteristics.
How much longer
Right?
you have left in this move?
So some of those spines on the back or the rostrum covered with all of
35
this
meters. Thank you very
material.
much.
Absolutely.
That's right. And it's hiding from us as well. It's a
Okay.
great image.
All right. I'm gonna
Want to get the coral while we're here?
Yeah, I'll scan up to the coral. Or do you want to? These are what's next. Do we want to see these sponges?
Pan up to the coral on the
Okay.
top. Did you get an image of that?
I'm going for it. I just saw the sponges in the
Thank you.
intermediate. Thought you
That
might
was
wanna
great.
See them.
Yes, thank you.
Take it in a little farther here.
That's beautiful.
Looks like when we're done with
So
this,
another
there's
type of
an
black coral.
ophoid on the rock to the left. Not in frame now.
Looks
Got
like
any
a
more
feather
zoom?
pen.
Yep. Bunches.
Beautiful.
Doesn't appear to have any associates on it. Not seeing any polychaetes or little amphipods.
Not seeing anything either. There's some irregularity in the polyps, and it might be some kind of associate just in the center near the bottom now, or just below center.
Just below center.
Now in the center. I think it's just maybe some
Yeah.
Anomaly.
stuff. Yeah, okay.
All right. Go at the base.
Thanks, pilot. That's beautiful.
Would you like the base?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the lasers on it as we zoom out.
Okay. I think the lasers are on. It's pretty small.
I turned them off a while ago. Now they're on.
Lasers on. Okay. We can come out video for lasers.
Coming
and
out to
then
lasers.
look for whatever it was you saw. To the left.
There's lasers. See, it's looks like an ophoid on the left side of that rock to the
Lasers near the base.
Great, thank
left
you.
of this.
Oh yeah, sea star of sorts.
Yeah, yeah, it's some sort of sea star. I think it might be a brittle.
All right, I'm coming around. You want to come in partial as I go?
Yeah, coming in. Keep them in front. Yeah, it's ophoid.
Oh, yeah. Another brittle star here.
Two really short arms.
Yeah.
A few different sponges.
It's not keeping him from crawling. He's doing a great job.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Like
so
the
he's
knight from the
that-
movie last night.
3 of his arms are very, very small, regenerating.
Not dead yet.
Oh,
Oh.
sorry
Some
about
Sargassum right there.
that. There you go.
So Sargassum is the macro algae that there's a couple different
Do we
species
have
they
any more, Zach?
can attach
No, we
to
do
rocks
not.
in shallow water
He is
environments, or
very small.
can
Just
see
a
them
flesh wound.
grow in large
Yes.
mats, floating mats in the Sargasso
Right.
Sea, and often they fall down to the bottom of the seafloor. Another source of,
can come out
of
when you're
food
ready.
for
Yeah,
organisms
coming
in the
out.
deep sea.
Give him some scale.
And if I may, there has been in the past few years quite an amount of sargassum floating into the Caribbean.
Okay.
The Lesser Antilles and the Greater Antilles have been sargassum.
That was a good stop.
Mapped
Yeah, that was good.
more
Yeah.
than
Bigger black
they had
levels
seen, had been seen before.
That's interesting. And so this
Yeah,
is
it's
the
about the size
Sargassum
of one of
that
the laser
is
dots.
originating in the Sargasso Sea, or is it
And what size is that?
the attached forms? Do you know?
Coming up, Jim? Oh, yeah, looks like you got a good delta.
Well, there has been a discussion through the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries
know.
Institute server
I know
about
what
whether
it
it's
is.
coming
They're gonna
from
wanna stop.
the
All right, I'm gonna
south
guarantee
or
it.
coming
Maneuver.
from the north.
I'm going to make this a quick one.
So I'll find out for you
Fortunately.
if they have reached
Zoom
a
in on series.
conclusion.
Great, thank you.
Set it up.
That's interesting.
3, 2, 1.
Looks like we have another sea lily. This is beautiful. Maybe a different one, different species than we have seen so far during this expedition.
I know this isn't the ideal view, but I actually
view we
spent a lot
have.
of time at the rock, so.
I have more.
Okay. I think they know what it is, so
Yeah.
this is for you,
Yep,
video, whatever
looks
you
good.
want.
Thank you.
We get just a wide of this.
Yeah, okay.
There we go. Just long enough for
Let
a
me touch
highlight.
down for a second.
5. That's great.
All right,
And pulling out.
So just getting a note that from Michelle Scher, University of Puerto Rico, that some scientists think that the Sargassum is coming
You can take off.
from West Africa, not from the Sargasso Sea. I'm curious if anybody is looking at the genetics of that to look at the dispersal of the Sargassum.
Something coming in the sonar for you,
Yeah,
Jim.
you've got a rock or something straight ahead, too.
Doesn't look too bad.
I swear to see it here. I don't see it in SIerios. Off to your right.
And I'm going to push out, so
Watch lead.
we
We have
trade
a
off.
watch change that's going to happen over the next few minutes.
Unexpectedly. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me get a little higher.
So again, a lot of these rocks that we're seeing have this black coating, suggesting that this is manganese coating.
Well, what was interesting there was that we saw two blocks. One was clearly a rounded carbonate with no manganese coating at all, and then one rock which was covered in iron and manganese. And really, we haven't seen a lot of that iron and manganese coating until that rock on that dive. Clearly, the blocks must have rolled downhill, so it's maybe indicative of the rocks to come further up. But again, another puzzle. And perhaps suggesting that the rocks that we first saw were relatively recently exposed. Maybe sediment coming down the canyon basically keeps those rocks bare, stops the iron manganese forming.
Okay.
But again, another bit of a puzzle. My call was would have been totally wrong today. I would have picked lots of manganese-coated rocks like we saw 2 days ago, the volcanic basement. But I think we're clearly seeing something different. Possibly metasediments to start with, but more recently the carbonate that we kind of know and love.
And I just want to point out that you said I would guess this would be what we would have seen. And I just want to point out to our viewers again that this is the first time we're exploring this part of the ocean floor, which is really exciting.
And I think many people that know more than I who are on the line have pointed out that we really don't know much about this part of the seafloor. And so that's why we're exploring. But again, just quickly to finish off, I think you can see that these blocks now that we're picking up, these small clasts, are all dark
pretty
colored.
steep here, so
This is the manganese coating blocks.
yeah, I guess it's. So we'll need to keep coming up. Yeah, it's not a sharp wall, but it's steep enough. Hello, Watch Lead. This is your new pilot here.
Good morning.
Please feel free to holler out if there's anything you want a closer look at.
Actually, that white patch on that black rock immediately in front of you.
You got it.
If you
Ready to zoom in your request?
So what we're doing here is just zeroing in where maybe the actual real rock is poking through the manganese coating. Here's a layer, sub-horizontal, angular
Go ahead, video.
weathering.
Pushing in.
And it looks like we might be seeing a lighter area underneath the
Holding here for now.
underneath the iron manganese coating. And I think that's probably what we're seeing. If we could just swing slightly to the right and maybe just get up close on that face, the white face that's in the center of the screen.
Ship store's open, ship store's open, ship store will be open for 15 minutes.
This face?
Yeah,
here, actually?
that's
Okay.
great. If we can just zoom in a little
Go ahead,
more.
video.
Okay, going in.
Give her all she's got.
That's full zoom.
Good. Yeah, gotcha. So yeah, so there's corals as well on the right, and if we can zoom in those afterwards. Yeah, I've seen enough geology. What we're clearly seeing there is this white rock.
here.
It's possibly the carbonate. We can see the bedding in it, the horizontal lines going across there. Can we now just move and look at the corals on the right and maybe get a close-up
Co-pilot,
of
if
those
you could, my camera.
beautiful corals?
What are you looking at? These right here.
Yeah. Thank you, pilot.
And
Bridge,
just
Darby, now.
ease up.
Nah, Bridge, go ahead.
How much more do we have in this move?
3.7,
All the way up
0.6,
the edge.
0.5 meters.
All the way
up.
Yeah, just
Okay, copy
nice
that.
and slow up.
We'll try.
A little bit more, and then we'll have to go.
Okay. Bridge nav.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Thank you, pilot.
Go ahead, Nav.
Can we add another 75 meters to this move?
Copy that. 75 meters at 0.85 at 1/10 of a knot.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
So these are
Video, if you want to switch to the back.
little colonies of coral.
We got to hurry up
called
and get out of here
Anthonestus,
soon. So.
as my shoreside experts are telling me.
Perfect.
Yeah, let's get out of
All
here.
right.
All right, come
First
wide.
back.
Time to go on.
Thank you. That was great. Just what we needed. We saw both the rocks and the biology.
Pilots, this is
Full
nav.
wide.
We
Heard full wide.
moving at 0.1 knots, bearing 0.85. I just extended the move another 75 meters.
And
That
we're
should take us to
passing over more
0.2.
carbonate there.
0.1 knots, you said?
It's starting to look very much like the traverse we did on the west wall of Mona Canyon, where
harder
we were
target
mainly in
sonar.
carbonate, and then occasionally we'd get
what's
these
my
layers
starboard?
of
That's an
iron
outcrop.
manganese coated carbonate.
What's the direction of move?
0.85.
085.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you come right a little bit, Carl, and face into your slope.
Can we zoom on the coral if possible? On the left?
There's a
Just watch your, as we increase slope, your upper swing arms and your lower swing arms are deployed.
Ready to zoom in, you are.
Yeah, go ahead, video. Start slow.
Pushing in. Holding here.
Amanda, can you tell us a little about the coral?
So we're getting a
Go
close-up
ahead.
of
Pushing
of
in.
the coral. It's a type of bamboo. You can see
Holding.
there are dark nodes or bands along the coral, and getting a good view of the polyps
Out of my
themselves
light. Let me get
right
back
here. We saw bamboo earlier,
Making
but
it
you all
difficult on
were
the video, I know. I'm
had
sorry.
a bit
Sorry,
of
take your time.
better view than I did on my small screen, as in my phone. So I'm not sure if
Can we
this
kill
is the
lasers for a
same
minute?
or similar
I'm gonna pull back a
species
bit.
to what we saw earlier. So maybe a second type of bamboo.
Okay, go. Hurry up, video.
Okay.
Thank
pushing
you,
in.
Amanda.
Sorry, I don't mean to pressure you, but co-pilot's telling me I have to move on.
Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't get very far ahead in that one.
No, I did not.
We do have several scientists here on the shore side who know a bit about bamboos and will be able to have them take a look at this. Depending on, I guess, where the nodes are located, those bands can give us some indication of what type of bamboo coral this is.
Okay. I'm happy with
also
that
their
when you are.
branching patterns.
Coming on.
But that's the extent of my knowledge as far as bamboo coral morphology. I've learned a lot through working with the investigators and involved in these
Can see how steep it
expeditions
is.
on the Okeanos. So I'm learning as you all are, too.
Thank you, Amanda. So we're passing over, more of this mud and picking up these outcrops, almost certain outcrops poking through the muddy surface. And for the while, of geology, we've been in this carbonate sequence, possibly part of the carbonate sequence we saw to the north of the island. Can we zoom in on that coral? Oh, yeah.
And there might be a sea star that could be one of those carnivorous types of sea stars that like to eat coral.
It sure looks like it. I was just in
get
the
a good ID on this one.
I was just in the other room and I got really excited. I thought I had to come running back in here.
Pushing in.
So it looks like we have
another bamboo coral.
Yeah.
AGV, and then
holding.
This is awesome. So we have a predatory carnivorous sea star here, and you can see below this is a bamboo coral. That the axis from the base up to the sea star is pretty wiped clean. It looks like it started at the base, moving on up and
slowly pushing in.
Eating all these coral polyps as it moves up.
Sorry, I'm slowly pushing in.
Got it.
So, would this be a species of Evoplosoma, possibly? Evoplosoma? You know, I think it's interesting. We started paying more attention to this behavior a couple years ago, doing these Okeanos Explorer missions off of the northeast U.S. coast and in the Gulf of Mexico.
Fragile.
Seeing more and more of this predatory relationship of sea stars on corals.
Just a little bit of both. Whatever watch lead in video would like.
Yeah, it'd be great if we
That's good, and then you can pan up to the top.
Tilt up, yeah.
Tilt up. Okay. There's the bottom of the top. And then I can go to the top of the top.
And then to the very tip as well. And we have a different bamboo coral. This is whip-like, likely Lepidopsis.
Nice job.
You can see some of the sclerites right inside the polyp. Wow, that's awesome.
Is that full zoom?
So if you look really closely, you can see these white opaque.
There we go.
Wow, these white opaque little, I don't know.
Thank you, Carl.
They're small, skinny, and those are the actual sclerites. So these calcitic elements that are often in these octocorals, providing support, providing protection. They're embedded in the tissue.
There we go.
That's awesome.
So it's interesting at the base of the coral tissue, so where the kind of tissue and the polyps begin, there was sort of a swollen piece of tissue, it looked like. I don't know what that
Oh, yeah. Could we go down, back down?
And I think we might have seen this bamboo just a bit ago, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Same species or not.
Huh, that is
like,
interesting.
Isn't that wild? It's all kind of congested, concentrated bunch of polyps.
Video, let's come wide and frame it, if you would.
Sure.
Because then I got to move on.
I wonder if that's part because of
the sea star.
Sea star is progressing uphill.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
All right, full wide, please.
Back. Full wide.
Okay, my heading is about right.
We'll have to come back here and see what happens
Yeah.
next year.
Got to move on.
little worm or something down there.
Yeah. Fortunately, we got to move on.
I hope that's a plan.
Yeah, Chris Kelly, I was just writing in the event log the same thing. I was wondering if those polyps were, the tissue was, contracting or bunching up in response to the predation by the sea star. Dr. Christopher Ma just published a recent paper on this genus of Evoplosoma feeding on corals in the Atlantic Ocean, and he had great observations of some individuals feeding on a type of bubblegum coral, observed both in 2004 and coming back a year later in 2005, looking at the same coral colony, the exact same coral colony, and seeing the feeding of these sea stars and more of the damage that was created by these sea stars feeding on the coral. It's pretty cool. We're zooming in on an Umbalula, a sea pen.
Looks like there's a little associate with this Umbalula.
Pushing in.
Go ahead.
A little shrimp. And Cheryl Morrison is just noticing as well, Cheryl Morrison at the USGS, that her experience surveying deep waters in Alaska, that there was very frequent predation events
Let
on
me know when you're happy, video.
by sea stars.
Seconds.
Amphipod.
Is that a shrimp or an amphipod?
I think it's an amphipod. Let's see.
Sounds like they got
Yeah,
no
yes,
so
it
we're
is.
gonna pull back.
Was that full?
It's upside down.
Can we take a zoom of the
Associate?
associate and then of the sargassum on the right, that
Yeah.
plant, that algal
back in.
material? I should
Back in?
call it a plant, but macro algae.
Around pilot.
Okay.
That's full zoom.
Okay.
What are those white dots at the base of the polyps?
You can see the blades of this detritus, and then these round parts of the sargassum are pnematocysts. They're floats, so they're vesicles that contain certain gases that can help keep the blades up to gather more sunlight.
When you're ready, video, let's move
I'm
on.
good on all that. Thank you.
Pulling back.
Did we get a good enough view of the associate, Tim?
Yeah, I don't think it's turning. Can we go one more time in on map zoom just to make sure?
Yeah, I'm at partial pilot.
Hold there.
Can we get one more zoom on the
We can.
associate? Yep.
On your request.
I think this one's highly visible if we get the right
Angle. It's a deep red color for that. Yeah. Are we looking at the amphipod? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Go back in.
Give
Yeah,
a
we
second for that to clear.
also had a request to get a better view of the sargassum so we can identify some of this material.
Let's go
on
on
the
video.
seafloor, what species it is, possibly where it may be
much
originating from.
Going in the sargassum first.
Yep.
Oh, that's great. Good on the sargassum for
Okay.
us.
Sorry, Washington. I thought you said you wanted to
No,
closer
just
look.
the amphipod.
back.
No, I was just narrating.
Holding.
Yep. The associate, please.
Go ahead.
Pushing in.
2 on there.
Holding.
Believe me.
There's two of them there now.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's always great to take a another look.
See that above there?
Oh,
The coral kind of moved with us, so
heads are
unfortunately,
extended out.
it's not much of a better view from this angle.
Wow.
All right, pilot, we
Yeah.
have to go. We have
color.
about 5 seconds.
Looks like it has a crown on top of its head.
Behind now.
Okay. I can pull back, pilot.
Yeah, let's come on.
Yeah, you have to
Awesome.
pull up.
Thank you, guys. I think that's good.
Coming up.
Thank you.
I mean, not immediately, but
Okay, Mike. Sorry,
Away.
I got so excited about biology in the other room.
Feel
I'll be right back.
Feel free.
slowly bring my heading around with you. Yep, just keep coming up.
Right, is it? So we're back to traversing the mud. There's a little scar in the mud there, maybe from a rock
appreciate the time,
that bounced down the hillside. Can we zoom in on that? Is it a piece
Snap zoom video.
Zooming in.
Piece of bamboo? No, just a piece of wood.
Yep. Wide, please. Gotta move on.
Thank you.
Full wide.
Okay, my heading's pretty good.
Okay.
Pushing ahead. Gonna try to get out fairly decently ahead so we can get off this pattern.
Thank you, pilot.
Yeah, point one's pretty slow, but I never was ahead. Just playing catch up the whole time.
There's a lot of vertical motion right now.
Well, you can see a lot of.
I was also just playing catch up the whole time. So. All right.
Of trails
feeling better
to the
about
left
this.
and the
Coming
right.
back down.
I guess likely Holothurian trails.
Now you are ahead. All right. Thank you, co-pilot. We were able to get some nice things there.
Ironically, when you get ahead, there's a
We'll find something.
If you stay ahead. Actually, can you...
and just on the event log, Michelle just told us that the algae expert, Dr. Hector Ruiz, has confirmed the Sargassum, that it's fluitons.
The swing arms are pretty pointing pretty far.
You can throw lasers back on Copilot.
The uppers, I think, are pointing close and into me.
Yeah, they're pointing...
My light pool doesn't go very far out.
Yeah. I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Yeah, I haven't messed with the uppers yet.
And so we're now at 1840 meters, which is close to our waypoint.
Go ahead, video.
We're zooming in on this brittle star.
Holding.
With a worm cast to the left. If we can zoom in some more, that would be great.
Pushing in. Holding.
Okay,
Full, please.
Move the uppers all the way up.
Full zoom.
So it's a beautiful red brittle star.
The uppers are all the way up.
I mean, I moved them all the way down because it's backwards. Yeah.
Thank you, pilot. That's probably...
Okay, why?
Pilot, sorry. Tim asked if we could zoom on the arms.
Let's come on.
Okay, pulling back.
On the arms, any particular one?
No, I think any arm, but trying to look very closely at the nature of the arms.
Okay, Carl, I'm going to need my lights pointed back into me in a moment.
So, thank you guys, as always. But if we can zoom in very close on the arms to see the detail of the arms.
Okay, go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
No, don't leave us.
It's full zoom.
How's that watch lead? That's probably as close as we're going to get.
Great shot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's look at the spines on the arm, as well as that disc that's more angular than round. And normally they have dentition.
You center them up a little bit.
On that disc, but they're very subdued here. Can't really see them. You actually see one arm as it gets sort of whitish toward the end. It may be that's been regenerated in sort of the distant past. That's a great shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, guys, I think we can move on.
I'm happy with that when you are, pilot.
Roger that. I'm good as well.
Pulling back.
Thank you, team.
Throw the lasers on quickly.
Team, we just got a question about current down here. Are you guys feeling much current?
Well, you can tell watch lead here when I back up. What you can see this cloud. It's slowly blowing downhill. All the current seems to be heading downhill. There's not a lot of it.
Right. Thank you.
But there's enough that it clears out our clouds whenever we make a mess.
That's very useful.
So you can watch as all this sediment just kind of blows off north and downhill.
Right, okay. So, Michelle, did you get that? There is a weak current, which is north and downhill.
Pushing forward.
So my heading's pretty close.
So again, I think we are pretty close to the waypoint we had at about 1840 meters. And so now we should be starting to strike to the northeast.
Do you know if we've seen something like this video, this red thing?
I'm not sure what that is.
Is it another holothurian?
Let's get a snap zoom.
On your request?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pushing in.
I think from the north, Michelle.
Holding. Looks like a holothurian.
Feeding holothurian.
We are facing northeast at the moment.
Snap zoom, yeah, we'll just get it from here. I'm not hearing a lot of interest about it.
Holding here.
So again, it's another one of these holothurians. We've seen these orange ones swimming a lot. We can see its gut in there, filled with mud. And I'm assuming Shoreside will shout if we need to stay for anything.
Full wide.
Correct, watch. The pilot is also listening for feedback from the shore as well. Okay, I'm going to do a quick lateral and try to get some mud off. All right.
Our pilots are just about at waypoint 2. And the next waypoint is at a bearing of 028.
Video, let's snap zoom on this.
Pushing in.
Can't quite tell what it is.
Thank you again, guys.
Up. Clear holothurian.
Yep.
Good shot of the gut there.
Okay. Pulling back.
Yep.
So we're seeing these different coloured holothurians today. These orange ones, these transparent ones, and earlier we saw many of the very common purple ones.
You can see your verts all the way down below.
Look at that. Oh.
Wow.
And on cue, here's a purple holothurian.
Got lasers first.
Quite a bit.
Cool. Lasers are on.
Quite a bit bigger than those other ones.
Indeed.
Are we going to want a closer look at this, Watchling?
Just a snap zoom.
Okay.
I think we've seen a lot of these guys.
Yeah, Roger.
Unless I hear differently.
Should we get the lasers on there, and then would you mind turning them off? Pilot?
They're off.
Thank you. Get that.
He's less transparent than some of the ones we've seen. Beautiful photography again, guys.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Going back.
It does seem that it's the holothurian's garden today.
It's huge.
We're seeing quite a lot of these
Full
guys.
Thank you, video.
So to recap the mission, we're in the Guayanilla Canyon, which is a major north-south trending canyon that leads from the south coast of Puerto Rico into the Muertes Trough, down to 5,000 meters. We're here at about 1,800 meters at the moment. We started at 2,000 meters, and we're on the east side of the canyon. And our task today is to try and look at the geology in that canyon, and to look at the biology, of course. Looks like there's a shrimp just going past the screen on the left. And in terms of the geology, it really is a voyage into the unknown. We don't know very much about the geology down here. Nobody's ever been here before. We've seen some exciting outcrops. And one of the things we were trying to look at is there's a major east-west trending fault, the Investigator Fault, which is 130 kilometers long. So basically the length of the whole of Puerto Rico, that runs through pretty much close to where we are now. And one of the objectives was to try and see if we can cross that fault and see the fault itself and how the rocks change on either side.
How much more do we have in this move?
6.8 meters.
All right, copy that.
Video snap, zoom on the white object.
Pushing in. Holding here.
Yeah, go ahead more.
Full zoom.
Hard to tell what that is. Let's come wide. I'll get closer.
I'm not sure.
Tuber and show or something?
Yeah,
Show
that's what I
side?
thought, but it also has elements of a plastic utensil. It's not, but it...
Full wide.
Show side? Any thoughts on that? Somebody type something into the event log?
Go ahead, video.
Full zoom.
Oh, is it? It's a straw, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, so shoreside, Chris Kelly has suggested that it's actually a broken piece of bamboo coral. And he seems pretty certain.
All right.
Okay.
Shall we
let's
move on?
Carry on.
Yeah.
Pulling back. Full wide.
Uh-oh.
Definitely gonna have to rinse the extensions. They don't have any place to trap sediment, as far as I know. So.
That's a good thing, because the vehicle was handed to me like that. Not to say I didn't make it worse, but I think with a bottom like this, that's the best way to do is just stick those in the mud.
It's a good thing the current's going downhill.
Yeah.
Well, actually, this is nav. So we just reached waypoint 2, and I'm about to put in a ship move towards waypoint 3 at a different bearing.
Yeah, I actually have a couple of bits here, so is it too late to add them?
Sure, we can add them. It. Do we have, are these...
change your heading?
In between the waypoints?
I think you're tugging on the tether a little. I went from 085 to 078.
Okay.
Okay, coming back.
I have to think of what to call them. Waypoint A, maybe? B, C? I'll figure it out.
There we go.
Standing by for zoom.
Stand by. How's the light look? You want to bring a...
So it looks like a sea pen in the sediment, anchored in the
Alright, go
sediment.
ahead, video.
I'm going to get a closer look.
Light's okay?
Pushing in.
Some sea pens actually have very long...
There's so much light
kind
on
of
the
like
outside
roots,
and
like
out.
almost like tree roots that are anchored way down in the sediment. There's a little
Can you maybe bring
associated
an
at
upper
the
swing arm
bottom.
in and capture the area right in front of us?
do that.
And Shoreside, I am going to be answering some questions, doing some outreach today. We have a Reddit Ask Me Anything day today. So if you guys can help on the biology side, leaving Mike to it in here for a little while. Thanks.
This one's very slow.
Pushing in.
So we're now looking at this sea pen, getting nice close-ups. Tim said there might be an associate at the base of the sea pen.
Yeah, there was. I think we got some good imagery of it, but we can definitely go back. Back down to the base.
Chris Kelly just sent in the name of the sea pen, I think. It's a Proto-Tillidae. Proto-Tillidae?
Get back into the base.
Pushing in. Holding here.
So, yes, right at the bottom, there's a little white or light-colored. Tim, is it a polychaete or?
I think that's an amphipod. Down
Okay.
there. Sort of hunkered down.
Back a bit.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
The base.
You can see its
Yeah.
glowing eye spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, not at all. We saw it. That's great. Thank you. So again, pilot, very much when we're on this mud, if you see any biology to zoom in, that would be great.
Does that include the holothurians each time, or are we looking for new stuff?
We can do a, if you see a nice one, we can do a snap zoom as we fly past.
You got it.
There's certainly some beautiful holothurian tracks over there.
Let's quickly go in on this.
Pushing in. All right, pilot,
So just one from the side.
The ship is stopped.
Nope, that's a leaf. Full wide, please.
There's some deposits from a holothurian there.
Stopped at the moment, so I'm going to getting ready for the next ship move, which is looks like it's a cross and sort of downslope.
That's going to be terrible.
Yeah, the sediment trace gives you a nice impression of what the subsurface layer of sediment looks like. There's the darker surface layer of sediment, and then the sea cucumber, or sometimes the urchin
let's go in on him.
feed on the sediment surface and reveal that lighter
go in.
or lighter color that's below.
He's moving.
Pushing in.
Yeah, he's trucking.
Urchin's on the move.
Yeah, so we have a nice sea urchin with these sacks on its back, and he is moving quickly. We've seen several of these today, and
Do they usually move that quickly?
Maybe caught in the
Or is this... Is he falling more?
Mike, are your lasers on?
pilot, did you copy that about lasers?
Yep, lasers are on.
Seems pretty fast, pilot.
Yeah.
We have seen these on the move, but this is a record speed.
He's going down. Yeah, he's going downhill a bit with the current.
Yeah.
He felt you. He felt you coming, pilot.
It must have.
Holding.
Uh-oh. That was not me, I don't think.
Pulling back.
We got a chance to see its underside and its mouth there.
It's going like a wheel now.
I do not believe that was me. I've been maintaining pretty good altitude off bottom.
So
Can we zoom in on his underside?
Yeah, let's
if
go
he-
ahead, video.
If it comes out that way, we don't often get a chance to see the underside of these things. You can see his tube legs, and in the center there is his mouth.
Thank you, co-pilot. Okay. Oop.
Oh,
Sorry, video. I was just trying to get us closer to see that bottom.
That was great.
That was good, guys. Thank you.
All right, I think he stopped. Let's carry back on.
Right.
Leave him alone.
Pulling back.
So I'm looking at these waypoints.
Yeah, you can see how high up I
the
was.
high pack, and it looks like from waypoint A to waypoint B, we're running parallel and downhill to the slope. Was that what you were intending? I'm just trying to make sure if I put the waypoints in incorrectly or not. Okay. C is up here. Yeah, so A was down here, B is here, and
Oh, I'm
C
way
is
out
here.
there.
Yeah. You are.
Did I transpose
away.
a number, possibly?
Coming back to you.
Okay, let me double check this.
Is the ship stopped?
Yes.
Yeah, the ship is stopped right now.
Let's see if we can get this guy.
So again, lots of these holothurian trails. And we've got a fish. And possibly a tripod fish, maybe.
Standing by for zoom.
You go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
So yeah, we have a tripod fish. We saw one of those a couple of dives ago. They're very common in deep waters. And they're very easy to recognize, which is why I knew what it was.
Pilot, can you get a zoom on the tail on the caudal as well when you're done?
Got anything more video?
Yep. Pushing in.
All right, so this is a Bathysaurus, a type of tripod fish that has these long pectoral fin rays. But I'm having the pilots in video zoom in on the caudal. If you can look closely at the base of the caudal tail, there's a little notch. And this subcaudal notch is indicator of a certain species. So this is good for ID. I'm going to look it up right now in my taxonomic key that I have and tell you what it is here. So if it's present, we have Bathysaurus phoenix. So it has these long pectoral rays. Possible parasite on the top of its head.
On the top of
Is there a parasite just up in the caudal fin? Bottom left, or is that another?
On the caudal? We have to go back down. No, that's the sub...
Not on the caudal. Is that a fin there? Sort of
On the top?
Not sure where you're talking
up
about.
from the caudal fin.
Oh, it's an adipose fin, yes.
Kind of center screen.
If we can get a close-up on its head, that would be really fantastic.
Okay.
I do have lasers on too.
Video,
And
wide,
these
please.
long... Can we get any closer on the head, pilot?
We're going to try.
Okay,
Video wide.
thanks. And so these long pectoral fins, this is really great. These
wide.
pectoral fins are a way for this fish species to detect prey in the water column. If you notice, they have really tiny eyes. So these are long pectoral rays kind of act like feelers. Now, when the fish gets up off the bottom and starts to swim, the pectoral fin rays actually extend backwards. Stand by.
Co-pilot, if you would.
Camera?
Yes, please. Go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
Let's go all the way in.
Full zoom.
So yeah, Nav, there's the request from
Down a
shoreside
little
to
bit?
go downslope first and then back up if
Trying
we can.
to get the parasite, I think.
We can do that. It's just makes it more difficult to to traverse. Let me talk with pilot and co-pilot. Carl, how do you feel about heading towards waypoint B?
How's that watch lead?
Perfect, thank you.
I think it'll be slow and we won't have good video. Probably take a couple of hours with no good video and the potential of backing up over a rock and snagging the tether. That's why we never plan it ahead of time.
Okay.
I'm going to pull back.
I don't think we'd get much.
Yeah, I think I finally disturbed him enough.
Nav, we can also just move to the waypoint C if that's easier.
Yeah, it's easier. There's concern about backing over a rock and getting good video.
Roger.
It'll slow us down somewhat because we can't see as far in our sonar.
Sorry. I just moved your camera, co-pilot.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
So we would prefer to head towards waypoint C.
Copy that. Let's do that then.
Right,
thanks. Thanks for putting those in.
no problem.
Thanks, guys. Great imagery on this tripod fish.
Go in one more time, video.
Pushing in. Holding here.
Okay, Carl. I'm going to...
Okay, all the way.
Our move is going to be at a bearing of 027.
This will stop the
Full zoom.
And I'll
dust.
call in a...
no, I've created too much mess. Let's get out of here.
a 40-meter move, 50-meter move to start at 0.1 knots.
Full wide.
You comfortable with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I think we have time to get lined up.
Where to, co-pilot?
027, which is slightly uphill and slightly long contour. So I can start heading that way.
So we just discussed changing the dive track.
Nav, Bridge, go ahead.
Trying
we'd like to
to
request a ship move, please.
keep on the steeper slopes where we've got
50
more
meters
chance of actually
at a
seeing
bearing
rock
of
and, for that matter,
027
more chance of seeing
At a
biology.
speed
So
of
we're
0.1 knots.
now going to be heading
Good
on
copy.
a
50 meters,
trend of
027
026, so just a
and
little
1 tenth
bit
of a knot.
east of north.
Something
Correct.
on the left.
Thank you.
Snap zoom video. Don't got enough tether to get there.
Sure.
And we're just zooming in a scar mark that looks like it's picked up some detritus, some seaweed detritus.
Okay.
So
Wide.
my guess would be the scar mark is a bounce from a rock.
Full wide.
But anybody unsure, comment whether there's a possibility that it's
Maybe back
biological.
up a
There's a
little bit.
fish, I think, in front
Snap
of us.
zoom real quick.
Pushing in.
Just for ID.
That's a holosaur. Andrea next to me tells me.
Okay.
We saw several of those yesterday.
Come deep, co-pilot.
Full wide.
So I know you guys are talking about the next move here you're going to do, and I guess I'm maybe naively, I haven't been a part of the conversation in the last ever, but does it make any sense to, because the waypoint, I think C is the one that's sort of the downslope, right? Because we were thinking about going to C and then going back upslope again. Does it make any sense? I mean, I think it's like 200 meters. Does it make any sense to come 10 meters off the bottom and just transit deadhead over to that waypoint C and then go upslope? I'm just offering that up as a possibility naively, and maybe it's already been squashed.
can't
But
get it around?
it seems to me that if the goal is to try to see if you can't find the scarp or some remnant form thereof, then you might want to go that direction instead of continuing up. Just a thought.
Nav, did you catch that?
I did not.
So, I mean, just a question, a very gentle, apologetic question from Shoreside is people are concerned that we've run out of slope, and we understand totally your concern that we've got to be careful of the traverse. But Tim made the suggestion, could we even pull off bottom and then head to that lower waypoint C and then put down again and then go directly up slope?
Yeah, it's a possibility. It's just going to take time to make that happen. Pulling off bottom and getting the vehicles in a safe position, making the move, and then reacquiring bottom all eats up time. So if the priority is doing another upslope as opposed to getting to the final waypoint, then we can do that.
I just have two questions for you.
So the final waypoint is about 1,300 meters away right now. And we had just enough time if we hit the waypoint 2, 3, and then the final waypoint, if we hit a constant speed of 0.1 knot, we would have made it just in time to finish the dive. So if we make this move to point B, we won't make the end point.
Shoreside, did you copy that? Shoreside, just to explain, now...
Yeah, we did copy. We're just looking at each other talking. It sounds like we don't really need to hit point B.
Okay, so Nav, did you copy that? It sounds like the consensus is to forget that idea, proceed to point C, as you said, at 0.1 knots with the objective of getting to the end of the dive track.
All right, for that.
Thank you, Nav.
Yep.
What is? Do you know what the transit time will be?
Nav, when were we likely to be off bottom, or?
Let me do some quick calculations.
Go ahead, video.
I'm going to guess 5:30.
Yeah, I believe that's the off bottom time. Holding.
So, Tim, around about 5:30, I'm going to guess, plus or minus.
I think I was really asking if we pull off the bottom now and head over to the downslope position to then come back up again, what is that in-water transit time? I think it's 200 to 250 meters, so it's not that far. I guess I'm just wondering how long it's going to be. I know we have a PR event that's coming up and want to be on the bottom for that, I'm sure, but that's why I was just curious.
Tim, I mean, I guess the one thing I can throw in, again, I can ask Nav, but I think the real concern is it takes quite a bit of time to pull off and then set up. So it's not so much the transit time, it would be, I think, the setting up time when we get to point B that starts to make it time consuming.
Yeah, Mike, we understand. I mean, we've done that iteration before, this evolution where we pulled off bottom, transited to another location, set up, descended, and come up slope again. So that's why we're asking about that time estimate for how long that particular evolution would take. And obviously, that's going to be at a sacrifice to accomplishing our final dive target. So if you happen to be able to estimate that, that's great. I don't want to belabor it too much longer, just so we can, keep making way.
Nav, apologies. Shoreside basically are asking how much time would we lose if we did that move? How much time distance off the end of the track? So again, to readers listening in, we're just debating exactly where to traverse. One of the fun things about exploring the seafloor is that you don't know what you're going to find. And so we do our best by picking collecting bathymetry. And but when we get down there, we often see details that we just cannot resolve with the bathymetry. So sometimes we have to make snap decisions about course changes and etc. to try and get the best out of the dive.
So they want to get to waypoint B. How far away?
What's 300 meters at 0.2 knots? That's 50. Oh, and I think that's why we would usually go tail to tail, because then you can go at 0.5 knots.
We can, we can maintain 0.3.
We do have the live event at 1, I think, so we definitely don't want to be in blue water for that. That would be,
It'd also not be difficult to go tail to tail and get over there.
Yeah.
Setup's not a problem.
Standing by for zoom.
20 minutes plus 5 on each side. Chart 10 on each side.
That's right on the edge of which is faster, I guess.
And if we do it, how much then will we lose from the end of the track?
We might accelerate it. We might go faster at the top of the track if it's all flat too.
Go ahead, video.
Pushing in. Holding.
Pilot's doing a great job of picking out some biology while we chat. There's a beautiful sponge.
Yeah, the ship is
Okay, pushing in.
So there's little amphipods, I'm guessing, inside.
All right. You happy, video?
Yeah.
Come on.
Back.
So Shoreside have confirmed that. There's 2 amphipods pods inside that sponge.
Full wide.
So Shoreside, I guess you got that. The move will take 50 minutes, and I just asked Nav whether he could give us an estimate of how much then we'd lose from the end of the dive track, and then you guys can make the call.
If everything works out as we anticipate, we shouldn't lose very much. We might lose a half hour, assuming we don't.
Well, we have I think we're unanimous here anyway about what the next step might be, and we're thinking that we should transit down slope to that next waypoint, they're called, and then whatever the deep one is, and come back up again. Even though it's 50 minutes, I think it's well worth it given the objectives of the dive. That's the feeling here.
It gives us more of a perspective of the canyon habitat environments within this region and
changes in habitat.
Changes along. Yep.
Changes of rock type and that kind of thing, rather than continue on up. That's the thought from here, but
Nav, did you copy that?
happy to have other opinions.
Yes, please. Thank you, guys. Sorry about all that.
All right, Carl.
So
going tail to tail, or
I'm kind of leaning towards staying in formation.
So explain to listeners, we've come up this slope. We saw some exciting geology and some exciting biology, but having got to the top of the slope, we've hit a more gentle slope, which is dominantly mud, which you can see on the screen now. And the problem with the mud is it covers up the geology, and there isn't probably going to be a lot of exciting biology on that mud. So what we're going to do is actually transit slightly downslope and to the north of us for about 250 meters to regain the steep part of the slope.
Okay.
But to do that, it's a difficult move. It's very difficult to safely move the ROV down slope because it's basically easier to see forwards, and what you definitely don't want to do is to back the ROV into a rock. And so the best way to go down slope is to literally pick the ROV off the seafloor, which you can see happening now. The seafloor is going out of view. And then simply move the ship and fly the ROV and SIerios, the second vehicle, over to the new waypoint.
I also think we should come up.
And then set down again.
Yep.
And then carry on up the hillside.
Altitude 20.
Can you back towards me a little?
Yep.
But all this takes time. I mean, one has to be really safe when doing this. And so it needs to be done slowly. So this move will take on the order of 30 or 40 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. So for the next 30 or 40 minutes, we'll just be seeing the water column. We might be lucky and see some spectacular biology going by. But that's what we're doing. We're transiting to the north-northwest, 250 meters, and then we'll set down on the slope again and proceed
What's
back
our
up slope.
expected altitude difference?
Looks like 50 or 60 meters. Just head back.
$90 meters, okay.
there's no rush on this, so make sure you guys are in a safe position before we move. All the swing arms are in, cameras at the correct angle.
Are you still going up, Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah, the waypoint B is 90 meters down from where we are.
Yep.
So while we're transiting, just to give a recap of the overall mission, today we're diving on the Guayanilla Canyon, which is a north-south trending canyon from the south coast of Puerto Rico down into the Muertes Trough, which is a major depression, east-west trending depression, south of Puerto Rico. Muertes Trough is 5 kilometers deep, and it marks the southern boundary of the Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands microplate. And really you can kind of think of this microplate, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, as almost as a cork that's caught between the North American plate to the north and the Caribbean plate to the south. And so the margins of the cork are the Muertes Trough to the south and the Puerto Rico Trench to the north. So imagine two big objects pushing together on a little cork in the middle, and that kind of gives you an idea of where Puerto Rico is. The idea of diving in the canyon is traversing up the slope. So we are on the east side of the canyon. The plan was to start at 2,100 meters and then traverse up to about 1,600 meters and try and traverse across a steep part of the canyon where we'd see rocks and cross a major east-west trending fault.
350.
The east-west trending fault is called the Investigator Fault. It's 130 kilometers long. It's basically as long as the southern coast of Puerto Rico. And so it's a major, major fault structure. We can see it very clearly in the bathymetry, especially to the west. It's probably what we call a normal fault. What that means is it's formed during extension and the northern side is dropped down.
No, I just
but we know
about the slope coming because we're going along it for a little while.
We know so little about it. It's underwater. Nobody has ever
So I just
explored or
keeping a 20-meter altitude
dived on this area before.
Slope comes out and gets us.
And so the plan of the dive was to start on the south side of this fault and then traverse across it, hopefully maybe finding it in the exposures in the cliff face.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Bridge, sorry, I was on my way.
Yep.
We started off with
some ship move.
Some amazing rocks.
300
at least for me, they were totally unexpected.
Meters
we started off what looked like metasediments, that is sedimentary rocks that have been metamorphosed and made hard with a distinct cleavage. Cleavage is imagine cracks running through a rock. But they tell us if a rock's got cleavage, it tells us that perhaps it's been metamorphosed. It's had some sort of complicated history. And those rocks looked like they might be sandstones and shales. There were some massive layers and some very finely bedded layers. And then we traversed up and we started to get into more fractured rock and into carbonates. And so again, at this moment, we have some idea of the rocks down there, but how it quite fits into the stratigraphy of the rocks for Puerto Rico is still something we have to think about. It is very much an exploration. And so if I may, I'm going to leave you for a while. I've got work to do. We're running a Reddit event today. And so people are sending in questions. The Reddit event is titled Ask Us Anything, so I'm worried about what some of these questions might be.
I'm not sure we could
but we've basically got the next 3 to 4 hours to answer these questions. So I'm going to leave you for a little while we transit and sit down and try and do some work. Talk to you later.
This is control room, front row. We have Bobby Moore and pilot. Co-pilot Nav, want to introduce yourselves?
Carl McCletchy on co-pilot.
And Josh Carlson on Nav.
Conducting a mid-water transect for about 300 meters.
300 meters.
300 meters. Current altitude 22 meters off slope. Expecting a bottom change of about 90 meters. Ship is underway.
Correct.
In about a half an hour, we'll get back down on the bottom and be looking at an interesting slope.
Something in the water column there.
Go ahead, video. It's floating in front of us.
Shrimp?
Pushing in.
Yeah.
Is that all, everything?
Nope, pushing in. Pulling back. Pushing in.
Yep.
Holding. Pushing in. Pushing in. Holding. That's max zoom, I believe.
I have no idea where he is. I'm just floating out here. I'm not trying to drive around yet. Let's leave him.
All right, pulling back.
Yeah,
Full wide.
He went way out there. Think you're moving yet, Carl?
Almost.
Do you want to tow the lower swing arms out so we get rid of this flare? Not all the way out, just about a foot. Particularly lower
0.3 knots.
starboard.
Okay. 0.3 is probably okay.
I mean, it's no different than 0.3 pushing on them upright.
Well, they're kind of inside the envelope of the vehicle, not out in the current.
You do see them bounce when pilots make quick moves.
Yeah, which is scary.
The starboard one is sheltered by the craft a little bit.
Touch more? We're trying to get rid of this.
It's probably off the craft. Huh?
Nope, it almost went away.
If I put it out much more, it's just going to
Do
be
you have it
sticking out
rotated
there.
to the right all the way? You probably do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can check.
Yeah. You can bring it back in a little bit if you don't want it that far out.
You can just turn lower swing arms off.
It's fine. I'll
Yeah, we
adjust
could do
my
that.
camera.
We don't really need the lower swing arms. See how that looks. Another shrimp. Is that another shrimp? Top center. It's gone.
I wonder if that flare is all from...
Can you rotate one of the upper swing arms kind of straight down? So one out and one downish.
Okay.
Light up the area kind of right in front of the vehicle.
I wonder if a lot of that flare is off a stainless part on the craft.
Possibly.
Maybe we could black it out.
You can take my mini Zeus if you want.
Okay, rotating upper swing arm down.
Okay, video. Let's go on this little guy that's starts going.
Okay, zooming in.
Set the
Holding.
top of the screen. Yep.
Ooh, it's a jelly.
Pushing in.
Yep. Oh no! Don't change directions.
Holding.
It's a tiny little guy.
Yeah. Pushing in. Holding.
Okay.
Nice job, Dan.
Pulling back. Oh, he's taking off.
That's right, Dan Roger on video. Dan Rogers.
Just thinking the same thing. Oh, he's inside my light, I think.
Pushing in.
See what you can do, but I think we lost the light on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little tether pull.
Pulling back.
As am I.
Yeah, he's pretty far out now.
Is he out or in?
He's out.
Oh.
We're at full wide right now.
Oh. Wait. We're at full wide?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's in my light. Pull.
Yeah.
So that's him back in. Try again?
Pushing in.
No, I think I went too far the other way. We'll leave him be. We got some good seconds.
Full wide.
And keep bringing. Yeah. $30 meters off bottom. Pushing ahead. Starting to see movement from SIerios.
Delta looks good.
Lateraling over.
Sonar is clear. Another jelly.
Zoom in on that.
Stand by.
It's one of those mucus balls. Might be able to see what's inside of it.
There we go. I think that's the light pool that's going on him.
Pushing in.
Looks like I still need to get
Good
closer
for
to
him
him.
to come up if you need to come up.
Holding.
Nah.
Pulling back.
I left too much of a wave coming in.
Yeah. Full wide.
I didn't see much either.
Yeah, you're pretty low, so you'll get some tug.
Yeah. Carl, you want to come down a little bit? Sure. Let's try to maintain a delta of 15 and off bottom of 40 to 50.
Okay, delta's 15.
Tugging you.
Yep.
Coming back in.
Come on, Bobby, where's that next squid?
Video co-pilot.
Go co-pilot.
You going on Mini Zeus?
Sure.
Let's see if there's anything shiny on the top of the craft here.
Pushing in.
Oh, it's
hold
the
on.
mini.
Stand by.
Okay.
There we go.
Nice. So there's 3 bolt heads.
Video got something coming up here.
Okay, standing by for zoom.
Okay. You can go to pilot.
It's
Ready
going
when you
on.
are. Pushing in.
Pushing.
Holding.
Mucus.
Pushing in. Holding.
I think we're good with that.
You dropped a few meters during that.
Yeah. It's good footage though, Dan. Way to pull it out.
Full wide.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see much in the water column at
Hey,
1,800 meters.
You never know.
I've already seen a jelly.
That's true.
Saw that squid the other day.
Another jelly. At 1,800, though.
No little
we
jelly.
Were at 800.
Okay, video, you can go wide on Mini Zeus when you have a chance.
Yep. Full wide on Mini Zeus.
It's neat how still the snow is today.
Something center, is that a fish or another mucus? Not sure what that is. Little strand.
Looks like
Go ahead,
little
video.
fish.
I'm not sure we're gonna get
Pushing
anything
in.
from it, but especially if I get it out of my light.
Holding.
Yeah, that's just a mucus strand.
Pulling back.
Yep.
Full wide.
Okay, delta is 19, RV altitude's 40. I'll come down a few meters.
Sounds good.
Okay. Delta is 15, altitude 42, 43.
Can we get this little critter?
Yep. Zooming in.
Another shrimp.
Well, at least try. Is that what it is? Yep.
Tiny guy.
Pulling back. Pulling back. There he is.
Delta 15,
Zooming in.
altitude 30, 32.
I think we're better off just letting him
Worth
go.
a shot.
It's the one problem with the tiny things in the midwaters. They all move very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Everything bigger just kind of floats.
This is why Dan and my idea will be useful for the mid column if it ever comes to fruition.
What's your idea?
The
Oh, tracking.
that didn't go out.
I only said one word. Nobody will be able to figure it out. I'll throw in the word titanium.
Altitude 47.
Delta 14.
Looks good.
The altitude's gone 44, 32, 44, 47. I think it'll be hard to track.
Sure. We just want to get a general idea, so maybe we can avoid being 110 meters off bottom when we get there.
Yeah.
As long as we're around where we are right now, feel comfortable.
Yeah, push your head a little bit, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, the idea is the easy part, Carl. Making it happen is the hard part.
That's why I got the best team.
Yeah. There's another shrimp. Maybe. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Little jelly to your right.
Not moving enough.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty far away, though.
Where's the fish? I don't see him.
getting a bit behind, pilot.
Can I zoom in on that? That's another jellyfish.
Let's go video.
Pushing in.
Yucasuka.
Pushing in.
Holding. Trying to maintain
Watch your
pirouette. All right, moving
All right,
back.
pulling back.
Yeah, I think you
Full wide.
push out farther ahead, you'll have a bit more time.
I was trying to do the moving pirouette around it for a little practice. With such a big vehicle, we don't get to do those as often anymore.
Yeah, I need something big to pirouette around. Like a tar lily.
Big mucus ball. Bridge, RV nav.
RV nav, bridge, go ahead.
What do we have left in this move?
We have 126 meters.
Copy, 126.
16.
No problem.
So for anyone watching, we are moving through the mid-water to our next bottom target. So on the ROV screen, all you see is white dots, which is marine snow, and occasionally a jellyfish or a shrimp. You see in the middle here now. And on the other feed, the SIerios video, you can actually see all of D2 moving through the water.
Yeah, that's a nice shot.
Zooming in. Holding. He's actually... I can't focus any closer.
He's gonna bump into your camera.
Come wide a little bit.
Back.
Yeah.
There he is. Holding. Yeah, there we go. Pulling back. Full wide.
You're 90 off SIerios.
We were doing our transects at 0.2 the last two times, right?
Yeah.
So this is a little faster.
0.2 was relatively fast too.
Yeah.
I'm going to come down a little bit, Carl. You can match.
Okay.
Get back in that 40 to 50 range.
Coming down.
We're more than halfway through the move. There's a
Very good.
Good amount of layback. So it'll take us a while, a couple minutes for that to swing out before we can reacquire.
Gotta do a slingshot to save time. Let the ship overshoot and then back up hard. Okay, delta's 14.
Okay, I'm off verticals.
Okay. You want to show off your blue J-box lights, Bobby? Video, want to go in on SIerios camera?
We don't need to do that. Let's just stay with a...
You're very humble, Bobby.
Delta 15, altitude 54. Nothing in sonar.
Can I try turning off the lower swing arms?
Yeah.
See what the camera looks like. Oh, it's not even lower swing arms making the flare now anyway. Maybe it's that upper one I have turned backwards. Nope.
Did you turn my uppers back on?
Yeah, everything's back on.
Oh, there's a fish.
Oh yeah?
Ready for zoom.
You go ahead. Good eye, nav.
Holding.
Oh.
Pulling back.
Did he change his direction? He did.
Yeah, he's gone.
He weaved.
Oh.
I can't chase him.
It's a little too maneuverable.
Something in SIerios' view.
I was playing his route. Thought he was going to keep going up.
Delta 14. Looks good.
The ground throttle D2 is 940.
Do we know what that is?
CTD.
SIerios has no ground faults because the starboard LEDs are off.
Starboard ones were the problem?
I believe. Number 3?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Wow, is that SIerios in the rail cam? Is it that wide?
No, the rail cam's looking forward.
No, if Bobby comes to his starboard again.
Oh.
1 second.
Yeah.
I think it is that wide, though. It's more than 180, right?
Yeah.
Delta's 12.
Should we go in on that?
Do you want me to come up?
You don't have to come up. I'll go down.
Okay.
Moving on. Alright, can you see it?
Yeah. Yeah, look at your starboard rail cam right now.
See SIerios.
Wow. It's a bit disorientating.
You lost altitude at 71.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, back to 68. Want to go down a little?
Yep. Yeah, it certainly looks like we have a turn in that tether from that second dive.
Something center. Is that mucus probably?
Heading out.
Yeah, it's probably mucus. It's not really moving.
Remember when we had a turn in the little Herc tether? We just lift it up in the hanger and spin it around.
A little harder these days.
A little bit.
Go ahead, video.
Pushing in.
Oh, that was me, sorry.
Pushing in.
And then it'd go off screen.
Beautiful.
Okay, Delta's 13.
Yep. Going back down. Do you want to follow? Paying out here, co-pilot.
All right, pilot, will you stop descending for the handoff? Okay.
So I'm just swinging my head left to see if I can see the wall in my sonar, but it's farther out than 30 meters.
Yeah. Your altitude's pretty high as well.
Yeah, but I just want to see if I can see the hillside. Nav, why don't you send D2 sonar out to a longer range and see if I can see. There is something there. Well, sort of. That's inconclusive.
Yeah.
No land in sight. Continuing down.
Okay, where do you want to come down to? You'll come down to 50 altitude?
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, that jumped. I'll just keep our delta around 20.
Is it blocky terrain below us?
It's jumpy.
Yeah. I think we just went over a cliff.
Yeah.
Onward and downward.
Nav, bridge.
Tilting down.
Go ahead, Bridge.
You got like 3 or 4 meters left in this move.
Copy that. Thank you, Bridge.
Okay, D-toe showing 50 meters altitude.
Copy that.
Looking
Pilots,
east.
pilots, the ship is coming to a stop. Our direction of travel is going to be 070.
070.
Okay.
I'm going to reacquire the wall. Yeah, I've got it in sonar.
You want to come straight down here? Is that the idea? Come all the way down?
He's calculate.
I'm sorry, co-pilot?
Is the idea to come all the way down here?
Yeah, the idea is to land in waypoint Bravo and acquire waypoint Charlie.
Understood. I'll follow you down, Dave. Just curious. Just curious video. Did they do a white balance? Yes. Okay. Thanks. Okay. I didn't know. It wasn't good.
Thank you, Nav.
Can't hear me when I talk like that. Pilot, bring in your sonar back in.
Yeah, wonderful.
Gotcha.
I see dimly revealed. Bottom. You can bring your head around, Chris.
So Sirius will swing a little bit more.
Okay.
And like whatever it was, 335, and then we'll maybe another 10, 20 meters.
Okay, 070.
Picking up bottom on Sirius sonar.
I see the seafloor again.
Hi, Amanda. I see a sea star.
Amanda, were we just moving the vessel, or was it a transit?
Welcome back, everybody. We just were taking some time to answer questions for the Reddit
Is that shadow on the right?
telepresence event that we were doing
manipulator?
while we were flying over. We're back to the seafloor, and there's a beautiful sea star sitting on the seafloor. Just to recap and explain, we traversed a relatively steep slope and saw rocks and lots of biology, but then we came to the top of the slope. And so we made pretty much a snap decision to traverse through the water column because it's safer to move the ROV that way. So we traversed to the north and slightly to the west. So we landed lower down on the steeper slope that we were traversing earlier, but further to the north. So we needed to do that move. That was the safest way to do it. And now we're going to travel essentially northwest up the slope again, looking at the rock and the biology. And so apologies, I just talked over that Ceramaster, the cookie star. So there was a nice sea star sitting on the seafloor.
All right, pilots, I believe we're settled out.
Yeah.
Check in with Watch Lead.
Agreed, yeah.
Thank you, pilots, nav, team. Thank you for doing that for us.
Okay, Watch Lead, are we ready to proceed upslope?
We are ready to proceed off slope.
All right, pilots, the last watch was traveling at 0.1, so we'll try that.
Okay.
Set the sonar, and then we'll be on our way.
Yeah, I see what I believe to be a fish.
So we have our first fish, and actually a little rock out of the top left.
Lasers, please.
Bridge, RV now.
Ready to zoom on your request?
So Graciela, very briefly, did I answer your question about what we were doing?
50 meters, 070 degrees,
yes,
0.1 knots.
Because I have to go and meet someone and be on a call, so I'm back.
Okay.
No problem. Pushing in.
Now, we took the opportunity, we're doing a Reddit question and answer session, and so Andrea and I were sitting here frantically typing in questions, and we're offline for a while.
Come wide.
Pulling back.
Okay. Heavy sediment we have discovered, but briefly could that have been some kind of remora? It had something on its head. Not much current.
Yeah.
Perhaps video can replay the mystery fish for Andrea.
So just to explain, we saw a fish, but then we dusted it. So I'm trying to say something polite. We saw some sediment disturbance which covered up our field of view.
Apologies, I just rolled out of my bunk, but
no need to apologize.
Beginning to warm up a little here. We'll do some geology for a while.
Your
so
ways out
Dave
there.
is the new pilot, and Dave has this magnetic attraction for rocks. So, and indeed, we are coming on some rocks. Some rocks look like they've fallen down the hill, maybe an outcrop above them. You can see that black coloration again. This is the iron manganese coating. This looks very much like the layer that we saw, looking to my notes, at trying to find, there we go, at 1899 meters further to the south. So pretty close. it looks like carbonate, the white stuff, and there's this layer of iron manganese coating that seems to occasionally occur within the carbonates. We're not sure why. Might be some chemical thing, but we see this in the carbonate sequence. So at the bottom there's carbonates, and then iron magnesium coating, manganese coating on some of the layers. So Dave, we better do some biology. Do you want to zoom in on those sea stars?
Yeah, all right. Come on in there, Dan.
Or actually, they're brittle stars. Even I should know that. These are
Which one are you in
Brasiliads.
for?
We've seen a lot of them on this trip.
Not sure yet.
Okay. Holding.
And I
the
think
one lower one for a start.
Copy.
Swing arms are stowed.
Pushing
Pilot,
in.
would you like them out?
Yeah, let's see if he's got enough light here. We're
Yeah.
standing off a bit.
Holding.
so. Here we're getting a beautiful view of this once again, as always, from these guys, of this Brasiliad with its 10 arms, and it appears to have all its arms.
Okay, I'm going to work up to the other.
Ah, Scott just corrected me. These are asteroid sea stars. Apparently I was right by accident the first time. So these are asteroid sea stars.
And we have a barnacle. We'll hear from Tim about the barnacle.
Barnacle Tim, I'm sure, is listening. And so if we can get maybe a close-up, that would be great.
Now let's work in a little bit more.
Can you tell what? I guess it's a black coral stalk. That,
It could be a black coral.
Yeah.
It's
Holding.
large, really large purple cirri. Looks like purple.
I'm gonna steal your minis if you don't mind, Dave.
That's fine. Okay, focus barnacle.
But yeah, what you're seeing are the feeding appendages of the barnacle outstretched, waiting for passive particles to come by. And every once in a while you may see it retract into the shell there as it feeds.
Okay, starting to get some tether here.
Yeah.
Work up a little. Pushing ahead. Coming up.
I'm going to pull back a bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Holding.
And gonna go for this stalked object. Might have an associate. Let me come up just a smidge more and more zoom. Get the top of it here.
So is that a crinoid shore? Shore side?
More zoom if you got it.
Taylor comes in and bails me out. So this is a stalk crinoid with a hydroid.
Holding.
Good, hang on. It's elusive. There we go. Okay, let's come out for a second. Let me
back.
get my bearings. Let's come full wide. Got it quite close.
Full wide. That's full wide.
Okay. Let's see if I can bring the lights down on this barnacle a little bit more. Oh, he's onto us. Okay, zoom barnacle.
Pushing in.
Hold that.
Holding.
So we're just trying to get close in on this barnacle. But you can see...
Yeah, it looks like there might be several other smaller barnacles attached to the dock. It's kind of at the base of the big barnacle.
That's good. Holding.
Yeah.
It's very cool, guys.
Nice. And then...
So this actually looks like that thing we saw in the sediment earlier. It looks like that was a barnacle, the thing we weren't sure what it was.
Yeah, you can see the SIerios out on the other smaller barnacles as well.
Yeah. I'm seeing something right above the barnacle. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Moving up.
Below on the other side.
Oh well.
Great shot of that barnacle.
That was great.
Thank you, guys.
We've
Pulling
got
back
some
just a bit and frame it.
good.
And so there's some corals on the left. If
Yeah, in the background there, the white ones.
Yeah.
Back.
Okay.
So doing a little bit of geology here, it's kind of cool. Can you see how the block that we were on with the Brasingers, it's actually just rotated down a little bit. There's just a little bit of slope failure. See how it's just lowered down relative to the in situ black rocks to the left? So that's actually a loose block, which sometime or other will shoot down the hillside.
Okay, zoom. White coral just below center.
Pushing in.
Okay, hold there a moment.
Holding.
I
So
think the upper one will give us a better view of the polyps. A little more zoom.
Holding.
Okay. Okay, a little more zoom.
Pushing in.
Just try to.
Holding there.
Yeah, thanks.
Which is also max zoom.
Okay. Everything seems to be retracted.
yeah.
Oh, wait. There's one in the back.
Did you see one, Dave?
Yeah, I can't really.
Okay, thank you, Dave. That was great.
Wide, please.
A little shrimp goes by there and a couple of sponges in the field of view.
Run up and characterize this.
Thank you, guys. And look at all those
Full life.
spectacular worm burrows. Now you can see these layers of the the iron magnesium coated carbonate just dipping down there. And then can we pan right a bit? You're ahead of me. And here, you know, we see the rock without the iron manganese coating. And I'm going to guess that's carbonate. Dave, as we fly past, can we do a snap zoom? Or?
Sure. Pop it on in there, Dan.
Pushing in.
It's got a heavy
I think
sediment overburden.
Yeah. No, thank you. But my guess that was carbonate. And it's this curious observation that was seen both on the Nautilus dives and on the dive that we did on the west wall, is you get these layers within the carbonate that get heavily coated with the iron and manganese, whereas the rest doesn't.
I see a bit of brightness. I don't know whether it's biology or a scrape. It's biology.
Dave, you really are a closet geologist.
Huh.
Video, do you have a preference for mini zoos?
Fish.
Yes, you could
Always a high priority.
tilt down just a bit more.
Down from there.
Sim
Yeah.
fish.
A holosaur.
That's great, right there. Thank you.
Sure.
On your command.
Yeah, go
palette.
for it.
Pushing in.
Hold that. more zoom.
Pushing in.
That's good. Hold that.
Holding.
Let him.
So we've seen several of these on this dive and on other dives. He just disappeared.
And full wide.
Onward and upward.
So following up the slope, seeing clasts. Yeah, some outcrop maybe in front of us as we traverse along the slope. Again, this mixture of rounded, uncoated white carbonate and these more angular blocks which are
Fish center. Yeah. See it?
iron manganese coated.
There's a fish on the right. I think you guys see it.
Yeah, working it.
I think it might escape before the rods. Just thinking.
That's interesting.
This is the one with the skull plate look about it. More
I'm
zoom.
not sure if we've seen this
Fishing in.
fish today.
That's good.
Holding.
Yeah, we did.
At the beginning of the dive.
Smaller ones. Well,
Looks like
Pull
this
it back.
has been beaten a little bit.
So sorry, I was
Holding.
typing there. This is a cusk eel. Again, we've seen many of these on previous dives.
Okay, zoom.
Pushing in.
That's good.
Holding.
Work with that.
And we're zooming in on the cusk eel.
Sediment is not going to be friendly today.
Pulling back.
Yeah, bridge.
Holding.
Got an ID.
Yeah, I think we've seen
So
lots of
bridge
those, don't
coming
worry
up
too
on,
much.
5 meters
So
here.
Dave, I
Thank
have another request
Yeah, I
from
might bring my
Shoreside.
heading to
We've
the
been
right a little bit.
periodically trying to get a feel
Understood, thank you.
for the currents.
Oh, yeah.
And so if at some point you could get us an estimation of the currents, that would be great.
Sure. I will just drift here for a moment.
So watch lead, this is Nav.
Nav?
Yeah, is the plan to just continue with this pace?
I think so. I'll talk to Shoreside in a minute. I mean, you know, from what we saw earlier, my guess is once we get off these contours, we could move more quickly because we're going to be in the muddy stuff. But I can confirm with Shoreside.
Okay.
Shores-
I think we'll be in this amount of slope for, call it 100 meters. Ooh.
Can you stand by? Is there a chance to zoom in on the rock a little more?
I think we...
Get it probably.
Well, I'll get another rock.
We're going to get another rock.
We were out of position, but here's a channel. Maybe some exposure.
Yeah. So the ship is stopped now, and probably about 100 meters of this kind of gradient, which would be about a 30 meter if we, or sorry, 30 minute transit at 0.1.
Yeah, my fault. I should have told you sooner.
That's all right.
So we-
another one of those funny-headed fish. Let's get that while we come in
Yeah,
here.
I'll always go for the fish. There we go.
Holding.
Alright. Just a little more zoom.
So I think another hollow saw. Oh.
Holding.
Hey, just
Mike corrects me and says, we've seen these before, an Ipnops murrayi.
what is the yellow part? Is that an eye or a sucker? Or
Let me ask Shoreside, or or maybe Mike can tell us, what is the yellow
Pushing in.
thing on
full
its
zoom.
head? Can somebody, either shoreside or Mike, type it into the event log? Okay. Mike's answering. The big disk on the head is a modified eyes.
Wow.
So we're looking at its eyes.
Modified for what? Watch lead. Any idea?
Can we zoom in any closer?
Low light.
I'm
Full
moving
zoom.
in.
Yep.
Gently approaching.
Okay. So again, my shoreside colleagues, Randy Singer and Mike Vecchione, are educating me and saying, well, it doesn't really have eyes at all, but what it is basically a big photoreceptive disc. And so it's sensing like that way. They're not eyes as we know them, but it's a disc that can detect light.
A little wide.
Pulling back.
And it enables the
Small
fish to
Holding.
sense motion.
Help with tilt, Chris. Let me get
Roger.
perched.
And he seems to be happily sitting there,
Tilting.
allowing us to mess around and hopefully get a great close-up.
Maybe we can zoom.
Zooming in.
Let's just let the dust settle a bit.
Holding.
Dust may not settle. Tilt.
Tilt up. Aye.
Gently.
Yeah, sorry. It'll. It's moving. Look at you. Manip cams. It'll
Okay.
go away.
All right.
So, okay.
Thanks, Dave.
Tilting down.
Just going to try to get a clear macro shot here, since we went to the trouble of
Sure.
getting here.
Give it 10 more
I'm
seconds.
going to pull back just a bit.
All right. Maybe creating more here.
Yeah, that's what.
So, Dave, while we're sitting here, can you judge which way the currents are going from where the dust is going?
Not in this situation, because what I've done is I've put my front porch, as we call it, into the sediment, and I'm pushing
Right, okay.
my thrusters to stabilize myself, and then as a result, we're
Blowing.
blowing stuff all over the place.
Sure.
So, and I'm not sure it's going to clear out in time. I think I'm going to call this done and back up.
Sure.
I think we're just making more, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay. We're at full wide. Maybe do a quick
So,
video
can
shift
you
change.
help us
Okay,
with an estimation of the current?
It's very slight at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So, Michelle, very slight. And I think we're getting ready for a pilot change.
Yeah, they're back from lunch. And there is rock and a channel out there in the dust somewhere.
So just to talk a little bit about what we've seen in the geology, I'm going to pull Jason slightly. Simple observation is we've moved 250 meters to the north and a little bit down, and we're pretty much seeing similar sort of rocks. What we might be looking for is some change across the vertical fault. But we haven't seen that. But the thing that is uncertain is we really don't know how thick this sequence of rocks are. So it could be that we're not quite seeing the same part of the stratigraphy on either side. But all we can say is the rocks look to be similar.
Hey, pilot. Direction of travel is 070, and I've spun about 30 degrees.
Video,
to,
watch lead.
Look at him. So you want to come up and port.
Watch lead video.
Mike, I'm here. It's Jason.
I got a message on the event log that says the Extreme Full Res viewer isn't working here. Only YouTube is working.
Roger, I'll advise dry lab. Stand by.
Thank you.
Hi, Mike. It's Jason.
Shoot.
So I think the rocks that we're seeing here,
Bring in my heading.
certainly on the southwest coast of Puerto Rico, there's some carbonate rocks, stones, and other rock types, Miocene age, maybe younger. Carbonates exposed there along the coast. Whether what we're seeing.
So I heard that the ship is stopped
from that
in our general direction once we start moving at 070.
Correct.
Okay.
Ship is stopped. We have about 200 meters to waypoint Charlie.
Okay.
I think Dave just knocked that off, and they were looking for a closer look.
Are out here. They're not
Pilot
all
video
current
com check.
samples. They certainly aren't.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Too many, if any, ROV or submersible samples taken out in this area. Certainly, there are no dives that I know of in this region or this
So you
canyon.
knocked that off on purpose?
I think we're seeing
Yes, I believe
sedimentary rocks.
they were looking for a
At least
sediment
for the last
rock
little while, we've been seeing them. I
scrape.
was unfortunately not able to see the screen when we first
Video,
came out
you
of
with me?
the platform
I'm here,
of the
pilot.
canyon last night. But,
Okay, there's just a little
morning.
more dust heading by this, but I think in a second we'll be able to zoom in.
landslide going on
Roger
there.
that.
You see the silt is moving.
Thank you, Jason. Can I get back to you in a minute? Let me just
Okay,
take
video,
some
let's
nav.
start going and frame this
to
bare
video,
rock
actually.
here.
Going in. We'll stop on your
Video,
command.
watch lead here.
Just
Stand
stop
by.
there.
Watch lead video.
That's good.
I'm just reporting that people on shore are getting a good feed. It looks like it might be a local problem for Michelle.
Roger, and a lot of those streaming problems resolve for the viewer within 1 minute. So thanks for the advisement.
So, Michelle, hopefully you've got your link
All right,
up
go
and
ahead,
working
pilot.
now. Other people
Okay,
have
I'll
their
just
link
come a little
working.
left and down to this.
So
very
coming back to
exposed rock.
Jason,
Okay, you can go in on that.
I mean, the
hold
rocks
there.
we're on now really do
Holding.
look like carbonates. They have these layers, with the iron manganese coating that I've been stressing, which we did see in the west wall and which you saw on the Nautilus dives. I mean, is it a fair thing to say that this is part of the platform sequence?
I think we'll just hold here while we talk about
I
rocks.
would be hesitant to say that.
You don't have a tow
really
hold, right?
know
You're just floating.
Yeah, I'm just floating.
Yeah, I feel you drifting away.
sort of well-constrained
I think I might have a
aircraft,
zoom creep going on, but I can't really tell right now. Oh, yeah, I do.
They're being adjacent
that
to the
resolved it.
Mortos Trough and the kind of intense deformation that occurs or has occurred on this side of the island. It's really hard to
Seems to have been creeping in both directions lately.
to really put it into a
Just
environmental
drift to the right a bit. Get some more.
Can we zoom in, pilot?
Oh, sure.
interpretation. Certainly they look like carbonates.
Okay, video, let's go in on the exposed rock.
I would say that they're
Roger,
carbonates, but
exposed rock.
Going.
how they relate to the platform.
Okay, hold there.
Holding. Whoop.
I don't have an answer for that. I think we're learning a lot about this area just on this dive, and I don't think we'll be able to solve all of the questions based on what we see, but it will add to the database of information that we know about, and maybe we will get a better sense and we can start piecing together a better stratigraphic picture.
Come out partial.
Coming out
around
partial.
this area
I think
and
you're right, Ann.
go
Drifting
back
back
in
slowly.
and start to learn more about the geologic evolution
Something in
as
SIerios
reported on this side of the
Yeah.
island
It's
Thank
pretty
you,
high.
Jason.
It's like one of those
that we're looking at here. On
I know they're
this,
not globe
bio-eroded
heads, but
or-
that's
or
whatever that is. But
We could
I think
come
we
otherwise eroded.
Did we
Some
come
of the
to
ones
those
we saw
before?
earlier in the dive, which
Yeah, we've got
may
those.
suggest they're a little fresher, more recently exposed. And
If we could
also
just
I'm
stop
upstaged
bouncing
by
up
another
and
fish
down.
in the Sirius.
In the Sirius here, yeah.
I'll just
As always
counter it
seems
with
to
the
happen
winch.
when I talk.
There you
So
go.
we can
Master.
focus on fish.
Are we looking on those rocks, pilot?
That's the way we want to go.
Thank you, Jason.
Still
They
partial
might be
on
done.
Sirius.
Yeah. Thank you, pilot, for keeping going there. I don't know whether we can get to that fish or not.
That's pretty high up.
Okay, don't
Yeah.
worry. So then
They'll
let's
come out on
continue
Sirius.
upslope again.
Sirius
To
full
give you a
wide.
feel, I'm reasonably happy we know what the rocks are. These are
Okay, full wide on
carbonates.
D2 video.
Full wide
So
on D2,
primary is looking for the biology. If you see, your eyes are better than mine.
Pilots, our eventual endpoint is 200 meters bearing 070, but we'll just do it in small little jumps for now.
Copy that.
Yeah, Nav, I was looking at the plan this morning.
Mike, I'll be sending you soon
I think we need to keep a
a
constant
paper about the
sort of
carbonate platform on the south side.
if we want to have any chance of making the
The
end.
consensus
If
so
we
far
wanted
is
to
that
0.1 knots.
cannot be
So,
correlated
any stop
stratigraphically to the one on the north side.
I wasn't planning on stopping
It
the
started
ship.
roughly at the same age and late
So
Oligocene.
previous shift
But it
just
does
imaged
look,
that fish.
completely different.
Okay.
The other thing too is unlike the north side.
So your heading's almost lined up.
Very uniform.
Yeah, 075.
Ship movement. Gonna get ship
south
movement.
side
Yeah.
broken
We're
with
good.
some parts
Bridge, are we
tilted
nav?
as much as 10%. There's 10 degrees, other parts
Go ahead,
are
navigator.
not tilted at all.
Hey, Bridge. We'd like a ship move. 50 meters bearing 070, 1/10.
Good copy, 50 meters, 070. At
Thank
0.1
you, Yuri.
knots.
I guess, it comes back to Jason's point.
10-minute call out?
We're
Is
actually
that enough
putting
to,
markers on the
put
map.
another
I mean,
move and
we're
not
starting
slow the
to map
ship?
out
Well,
where
it'd be better
these
would you
sorts
want-
of rocks are for the
Give me
very
like 10
first time.
meters, 5 meters, that'd be better. I'm not exactly sure.
There's another one of those same
How
fish
much
just
do you
above
need?
that center rock on the right.
How much time do you need to extend a move?
Just
like
spent
30 seconds.
considerable time imaging one of them. There's another one.
So if you give us a call out when we have 10 meters left in the move, that's
Yeah.
plenty of time.
More than enough.
Okay.
Or 5 usually works, but whatever you want.
So I should definitely give those guys a
can
call
snap
out.
if you want,
Let's
just
just
at
do
the
this.
counting.
Do 200 meters bearing 070, 1/10.
Okay.
And we'll just stop you if we need to.
Here's our
200
friend
meters,
that we saw
070.
earlier,
Thanks.
Thank you.
the
Okay.
Hypnops.
ID's
And
good.
just to prove that he
All
really
right,
was
coming
alive,
out.
you saw him move there.
Co-pilot, could you zoom my sonar to 20 meters?
So just to thank Jason Chater and Yuri Tenbrink, who are at USGS Woodsole, and they're currently watching from Woodsole and providing all the expertise, or some of the expertise, about the geology.
Pilot ship move
Shrimp
underway.
Midwater up left. Holothurian center. Crinoid
the
right.
shrimp.
Perhaps.
Okay, I want to go in on this Holothurian midwater.
Is that
Yeah,
Holothurian?
just as we
You're right.
fly by. I mean, we've seen quite a few of these
Good.
now.
Just going down.
We can clearly see the gut.
Okay, you can go in.
And we can see the gut because it's full of the mud that it's been eating.
Coming down with him.
He's waving to us.
Lovely frame if you want.
So if we can maybe...
Got him.
Okay.
Okay, once you're done a good shot video, I think they've seen this one, so
Yeah.
let them drift off.
Yes, please.
Thank you guys.
And
Superb
coming
video, as always. So if we could just drift a little to the left to those rocks, or if they're above us too.
You want to get a zoom on these rocks? Watch
Well,
them.
just fly over and,
Okay.
just so we can ID them a little better.
Sure.
Again, my guess that these are, and again, if we see any biology, your
light
eyes are better
change
than
helped.
mine. Take over and zoom in. And it looks like there might be some white.
There's There's something there.
The center one?
Yeah. Do a
I
quick
think
zoom
it's
there.
like exposed.
See if it's worth setting down.
It looks to be stalked. Tube worm?
Yeah, it looks like a tube worm.
Yeah. Looks like a
Just
tube
floating
worm
here.
with
got
maybe a little, is that a little coral above it?
Okay, full wide.
I think that's a crinoid above them. Full wide.
Thank you, video.
Crinoid.
There's very little current, so the floating shots work.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
Temporarily.
So again, Michelle, very, very little current. So we could just zoom in maybe on that rock just very quickly, just
Sure.
to the left.
Zoom on this rock video.
Coming in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel for the texture. We don't need to spend a lot of time here. Again, we can see the manganese coating. Just pan up and keep moving.
Okay. Just go up this rock. Alright, full wide.
Thank you.
Full wide eye. There we go.
Thank you. What's that in the center there? Snap zoom?
Rock.
Yeah. Okay, full wide.
Although, can you go back down just see directly below that rock on the left? Just saw
Yeah.
one of those down below. Is that a sponge? Not
Go in.
attached to substrate?
Is it a flatfish? No.
There's another one down below to your right, but if I come out and you look to the left, there's a fair number on the rocks there.
Oh, I see, yeah.
I don't know if that's the same organism or...
Probably a little bit of rock down below the
Let
sediment.
me try and get tight real quick before we zip out of here. Thanks for the move over. Right there.
That's a toughie.
Okay.
Okay. Wide.
Coming all the way out. Thank you.
Okay, so you can see the bedding in the outcrop, those parallel lines.
Head over there.
Yeah, that'd be great. It looks like there's more stuff over there.
Get a good view in SIerios.
Oh, is that a fish? Off to the left, just past whatever's floating in the water column.
Let's get what's floating. That looks interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh,
There's
that's a
two of
different
them.
type
See,
of
that
coral.
fish
It's
is
actually
just
not
frame
floating
edge.
in the
Just
water
keep an eye
column
on
that was
that's a
attached.
coral, I
So
think.
Oh, I
it's,
see.
it's a metallogorgia.
Stalked. That's
Yeah.
tall.
Nice find, pilot.
There's actually two of them. There's one to the left as well.
Associate.
I mean,
You're pretty far off.
Jason got us here, but good job finding the coral.
Video, can you go wide for a moment and I'll
Yeah,
move
wide.
in closer?
That fish is still there.
Tripod
There's another
fish.
one off to the left of it as well with an associate.
Yeah.
Possibly taller. See it better now.
Keep an eye on my swing arm and try to get my starboard toe in here.
You've got plenty of room.
Yeah.
What a great spot there too, Metallogorgia. This is a type of octocoral, and each one has its associate ophiuroid. And I do see the fish in the background, so it'd be good to hang out here for a bit to take a look.
I think we might have seen two of those
Thank
fish
you,
earlier.
Amanda.
So I always call these the Queen Anne's lace corals because they remind me of Queen
Okay,
Anne's
video.
lace, if anyone's familiar with that.
Start going in on
Coming
these
in.
corals.
With the
I'll keep both of them in crane.
bloom at the tip.
It's a good angle, Carl. Just keep your toe in.
Well,
Something just changed on my
it's
lighting.
going all the way
I stowed his starboard swing arm.
Roger. Keep it intact.
Yeah.
Keep it
Pretty far up on that.
This is great to see Metallogorgia here. Beautiful specimen.
Nice job.
Golden skeleton.
That was a little.
There we go.
Here you see the ophiuroids do, you believe, live there their entire lives, and they actually colonize the coral.
My levels are good. That thing really is that dark.
And
slowly sliding downhill.
and if you see, this one looks a little different than the other
I have a pretty
Metallogorgia to
good
the right.
feel for my
It has,
focus over
the
here,
other one
so.
has more polyps down the central axis, more branches, and that's indicative of being a younger Metallogorgia.
Back over.
So we're seeing this beautiful coral, and
There we go.
oh, and we just had Tim and Amanda commenting on what we were seeing. And Mike Ford just asked the question on the event log of why
Come out partial video.
why is
Coming
the
out. Stop under
opioid
command.
looping so many times around the coral? Any thoughts?
Okay, hold there.
Holding.
Obviously doesn't want to let go.
It's a very effective disbursement of the colonies.
It may be to avoid predation.
Okay,
Sometimes
you can frame the coral again.
ophiuroids have these long arms. Will get fish will
Oh,
come and
that's
snip
nice.
them.
Let me get
Something else will
both
come and snip them.
bases.
And so that's just one hypothesis. But invariably they're just hanging on to the central part of that
That's
that
gonna
coral.
come up pretty soon, Carl.
This is
Okay.
Sure.
Well, actually,
Thank you.
we have a little,
typically
maybe
do
30
the-
more seconds here. Is there anything in particular you
Star
want to see?
is Ophiuchreus.
Fish.
Ophiuchreus.
Sure, carry on, pilot.
Carry on.
It'd be great to get a zoom in on the central disc of the ophiuroid.
I'm sorry.
Maybe the one on the right.
Yeah, one
Request to zoom in on the
Central
central disc of the ophiuroid.
Okay.
If you've got
Right
time.
one might
I
be
think it was
easier.
on the right one too.
The right one, yeah.
Marine
They haven't
snow
done
or
it
the
close yet.
particulate material in the water column too. This is the
put it
food
in
for
the
these
mud.
It's
corals.
showing it. That's the only reason I
And
think
they rely on food to be transported
right
to
there.
them.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
seeing this particulate material throughout the dive shows
Okay, are you full in video?
relatively
Good.
saleable
5
food
seconds.
Pull
source.
in.
Okay,
Perfect.
5, 4.
You're okay. You can
Just making it
And are the
dramatic.
brittle stars potentially also feeding
Great.
on this particular
Great job,
Okay,
guys.
material, or are they
time to
cleaning
go.
off the corals,
I would
or
not in if we did particular matter.
very nice.
I don't think they're doing anything with the coral.
But now move.
Using it as a habitat.
they're not cleaning house every now and then?
Okay.
Up
In the background.
Coming up.
and to the right, not through them.
Yeah, I'm just going to go straight up.
They're have been referred to as brittle stars because when they're handled by or grabbed by a fish or anything, they will drop their arm. Let their arm go and regenerate it. So they, historically they were called brittle stars.
What's our move at? 0.1?
Correct.
Sea spider.
Ooh. Have we seen?
We've not seen that.
It's
When I
one.
get a quick zoom, I do have to move, but you're free to zoom.
It's
Swimming sea spider.
Yeah.
is it a broken shrimp?
Just have to do this,
Is he
and then I'll
feeding
move
them
on.
something?
Are you full in?
An isopod?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
holding
come out a
on
little
to
bit.
Looks
I
like
think
an
we got enough.
isopod
You
holding
got
on to
enough.
something.
Right.
I do.
That it grabbed.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, you're behind me now, Carl.
Okay, going up.
Time to go.
Push hard, Carl.
See that swing arm
So-
or
Zoom
the
in on the fish.
manipulator
Are we gonna
shadow
try and
again.
take a look at it?
Yeah,
Oh, you stowed the
that.
starboard
Yeah.
Watch
because
lead.
we were up on our
This is
starboard
nav.
side.
Correct.
Watch the nav. We're unable to stop. We got to get back out ahead. We can stop the ship, but we can't take a look at the fish.
That's okay, we can keep going. Hi all, I'm back. This is Andrea Quattrini on the Okeanos Explorer.
That rock you see there on the left, there's sea stars in the northwest called Pycnopodia that are about that large.
Yes.
24 legs.
That was my best guess, Scott. Scott France just event logged in and suggested the fish might have been a tripod fish. It was quite a ways away, but might have been.
Yeah, so on the live stream, I think it says it on the website as well, but the left channel is the science team interacting with their colleagues on shore. The right channel is the technicians, pilots, videographers on board controlling all the equipment at the bottom of the sea. And you can choose the balance between the two speakers to decide which of those conversations you're listening to.
It's your right swing arm coming out, in case you were wondering what that shadow was.
So the sponge down below.
Center myself up. The camera's 55, so I'm barely ahead.
Okay, the depth right now is 1863 meters,
I think
1863. We're still headed
Yeah,
upslope
that's my
towards
plan.
our next waypoint, waypoint C.
Okay, frame this sponge here. I'll just do a flyby on it.
Roger, zoom in just a bit. Nice sponge. Holding.
Getting a closer image of a glass sponge.
Okay, you can go in.
Going in.
I'm interested in what the little red thing is to the right of this too.
There's an ophoid
Zoom
we've
out
not
to red
seen
thing.
before as well. Above, it's got a blue center disc, white arms. It's moving from starboard to port.
Video want to go in on the red?
Sure. That might be an urchin or an anemone. I'm going to say an anemone.
It's like the center of a jelly, maybe.
Yeah, it does.
That's right. That's a
Okay,
full
you can
zoom.
go. Oh, that is.
That's
okay.
it.
Benthic jellyfish.
Benthic jelly.
Uniforms or polychaete, I think, to the right of it.
It looks like you can see several of the tentacles coming off. And then it's on this rock that's been heavily bioeroded.
Go out
A lot of
partial, look
pits
for
and
that.
bores
Yeah, the
Brittle star.
from different animals like boring sponges.
Yeah.
There's the brittle.
Sorry, I was muted.
That's pretty cool.
Where did he go? Oh, up top.
He's
I see.
above the base to the left.
Okay.
I'm good with this pilot.
You good?
Yeah.
Video saw a.
Yeah, there's a ophoid here. Watch
Can do a
lead.
quick zoom.
Okay.
Got my right toe almost set down.
I'm adjusting lights again.
Okay.
Oh yeah, another brittle star in the sediment. You can see how it's using its arms to move, crawl. It's like rock climbing almost. Wow. Looks like it has all 5 of its arms intact.
Okay, coming out.
Great shot of the sponge.
There we go.
Great. Thank you, video. That
And
always
the
happens
temperature
when you
here
try
is
to do a quick
4.1
zoom.
degrees
See three
Celsius.
things.
Dissolved
Right,
oxygen
yeah, set up anyway.
6.6 milligrams per liter. We're at a depth of 1862.
Fish on the left side, directly across from the sponge.
So
Same
while I
left.
was out, Amanda,
Might be an eel.
did we observe a lot of corals
Have we
while I
seen
was
those?
gone? Any corals at all?
I'd have to take a look. If you just wag, I could probably tell you.
Well, the most exciting corals
I
that
think
we
we've
saw
seen
while you were
those.
gone were
That's
the
pretty long,
metallic
though.
regia.
Oh, really?
We saw 2 colonies of
I
those.
think we have, yes.
And
So there's
with
a
their
cross-current
associated ophiuroids.
Yeah, it's pushing me to starboard.
So you keep
And we saw a few fish while you were gone.
There's another
And,
fish
I
up
think we
above.
just got a peek at one of them down
believe.
below. Might have been a
Yeah, it could be
holosaur.
bottom
Yeah, I
of the
think
rock.
that was a holosaur.
I'm going to go with fish.
It's been quite an exciting transect so far, and in terms of the biology, but also the geology.
It's in the
So
same
that's
fish
why we
type.
took a stop over
That
here.
craft shadow is pretty
Eel.
annoying.
That's good. We came up off the bottom and moved We move to the east or to the north?
I think the craft shadow just moved to the direct middle of the monitor.
Northwest.
To the north. I was completely wrong. To the northwest, and then started another upwards transect. We have another holosaur. Looks to be the same species that we have seen throughout this dive. You can see a little bit of shell debris in the sediment chute.
Heading is 070, Carl.
Yeah, I'm heading up this chute.
Pilots, we've gone about a quarter of our ship move, 50 meters.
Copy that. Just getting a view of what's in here.
Somebody just joined us on the telecom line.
Same thing.
Somebody dropped out. May as well snap in on that fish as we move.
Okay, snap zoom video.
Thank you.
Snap in. Sorry, coming out.
There we go.
Looking at another holosaur.
Okay, and wide.
Can you get any closer on its head before you do?
Sure, we can do that quick.
Coming in.
Starting to fall behind. Okay, are you full in?
Yes, I am.
I'm seeing some maybe white,
really touchy
maybe white
focus
spots
Got plenty
on
of room
its
to go.
caudal. I don't know if you're seeing.
Can you
anything
pan
in
to
here,
the right?
that's just my eyeballs.
On the caudal. Yeah,
nice.
possibly. Maybe on the other side. Maybe we're seeing the back side of the potential parasite on the other side of the fish. Can you still pan to the right too?
Sure.
Thanks. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, Amanda.
Right toes about to
Are you
hit.
coming in?
Yeah, just
Okay.
getting closer.
Got your right toes in.
Now we have good light. Okay, so you want to see farther right?
Stowing starboard light again.
Beautiful, thank you. Yeah, it's difficult to tell, Amanda, whether there's parasites or not on the
Let it
anal.
swim through.
Did you say the dorsal or the anal?
Sliding backwards.
Okay.
Great, thank you. And can we get the lasers
Wide
on
video.
when you come
Oh,
out?
yeah.
Wide eye.
There's the lasers.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Time to catch up.
So the lasers are
Full
10
wide?
centimeters.
Wide.
Can we keep the lasers on as we move? Oh, I thought you'd shut them off for a minute. Thanks.
See where you are, Carl?
I do. I'll have to leave that chute.
This looks to be a fairly steep slope.
So pilots, is our ascent and descent rate at the beginning and end of dives a function of D2's ability to move vertically through the water column?
Yes.
Negative.
what I
It's
thought. Thank
actually
you.
a result of SIerios and our winch speeds.
Well, and not burning out the
Did you
D2
hear that
verticals.
video?
Right.
On descent and descent, we actually hit maximum speed on our winch. D2 is somewhere between 50 and 60%.
Can you
of
zoom
its
on
thrusters.
the rock? It just looks a little different.
Can you just dial in Z bias and leave it there?
This
Monitor.
darker rock
Yeah.
down here?
There's something at the base.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you. Pilot?
So, pilot, if there's any way we can, I mean, it's fine for me to move the arm in and out. But because of the current, it seems like every time we set up, I've got to move that arm in.
We're going to do a
cause
quick
a
shift
shadow.
change here, pilot.
Well, I mean, I think for steep topography, that's why we probably would put them in all the way.
Well, the problem is then we have a big shadow across
Yeah.
on the starboard side. So
We could just turn them off. I don't know.
Next time you put a toe in, try a little starboard turn so that your tail doesn't go up against the wall.
all right, standing by, pilot.
Okay, video. We had interest in whatever was under this rock.
Copy.
I'm almost set up here.
Ready to zoom on your
Might
request.
just be a different color rock between the lasers.
Okay, you can zoom in.
Pushing in.
Yeah.
Holding here.
Okay.
Possibly another bryozoan. And a few different types of sponges, encrusting sponge. That's good. I guess it was the shadow that I was attracted to.
Okay. Full wide video.
Coming back. Full wide.
Okay. Yeah, co-pilot, I guess I'll be more careful about the starboard side.
I mean, it's no. I don't mind
Now I've watched
bringing
it.
it in and out.
No, I think that's pretty.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Yeah,
It's
what's
not
our
really a
off-bottom
long-term.
time?
Our off-bottom time is 1830. Negative.
I don't know what it is.
Oh, our 50-meter time is the normal, but it's.
That's our on the surface time, 1830.
Correct. That's our 50 meters. So let me get our off-bottom time.
Okay. Taking a zoom of whatever's between the lasers here.
Copy that.
Our time off bottom is 17.
Okay, video. Let's zoom.
30 local.
Frame the.
So 5:30. We have 5 hours, just under 6 hours remaining in today's dive.
Okay, holding here.
Okay.
Right, we have another species of holothurian here, sea cucumber. I haven't seen this yet on the dive, although I did miss a little bit. I don't know if anybody can chat whether this is new for this dive today.
Andrea, I don't think we've seen this yet on this dive today. So we've seen at least maybe 2 or 3 different types of holothurians so far. I might have lost count, but
More zooming you want.
keep
yeah.
our eyes open for.
Frame it again. I'm bouncing a little.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
go in.
Zooming in.
Okay.
Full
Is
zoom.
this possibly a Bathyploides species? Do we have Martha Nizinski on the line still? And as we've moved upslope, have we observed, when we first landed, we were kind of at the bottom of the
Sediment's
wall.
too soft to really do anything.
Pulling
We
back out.
observed a lot of
Yeah.
the
Do you wanna go
Benthodeides, the
partial?
purple holothurians. They were fairly abundant along the base of the wall.
Yeah, come out.
Have we
Come out
observed any
wide.
of those as we've moved upslope? There's
Wide.
less sediment
Okay.
here. I mean, there's a sediment drape, but it wasn't the type of sediment that we saw at the bottom.
Moving on.
Andrea, there was some purple holothurians on the top of the other transect before we transected across. I guess I only saw one. We saw 3 holothurians in quick order, an orange one, a transparent one, and there was a purple one, although it was slightly different than the standard ones. It wasn't so transparent, and it had those little spikes on its back.
Oh, cool. Okay. Interesting. Thanks. We're at a depth of 1832, 1832. Surveying the wall of Guayanilla Canyon. We're about 15 miles south of Guayanilla, Puerto Rico.
You can do a snap zoom on that.
Yeah, let's do a snap. Go for it.
Zooming in.
Watch lead, any interest in sitting down for this?
Holding.
No, I don't think we need, well, just to get a better look. Sure.
Okay, full wide.
Coming back. Full wide.
Okay.
So we're zooming into this. There's several crinoids on this. Perhaps a sponge stalk or of a glass sponge.
Standing by for zoom.
Okay, free to zoom.
Holding.
That's good.
There's a crustacean associate on the left. What is on the top? It almost looks like a
Co-pilot, can you take my camera?
gastropod.
I'm also trying to figure out there might be gastropods on there.
You see that shell-looking thing near the top?
Yeah.
Should we go for that?
Turning over to it. Okay, a little bit up, co-pilot. Okay, you're free to zoom video.
Pushing in.
There's a shrimp on the lower left. Several crinoids on this
Drifting
likely
back.
sponge stalk.
Full zoom.
Yeah, look at that. That's interesting.
I look at a little gastropod.
Looks very similar to the land, the terrestrial terrestrial slugs that you see in gardens things. Just the shape of the shell. It's cool.
And what are these crinoids hanging on?
Possibly
Can we,
a
just
sponge
tilt
stalk.
down?
Yeah, want to tilt
Hard
down
to
a little,
see.
co-pilot?
Oh, we have the shrimp in view on the left.
Back up
Another
to those
gastropod.
crinoids.
I wonder, is the
Back
gastropod,
a bit.
what would the gastropod be feeding on? Something growing on the crinoid? Some epifauna or bacteria?
That would be my guess. I mean, they're grazers typically, so they might be consuming film,
Holding.
maybe
hold there.
microbial
Tilt up a
material
little tiny
on
bit to
the
the shrimp and
crinoid.
gastropod. We'll just hold there.
I don't know if they would necessarily be eating the crinoid tissue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we know some.
But like that they're
Zooming out.
grazing
Zoom
or
out.
stripping off the microbial material.
We do know that some gastropods in deep
Full leg.
waters do feed on coral polyps, coral tissue. But these are definitely a lot different from those coral-eating gastropods.
It's interesting in the SIerios view, there's like multiple linear features you can see.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if they're going to merge somewhere at the top or what.
Yeah, there's a really good view in SIerios.
For an avalanche.
So what's the... Oh, go ahead.
I think if you look in SIerios, shows it really nicely. You can actually see evidence of slope failure here. I mean, nothing big, and just stuff sliding down hillside. But I think you just see how the mud is peeling off from below the little layers of outcrop, and you can imagine that mud rolling downhill down these channels. So we're seeing these big elongate depressions going downhill, and they're chutes that's allowing sediment to be transported down the side of the valley. Again, nothing major, but evidence of the dynamic processes that are going on. And again, we're now coming up to some, looks like very nice carbonate. Again, we've left all this iron magnesium coating, which just seems concentrated in certain layers. We're in the carbonates on the southern side of the island. Yuri Tembring sent me a figure from a paper by Manitel, which, you know, had a comparison of the carbonates to the north and the south, and that's where we are. We're in the carbonate sequence that's on the southern side of Puerto Rico.
And it's been my impression so far during this cruise that we see a lot more colonization of sponges and other
like
crusting organisms on the rocks that appear to have this manganese iron coating on them. Did you see that down below as well?
Okay. You can zoom in on SIerios.
Since I missed some of the dive.
Try to get it.
Okay. Thank you. The manganese coating was really quite limited to just single horizons, which were maybe no more than 30 centimeters across. And I think the answer would be no, we didn't see that, but we saw so little that I wouldn't like to say that's what you suggested is not true. It's just we didn't see enough to tell.
Okay. And
Which way are we
Jason
going?
Chater is just
070?
you know,
I'll just keep
commenting in the chat log that this is reminiscent of the walls of the Grand Canyon. So some of you may have visited the Grand Canyon before and may have more experience with seeing photos of the Grand Canyon. And so this is a canyon similar to that. This is a submarine canyon that we are in, Guayanilla Canyon.
Is it possible to zoom in on the rock, please?
Yes. Pilot zoom on the rock.
Standing by.
Okay. Okay, video, you can zoom.
Pushing in.
I see the purple holothurian to the bottom left, right before we zoomed in. So I just had to look up some stats for the Grand Canyon. I couldn't recall that off the top of my head, but the Grand Canyon is 277 miles long and up to 18 miles wide and has a depth of over a mile, about 18 100 meters, and right now we are at 1,800 meters, so the depth of the deepest part of the
Video?
Grand Canyon.
Is the quad screen going out?
Yes, it is.
Are they able to see our
Yes.
sonar?
Yes.
Well, if they look at the sonar, they can get a neat
Okay,
picture
video.
of
Can you go wide?
D2 and its
Okay.
tether on the rock face. This is from SIerios' sonar.
Great, thank you. Well, actually, are you happy with those rock views?
Is that good, shoreside? On the views of the rock? Would you like something else?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, we're good.
Great. Looking at high pack, this might be the very top of the steep part. Seems to flatten out.
Again, I'm not seeing a lot of sessile fauna colonizing these faces.
Nav, just let me know when you're adjusting that. I got scared for a second there.
So there's a bright white line kind of in that crack, Mike. Is that from just sediment falling down
Okay, you want to
from
zoom
above?
in on the center? Just see something
Pushing
red and then the crack.
I'm not sure if we could zoom in,
Looks like
which the pilot's doing.
Sargassum.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Holding here.
The reason I wanted
Great,
to
that's
zoom
perfect.
is we do get veins, which can be a different mineral, can be bright
There's a little
white,
squat
which can
lobster
cut
in
the
that pool.
beds at right angles. But looking at it, it looks like it probably is
See
just a, if you like, a polished surface where little grains of sediment have been running down there and just keeping it just bare, and that's closer
wide
to its
video?
true color.
Could you just...
Can we zoom in on the squat lobster before we
okay.
take off from here?
Did you guys hear that? There's a squat lobster. Before
Yeah,
we
we
leave.
saw him in there. He's pretty deep in there, but we can try again.
Yeah, try again, and then there's a quick zoom on the Caesar too.
Great, thanks guys.
Craft has sagged forward a little bit, so gotta be a little careful on these cliffs.
Copy that. Okay, we'll just have to do this fairly quickly.
I didn't
start
even
with the sea star.
see the squat lobster.
Ooh, and a holothurian. Okay, zoom in on the sea
Another
star.
holothurian, but we're
Pushing
going
in.
to take a zoom of the asteroid sea star.
Holding.
Okay,
And then we're
going
going to
down.
move over and get a quick zoom of the squat lobster.
Okay, you can go in as I follow him.
Holding.
Again, as we zoom into the
Okay.
rock, you can see a lot of these pits and
I think that's good
boreholes
for the sea
of
star.
organisms boring
Come out
away,
wide, and I'll go
bioeroding this
find
rock
the
face.
spot lobster.
So crinoid, a feather star, another type of echinoderm, and then we're going to go
think he was-
look at the squat lobster in more detail.
Is that wide?
Not quite.
He was just, he's down further.
Full wide.
I haven't had a view of him yet. Him or her.
Okay, you can start going in. I believe he's above the seaweed.
Pushing in.
Okay, hold there. I see him. Yeah. Okay, you can go in all the way on him.
You have him in view.
Pushing in. Holding.
Oh, there he is. Wow. Hiding really well. I think that's
that full in?
a
Not
Munida
quite.
squat
Go all the way?
lobster.
Zooming in. Full zoom.
Great.
Similar to some of the Munida that we observed in the canyons off of the northeast U.S. coast.
Okay, maybe 10 more seconds on him.
And we're at a depth of...
Curious about what
Okay.
creates these pits.
wide.
I mean, obviously the squat lobster is taking advantage of this nice little cave to hang out in, but, you know, was it created by a sponge first or something else? Just putting that out there for the community to talk about.
Yeah, that's a good question.
In the pilot cam, it always looks like the craft is hitting the rock. even though
The
you can see it's
geologist
like
also would like
5
to
feet
know
away.
more.
Yeah. So there's some,
So we're still
we know that
continuing
there's
on
some
at
sponges
070,
that can
correct?
bore into the sediment surface. There's some worms
Nav
as
was
well
still
that can
moving
bore
ahead.
through, and
Still moving ahead.
some anemones even. But the squat lobster is likely not making his or her own home. Although some crabs do burrow.
It's pretty dramatic in the Sirius view.
Oh, wow, it is. Look at this coming up.
So that is a nice example of ancient slope failure. I mean, you can see the arcuate nature of the rocks. And so what we're seeing there is, an arcuate cut that was formed by the breaking of the way of the rocks that once sat there. And you can see it beautifully. That is a nice picture.
Wow.
Beautifully in the D2 picture. You can just imagine that layer once upon a time being attached and then cracking open and then falling down the hillside. This is just a minor slide compared to the ones that the ancient ones we see in the bathymetry, say in the Mona Canyon.
Okay.
But it is a beautiful example, and you can just imagine it. You can see how you've got fresh rock around there, how this slab just broke off and went down the hillside. And, maybe not so long ago, it looks pretty fresh.
Yeah, can we get some zooms, pilot?
Yes. Video, let's zoom in on the rock.
So, somebody was just requesting a zoom on the rock. What layers are you interested in? Just this here?
The different layers.
Yeah, that looks nice.
All of the layers? Okay.
We'll start at the bottom and go up.
Okay.
Fresh in that at the bottom and go up. That's exactly what I would like. Thank you, Carl. That'd be
So there's
perfect.
the sediment going up.
And there was a darker color rock to the right. Oh.
Relatively fresh in terms of the bioerosion of the feature.
5 meters away.
So, I think,
Drifting back.
even though we're talking different colors here to the rock, they all have the same kind of, freshness, except the top part, which may be more exposed for a longer time. So, in terms of the way these fail, could have been retrogressive, where the top part had failed a while ago, and then this bottom part failed later.
Okay.
That's why
That was all the layers. You come wide video.
actual scar is kind of useful in terms of.
Can you zoom on the red color? On the
Oh, yes.
Full wide.
Did you see that?
Really impressive feature.
Okay. Going back down a little.
Basically, we learn if the
Okay,
whole
you can
thing
zoom
failed
in
at
video.
once or it failed piecemeal, which, for bigger landslides is very important in terms of the size of, say, tsunamis they can generate when they fail. But
Hold in here.
here, this is not that big in the grand scheme of things.
Oh, I thought we were still doing sediment. Okay, full wide video. Oh, it is. Okay.
Drifting right.
Full wide.
Okay. I'm gonna come back out and down.
think one thing I have started taking for granted is this two-body ROV system where we can use the SIerios to see what's up ahead of us or what the D2 is looking at from a bigger perspective. I mean, most of the work that I've done in the deep sea has been using just one ROV or one submersible, and you really have a very limited point of view.
Probably want a lateral left.
This is just tremendously valuable to give us an overview of not only what's ahead,
Drifting
but
right.
you know
How
what we're doing right in front of us, right in front of the ROV fits within kind of the bigger picture. So it's a
Pilot, can we
fantastic
actually rotate left? What I'd like to try and do is get an idea of just the dip of this thing. So camera horizontal and rotate left, just to see if we can get a feel for the dip of the layers.
So is that bright red color not of interest on the sediment on the right? I don't know if
I'm sorry, did I?
How much farther is SIerios moving over here?
Just continuing to move.
Something like this.
Yeah.
Starting to pass by you.
Okay.
So the camera's horizontal, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, watch lead. Is there still interest on the stuff on the right? I only have about 30 more seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Sorry about that, but there aren't that many places. I mean, I didn't hear you zoom in or request a zoom in.
That's okay. It was for geology. I thought it looked interesting. It was a different color, so maybe it's not interesting.
Right. One of the things that gives us a big constraint is to try and get the orientation, the dip of things.
Hold there.
And it's hard in the sense we have to adjust the camera and rotate.
It's my thruster from the turn. Is it okay? Go full in for a second, then we'll have to go.
Zooming in. Full zoom.
It's obviously something on the surface of the limestone.
Okay, full what?
It looks reasonably recent. I'm not sure. Fish.
There's a fish in SIerios.
Full wide.
Thank you.
Thank you, pilot.
No problem. We're moving on.
So I had turned a little, bringing my heading back.
Hey, Andrea, is there any chance we could kind of stay at this depth and move laterally along the slope a little bit to see if we see more of these scuffs? Or
Sure, we'll have to stop the ship. Let me ask.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead,
no worries.
Easy stop, please.
Good copy.
We just have to stop the ship, and we can move, I believe, laterally along the length of our tether, at least.
We're going to have to come.
Watch lead.
Go ahead, Nav.
Yeah, we're going to have to back up a little bit. I stopped the ship, but it's going to be a while. SIerios still has to settle out.
Okay.
But we can head back down.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Jason, you're going to have to repeat yourself. I was talking to Nav. We are stopping the ship. We have to back down to go back to that depth zone, and then we can move laterally somewhat.
Yeah, I was just kind of saying.
Co-pilot, will you move the
scalloped out
pilot cam to just facing down or something? Every time I look at it front and center, it looks like I'm digging the craft into the mud.
With no, attached fauna.
That's better.
Older,
thank you.
Older enclosures, maybe with stuff hanging out there. So that, that kind of contrast we're looking for in terms of, that kind of relative aging of
so we want to get back to that feature, I take it?
Far, obviously.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Rod, pilot, I would like to get back down to that.
Okay.
That depth and kind of follow the feature laterally.
And I should also mention, we see a lot
How do you think you need co-pilot?
features in terms of
You're still muted.
landslides and slope edges
I'm
that
not
come off
talking to you.
And we
How
talked
far
about
do you
it
think you
on
need?
the first dive,
I mean, we're still swinging.
When we're in the Arecibo.
Yeah, but I want to swing you back the other way. You're going to get the dirt ship moving.
I'm not sure.
Let's go 50 meters.
You know, how they fail. Do they fail catastrophically in one big event?
Yeah.
Or as
Just look at your layback and undo it, I think.
kind of chewing away
50 meters.
of the limestone.
Right.
And this kind of
What's the serious layback? It looks
chewing
like
away of
20
the
meters or
edge. And that's one thing we've been
And
thinking
go
a little
back
bit
and give you a
about.
tether length
You know,
to run
how
with.
does this work?
Then we'll adjust.
Okay, 50's fine.
What are the scale of these processes?
That's true. You do want to set him off the wall.
Yeah, it's interesting to me from the biology side. You know, we often talk about
I like
the environmental conditions being appropriate for coral and sponge settlement,
Charlie, now.
the currents
Yeah,
being
now.
appropriate
Yeah, can I get
for
a
having enough
ship
food
move?
in the water
You go
column so that these
opposite of what we
organisms can
just were.
filter. We talk about
So it's gonna
currents
be
that
30
the
meters,
currents have to be just right so
bearing,
larvae can be transported to an
160
area and settle. But I
at
think the more and more
210.
we explore some of these different environments, there seems to be
That's
quite
the
a
wrong
bit
degree,
of a
sorry.
link between the geology that we see and the biology as well. I think we're just starting to learn about that a little more.
250?
Correct, Bridge. That's the number I was looking for. 250.
No problem, Nav.
Thanks for the catch. Pilots, 30 meters, 210s. Back downhill.
We're at a depth of 1780 meters. We've stopped the ship and we're just waiting to kind of back down to where we were, down slope a bit.
So if we wait till we know Sirius has at least stopped moving, I can back up.
Could you could you pin lift? Thought I saw something in the lower.
I think you guys are over what you're looking at, so
You can back up
find
right
some
now.
things to look at and we'll get Sirius away from you.
There's nothing on the sonar, so. Dan and I are on a mission. Stand by.
Sounds like a good mission.
Okay, want to snap in there?
Sure. Zooming in.
It's like a nice depression with some detritus accumulation.
Some sort of burrow.
All right.
Happy?
Yep. Zooming out.
Okay.
Full wide.
Watch lead nav.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav.
Which direction are we going to want to go along the contour?
Let me ask. We were. Okay. Nav, we want to go north. Nav, north is good along the contour.
You got it, north.
You're fine. Okay, we're going back down to that depth to follow that contour around. Going north, not up.
fish off to the left.
Any eyes on it yet, co-pilot?
Fish.
Ready for zoom when you are.
Can we zoom fish, please?
We're going that way.
Thanks.
What was that, Nav?
Just curious if you could see anything. Yep.
Okay, video, you can frame the fish.
Zooming in.
Nav bridge.
Go ahead, Bridge.
You got 9 meters left in your move.
Yeah, let's add another 20 to make it 50 total, please.
Good copy.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go all the...
This may have parasites. One on the lip, a couple on the side. So
Holding.
He's pretty.
I believe this is a type of macrarid. Let me look at the name one more time. It's a strange name. For me, Squalogatus, perhaps.
Can we get the lasers off?
Looks like maybe sediment on the snout and on the lip. Now that I'm looking at it a little closer. It's got really strong opercular spines, though.
Loosen it a little.
I don't know. I have to look at this a little more. Maybe this is an ophidiid. A cuskeel.
Maybe we can try for a tight shot on his head.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's what it looks
Zooming
like.
in. Oh.
I think this is different from what we observed in the beginning of the dive.
That's full.
It's full.
Drifting far away.
He won't let you see his head.
You can see those spines really nicely.
We're both just going with the current.
I don't know this one off the top of my head. I got to do a little bit of digging.
Okay. Full wide.
Maybe somebody on shoreside can help me if they have seen this one before.
Full wide.
Okay, back to center.
Looks like there's a pretty decent current.
Yeah.
South.
There is.
Pilot, why don't you start backing up towards SIerios and see if we can get an idea how close to that feature we are.
Okay. Coming back down. SIerios is definitely moving away from me.
Thank you, pilot. Yeah, I think SIerios has gone over. Your altitude dropped out.
Yep, coming down. Did you add more to that move after? Is it 50 total?
Correct, 50 total. But I can have them stop if we discover it.
Okay, we're at a depth of 1784, just moving back down to that target depth of 1800.
Bridge, are we now?
Trying to light it up for you.
Easy stop,
pilot,
please.
But it's
Easy stop by.
pretty high up.
Yeah, I'm just going through my own sediment, and I think we're almost there, though.
Pilot's ship is stopped.
Thinking of.
Because I think that's
Yeah, I see
it right there.
I see it in SIerios now.
Yeah.
Okay, here it is coming into view. See it in SIerios. Again, when we talk about SIerios, SIerios is the vehicle that is looking down onto the D2 ROV. It's tethered to the ROV, and it takes a lot of, it's directly connected to the ship. Takes a lot of heave and movement from the ship, so we don't feel that here with the D2. Also is like an eye in the sky, I like to say. It's
Yeah, it
looking
looks
at the
like
D2.
your little
We get a
outcrop
really
is
good view
directly
as
to
well.
the right. You can see the
You
curve
can see
right behind the
habitat
tether.
a little further.
It's a little bit bigger than this one. Huh?
So I'd like to come down and get the wall of my sonar, and then we can figure out what the angle of the wall is.
Is that a
before we
coral
do a ship move.
there?
Do you want to zoom in on
Possible coral?
this?
It's like a hydroid.
Oh, it's a solitary hydroid. Good call. Who was that, Carl?
No, that's Dan.
That was video.
Ah, good job, video.
Zooming in.
Yeah. It's pretty far out there. If we have interest, I can get closer.
This is our first solitary hydroid, I believe, of this expedition. Unless you saw one earlier while I was gone. No? Okay.
No, don't think we did.
Again, another type of cnidarian, which we have seen several deep-sea cnidarians, from jellyfish to anemones to zoanthids to corals, hydroids. Wondering if the bright orange mass that we see kind of in the middle of the hydroid are eggs?
Do you want me to pull back?
I was just kind of doing a not very good pirouette around it.
All right, Carl, I'm going to bring my head to port, and then I'm going to come down so that I can get a nice view on the sonar.
Definitely gonadal material.
Come out a little video.
Pulling back. Holding, partial.
Great. Okay, you can go back in now.
I'm going to lose you for a second, Carl.
So we're getting a closer look at the solitary hydroid. We often see solitary hydroids in this depth range in waters throughout the Atlantic. I have observed solitary hydroids off of Ireland. We have seen them off the northeast U.S. coast and here in the Caribbean as well. So what you're seeing inside this, the bright orange is actually what's known as a hypostome, or it's the mouth area, and the area, the like duller color around that bright orange is gonadal tissue. Thank you, Scott, for that. Scott France helping me out in the chat room with this solitary hydroid.
Let's go wide video.
Zooming out.
All right, let's survey some geology.
Survey some geology. Copy.
So shoreside and Mike, I mean, we can go the length of the tether in both directions if you'd like to do that.
Pilot, I'd like to bring Sirius in a little closer.
That'd be great, yeah, thanks.
15 meters, 045.
Okay.
Sure.
Bridge, RV nav.
Pilot watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Did you copy that? We can move in both directions. Possible?
Yes, ship move, please.
Copy that.
15 meters, bearing 045, 1/10.
50 meters, bearing 045 at point 1.
15, 15.
15, good copy.
15 meters, 045, 1/10.
15 meters, 045 at point 1. Also, confirm the bailout is still west?
Correct.
Good copy.
Bailout's due west.
All right, thank you, Neff.
Thank you, Bridge. Pilots move on. We're bringing Sirius a little bit closer and also heading to the north to the other section there off in view. Carl.
Oh, because we could
Sirius.
go all the way south on the tether first, but you're moving north.
Well, you got 5 minutes to quickly run out that way. But he's pretty far off from you, so you might not get far. But SIerios is heading northeast.
Okay. So actually, I'll just look south a bit, and then we'll move north.
Okay, thank you, Carl.
So we're back
Thank you,
inside
Violet.
the first feature we found.
The first feature that we found. Okay. So right now we're looking east.
So yeah, we're back to this feature again, but it is...
brown patch, center screen, if that's possible.
I think...
Yeah, we got a good zoom of that earlier, Jason. You want another look?
Yeah, a bit of the sediment was kicked up.
Okay. Sure. Yep, I hear you, Roger. Pilot, can we get another zoom of that that dark brown patch we zoomed in on earlier? When you get a moment,
yeah.
we can keep going this way.
I'll catch that on the way back.
Great, thank you.
Make sure to get it.
Get on the way back.
Yep.
Pilot, I'd like to bring your sonar in.
Sure.
If you'd like. Might help you.
2.5 meters seems pretty good.
It's currently at 10 meters.
I mean, I could see the wall 2.5 meters away pretty nicely. Oh, this is good too.
First ring is 2.5, second ring 5 meters.
And we just wanted to come back to this feature, have a look at this depth range, to look at the geology, and also see if there's other sessile organisms attached to the face of the rock.
Gotcha. I'll just, this is about as far as I'll go this way. I'll just look down the wall now.
You're all set. You're all set. I have the tether and fish out.
Okay. So we're above the feature now. Not much to see.
Got a good view in SIerios.
So Jason, Yuri, any thoughts on the structure here? Do you think it is dipping steeply, or do you think this is just the erosion level cutting through it? I mean, are we just basically seeing some of the colors we're seeing in the limestones? Are they just weathering from the top? What do you think the dip is of the beds?
I think there may be some dip. It's really hard. I mean, it would be, we're seeing a steep slope that's probably got some erosion on it, giving us this overall gradient to the slope. And we do see color variations in the rocks, especially in that one head wall scarp that we looked at. So yeah, I mean, there probably is
bridge.
some dip. And
Go ahead.
whether that
Got
is
5 meters
primary
left.
or
Roger, thank you.
a secondary structurally controlled dip to the bedding. Is one of the questions here. I mean, you sort of see an end view to it, and it at least seems to be a dip to it.
Video zoom on red and center.
Zooming in.
Go back to order to see what the dip is.
Holding.
It's good. Okay, can go in all the way.
Zooming in. Holding.
Thank you, Jason.
Oh, we have Scott in the chat room. We observed these earlier. We were thinking that they were some type of benthic jellyfish.
Holding. Full zoom.
Thank you.
See a lot of tentacles surrounding the bell, surrounding the outside where the red is.
Rotating to your starboard.
Yep. Okay, for what?
Full
And
wide.
we're still facing southeast now.
That fish.
Is that a fish in the
I
distance?
think it's just a piece of mucus.
Yeah, mucus.
I think we missed it.
So that's about the end of the feature in this direction, it looks like. I can head back to
Too much
center.
geology going on.
get the red spot.
Okay, can you go in for another zoom on that? I'm sorry, I kind of got confused. Are we passing over those two bright red animals that we just imaged?
Yes.
Can we zoom in on them one more time?
Sure.
And then as we keep moving, we'll get another zoom of the rock coloration.
Standing by.
Pilot ship is stopped.
Okay, video.
Zooming in.
Frame these.
Holding.
Got a crinoid just to the left of off the left there.
Yeah, it looks like it. Trying to get a
Keep
tight
going further.
tight zoom here on these red
Zooming in.
organisms.
Holding.
Bouncing around out here.
Really hard to tell what this is.
Co-pilot, what's that thing to the left of the swing arm? Yeah, that giant coral.
It looks attached to the rock face.
It's a coral to your aft port. So.
Okay. Let's come out partial video.
Are we trying to center still on the bright red?
Yeah, the current's bringing us along the wall here.
Okay, thanks.
Your toes down, I believe.
Partial. Let's try the lower one. I think it might be a little easier to image.
Okay.
On my side, anyway.
So this is new, unfamiliar to us at least, shoreside.
You have
And
room
on the
to
ship
put your
here, we're
toes
just trying to
down.
get a better look.
You have room to put your toes down and tilt your camera up.
Okay, let's come wide video.
Going back. Full wide.
Drifting right.
Yeah.
And is there anything you can do to light this up a little better, co-pilot?
Yep. He's very, very close to it. I don't think I can bring any more light in on this.
Okay.
We're at a depth of 1798, 1798.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
thank
just
you.
backing up a little to get
That's
more
the
light
right
on
idea. Back up a little bit more and we should be able to do it for you.
it. Okay. Let's try that. The lighting's not perfect,
Okay.
but I'm stable.
Zooming in.
Great, guys. Thank you.
Holding.
Okay.
See what I can do here.
Just centering it up slowly.
Really long, transparent tentacles surrounding this red body.
Okay, zooming in. Holding.
My toes slipping.
Zooming in. That's max zoom.
Awesome. We're at max zoom.
Perfect, Carl. Nice job.
Took a while.
There.
Sliding back.
Did somebody just join us on the conference
Got
line?
backward thrust on.
Buenas tardes, Graciela here.
Hello, Graciela. We are just imaging this animal, some type of cnidarian. We're really not sure what it is. Well, I'm not sure we're going to get an answer right now. We're going to have to grab a still of it and send it to a couple different taxonomists. Maybe somebody else will help us with an identification.
Should we try to get lasers on it?
But all the long tentacles
for
around it
lasers.
belong to the same organism, or is there something else?
It looked like they belong to the same organism from this view.
Probably get
I mean, they're surrounding both of them.
taller, upper one as well from this angle.
Should we try to zoom in on the top one again?
Yeah, just center it up. Okay, that's good.
And this is all bioerosion.
Back.
Correct.
Holding.
There's that long coral. I don't know if you can get to it now.
Zooming in. Holding, max zoom.
Okay, here's the upper one.
Actually, I think you're onto something. There's some of those white transparent tentacles are look like they're coming out of the rock face. Unless it's just the angle. It's really hard to tell. Oh, nope, they just moved. Yeah, they're all on that animal.
Great imagery.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you guys so much for stopping and doing that.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I'm happy with that.
Always need to get good images of something we really don't know what it is.
Carl, if you back out and turn to your starboard, there's a long stalking coral.
Full wide.
A bit below you. You can sort of see it on SIerios.
Okay, and now we can move back along this wall, and there was this coating on the wall face. It was rust colored. We tried to image it earlier. We'll want to take another zoom of that if possible.
Hour
Pilot.
and a half have passed. Just to let you know.
Well, actually, before we proceed, co-pilot saw a long coral to my starboard.
Oh,
so
really?
Just gonna check
Well,
that out.
great eye, co-pilot.
Yeah, you're going to have to point down, come to your starboard. Almost 90 degrees.
You can see where my toe was slipping there.
You're going to have to
Probably better just backing way out.
back off.
Oh, I see it now. That's big. Is the ship move done?
Yeah.
Ship is stopped.
This way is done also.
Okay. Yep.
You're on top of it now.
Okay, I'll back way out. It's farther away than it looks.
And now if you come down, you'll see it.
We're chasing after a coral.
Ah. Yep, just came into my camera.
They're going to rotate.
Nice work, co-pilot. Looks like it. Bamboo.
You're gonna have to lateral.
A
otherwise
whipped
you won't.
bamboo.
Co-pilot, would you mind
Lepidopsis,
pointing the
possibly.
users downward?
Sorry.
If you're not using it.
And we'll get a zoom in
Anything
here
else?
in a minute. We're at a depth of 1799 meters, 1799. Imaging a bamboo coral. type of octocoral.
Standing by for zoom.
I'm going to have you out of my picture for a second here, Carl.
Okay. Let's do a laser shot first. Although you'll still be on the sediment behind it, but
You're out of tether to turn, is what we're saying. So you're going to have to come up to the left side of this coral if you want any tether.
I see.
Copilot lost you in screen to check out the future and also give you more tether.
Looks like it's found the only stable rock on this whole wall.
Yeah.
It's got the iron manganese coating.
Okay, I don't think there's anywhere to set down or dig in here, but I'll just try to center it up and we can do some zooms on the polyps.
So you know you have auto heading it? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
I forgot I like it near the walls because it kind of keeps you. Okay, video.
Very
Zooming
close.
in.
Wonderful. We're getting a close-up of the polyps.
Holding
Drifting
there.
in.
And you may even be able to see some of the sclerites inside.
Drifting back quickly.
It has very tall, thin polyps, this octocoral.
Do you like those call-outs, Pilot? I'll stop.
Sometimes I do.
Just moving down the coral colony here.
Drifting back.
Again, you can see these polyps, the feeding structure, the 8 tentacles surrounding the mouth. And I think if you look closely, you can see these opaque white lines. Oh, there's an associate, amphipod. Or excuse me, a mysid shrimp.
Pulling back just a bit. Frame
Okay.
it up better.
Yeah, this is amazing imagery. These little white opaque lines, these little sclerites that you see are, only a few millimeters, really. They're not quite a centimeter, and you can actually see
Zoom
them
back
with
in.
this great imagery on the
Go for
D2.
it.
Wow, that's awesome.
Zooming out.
Oh,
And
we're at
now
an
you can
angle.
get a
I
good
thought
look
we'd
of
get the
this
base there.
rock that it's on with this dark black, possibly manganese coating. More sponges here on this rock. Little hydroids.
Okay, well that was a survey of the coral.
Awesome, thanks. And when we zoom out, can we just get the lasers on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Zooming out.
Nice work, co-pilot.
I'm not even sure.
Thank you.
I'm not even sure that this
There are
rock
the
is
lasers.
actually in place. So, there's a strong possibility that it is, and it's just
Okay.
covered
Full
by
wide video.
sediment around it.
Nice work,
That would certainly be interesting if it wasn't.
Full wide.
How
Nice work, video.
Gotta
whether
be
this,
pilot. Port.
coral went on the trip with
And
the
that
rock,
will
or
acquire you.
whether it found it later and
Coming to port.
Yeah.
it's been there a long
I
time.
mean, I would doubt that it went with the rock if it came from above. I would think it would be covered in sediment, and we'd see a lot of damage, a lot of other growth on the skeleton.
That's what I was thinking. It's just one lucky bamboo coral.
Okay, now we're moving back to where we began, I believe. Kudos from shore on the video work, ROV pilots and video. It was amazing.
So the rock.
It's up a little higher, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I followed this down from it.
And the ROV right now is pointing to the southeast. Do this one.
Did I turn or did you drift out of screen? There it is. Okay, there's a colored rock center of my screen.
Another great shot in the SIerios view. Okay, I think, Jason, those areas that you're interested in on the rock face are coming back into view.
Yeah, just there on the left side.
Okay.
Yep, just getting set up for a zoom in on these for Jason.
We're just positioning the ROV. We're at a depth of 1793 meters.
Okay, video. Can go in on these.
Zooming in.
Okay, stop there.
Holding.
Come back down.
Now that brown color seems to be joining the two big blob shrimp. Joining the two bigger, larger blobs of it along a horizontal line between them.
So is that maybe an older section of the rock?
It might be like a very subtle bedding surface.
Ready for a closer look when
very
you're up, pilot.
I think they're talking about the connection between them, but we'll just come a little to port and then we can go close.
Coloration.
Okay, can go in.
Sort of very fine to just this area.
Holding there.
It looks like it's in a horizontal line as well. So you see it on the left and then kind of going down horizontally down the rock face.
Forgive me, I was typing away at Reddit and I didn't hear the start of the conversation. I'm not sure I really know what it is. I mean, clearly the coloration is rust-colored, so it looks like it's iron staining of some sort. And as Andrea pointed out, maybe the big clue is you can see it in that horizontal layer just in the top right of the screen, and that extends a little bit more outwards. I mean, I wonder whether been laying down this limestone that's just in this little area. Some think there's been some water flow,
Sure.
which has concentrated the iron, and then basically the water's been finding its way through cracks or within the layers and basically depositing
Yeah.
iron.
Are you full in
It's-
video?
Maybe it's
Okay, can you go all the way?
if you like, it's a paleo little spring that's been flowing and depositing, building up some deposits. And the fluid with water rich, so it's been precipitating iron oxide.
Come out a little.
We were just zooming in as Mike was talking about the geology. I noticed a small sea spider, and I wanted to get a closer look.
Get
So
a
there's a
little
small
closer.
pycnogonid sea spider at this juncture here of where that
Back down.
horizontal line kind of came into this large
Might
rust-colored
just need to
staining.
square up your starboard swing arm.
There could have been also
Closer,
another
closer.
really small one of those cnidarians as well. Bright red with the really
Would you like
long
me to pull back
translucent
or
tentacles.
stay
Yeah,
here?
No,
coming
this is
into
good.
view now.
What's interesting to me is it looks like the brown coloration is
go back in.
bubbly and kind of protruding.
Guy on
So
the right is
something
doing
was
something.
running along
that
a
the
crack
same-
on the rock and precipitating
Same thing we
the
saw in
rust
the wall earlier?
coloration over a
I don't
period of
think so.
time. So whether it was a paleo little spring that ran for a little time and precipitated iron oxide.
Okay,
Um,
so
Having trouble holding it stable. but
pycnogonids
you
or
can
sea
go in all the way
spiders
and just
are
try to
arthropods.
get some shots of these two.
Zooming in. And hold there.
Actually, I was asking Scott France earlier, and last year we just observed a solitary hydroid. If you guys were following us about a half hour or so ago, we had a large solitary hydroid, and Scott France had a great opportunity to observe a sea spider actually feeding on the gonad tissue within a solitary hydroid, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool predatory observation. This is awesome video, guys. Thank you. So each that pycnogonid and the
Try one more zoom
Nidarian
video.
here that we're not quite sure what it is, are just a centimeter
go in.
too wide, very small. So we're zoomed in really closely.
Just hold that, and I'll just kind of wander around.
Okay.
So we're almost 1,800 meters on the bottom. Go ahead, Jason.
I was just going to thank everyone. I mean, those are really, really great zooms. While we always, end up having more questions than answers, this is a really, I think, important kind of observation we're making here. And whether it is, oxidation
Pretty
of
far away now.
some iron-rich water or some bacterial, action on something.
Well, let's
along
go back
these
out to
layers,
the red.
and these fractures.
I think that's the best I can do. It's very
I don't
small.
think we have a
Holding here.
conclusive answer, but that's a really getting really good views of them. Thanks to everyone.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was great.
Ready to move northwards along this
Yeah,
feature?
let's do that for a while. Thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to add the pycnogonid, the sea spider, I think has a really interesting life
Full
history
life.
trait. Sea spiders, the males actually are the ones that brood and carry the eggs. We observed several pycnogonids on deepwater corals off of the northeast U.S., several on one particular on a particular colony of coral. So there would be a male, and it would appear to be females as well. So sometimes these relationships they can form harems where there'll be one male and several females. Okay, and we're looking due east now onto the wall face.
There's a fish.
Looks like another holosaur. Seems to be the most abundant fish species we have observed during this dive.
Go for zoom.
Can we zoom?
Zooming in.
See if there's any parasites associated with this holosaur. Oh yeah, I think so. One right below the dorsal fin, maybe a nathid parasite.
Zooming in. Holding.
Nice. Following.
Yeah, so again, another Aldrovandia species. One of the defining characteristics of holosaurs helps in identifying different species is whether or not there are scales present on the head. This one appears to have no scales, so it would put it in the genus Aldrovandia.
Okay, you can go in.
Zooming in.
Yeah, I saw something dangling down on the underside, but I didn't see the nathid that you... Hi, Andrea.
Oh, maybe on closer look. I thought it was right underneath the dorsal, but yeah, you're right. On closer look, it just looks...
There's something there. I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know if that's maybe a copepod or something. Part of it.
I thought when we first
If you
zoomed
could just
in...
get the pilots to turn it around, that'd be great.
Yeah.
We could turn him around. If we wait long enough.
Is Todd on? He would have that magic wand.
Can you zoom in on the dorsal fin on the top of the fish? Do we have any more zoom?
Yeah.
Standing by.
I'll come back in a bit.
Yeah, we're real far away now. Yeah. Not sure how much more zoom I have.
We're really interested in learning more about the prevalence of parasites in the deep sea, and their infection rates on deep sea fishes. So although we can't study the endoparasites utilizing these methods, or the parasites that live inside, we can definitely have a look at what's
just trying to get ahead of him.
Infecting the outside of these different fish species.
Stand by. Okay, go for it.
Zooming in.
Curious now, did you see that bright orange in the bottom left? That
Let
looks
him
a little
float
different.
through the frame.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you guys imaged that earlier.
Or maybe it was just Sargassum?
No.
No, that was another thing we saw.
Go back a bit.
Yeah.
Now he's going down.
Yeah,
It looks like something's attached there,
Oh yeah,
Andrea.
can you yeah, zoom full?
Zooming in.
Yeah,
But
zoom full
there's
on
a ton of Sargassum as well.
Yeah, there's a little parasite down there, I think.
Okay, Amanda and Jason, can
Come
you
back to him.
do a little, help us
Just
out a
trying to
little more
catch the
here?
parasite.
I need to go help with Reddit AMA. So, Amanda, if you could help more with the biology, since we have you on the line.
Get back.
And Tim, if he's still there.
Here and helpful, I hope.
Very
All right,
helpful.
let's go
We'll
on.
try.
Thank you. I don't know who else is still on the line with us. Graciela, you may still be on the line. And Maritza or Michelle.
Feisty one.
Before we leave this spot, if we can zoom in on the orange left of the fish.
Pilot, can you,
Lasers are on.
left of the fish, I'm kind of
Sure.
lost track. I looked down. There was something bright orange.
An orange
Yep, I see it now.
attached to the wall.
So if you, go in towards the fish, we'll get a better look.
Are the lasers on?
They are now.
Now they're okay. Thanks.
Maybe he's going to start
Yeah, the
cooperating
orange
too.
is just to the left of the lasers right now. If you guys already have it in view.
Great. the fish dusted it. Okay, video.
Zooming in. Holding there. What is that?
Whoa, what is that?
Yeah, it's neat.
Crazy
A
looking.
little dusted by the fish. But that looks like it's attached. I wonder if it's a cup coral, maybe?
I don't know what it is.
I haven't seen it with a long orange-red tentacles.
Some type of anemone, perhaps?
Is it moving? No, it's not a cup coral one.
Oh, it is moving. Oh, you know what? I think it might be a jellyfish.
Oh, it looks
It's
like
not actually attached. It's in front of...
Tentacles.
Yeah.
There, yeah.
Very cool. Wow, that's insane
That's
looking.
really wild.
Yeah.
Does it? It looks like there's strands.
It's one of those
yeah.
dandelions. It has the strands
Dandelion, that's
going
right.
off everywhere.
Yep.
Wow. Chief Navigator Bobby.
So not a jellyfish, but a siphonophore.
I can zoom in more. When
So
you're
a
ready.
benthic siphonophore. We have seen several siphonophores in the
Okay,
water column,
go
but
for
this
it.
is the first benthic
Zooming in.
one. It's awesome.
That's full zoom.
Does that have like a stalk that's coming from above that's holding it?
Looks like the tentacles are attached.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, they attach to the wall, I think.
It almost looks like there are several attachment points, like it's in a web.
Yeah, it's in a web of
Similar to
tentacles.
the previous little guys we saw that we couldn't figure out.
Okay, come what?
I think if you disturb him enough, Carl, he'll release off the wall.
You think so?
Just frame it. Can
I've
we get,
seen that happen before.
I thought these guys kind of set up and stayed.
I'm going to zoom in a bit more. And if we could
We've seen
Looks
them
like it's-
let go of their
Software site.
tentacles and float along.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome, Bobby.
Yeah, the little, almost clear strands.
So they're not actually sessile, but they're just attached, and then they can
Okay,
let
let's
that
go
attachment
wide.
go.
I
And
will attempt to
I
disturb
Move
think
in the
we've
water
seen
column.
them let them go on their own.
So that was was that in the
Boy.
seamounts last year that you had those observations?
I don't remember.
I want to say it was Caymans. We saw a bunch there and also near Galapagos, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, you're right, Bobby. We saw them at Cayman.
I think we saw one of these just a few days ago, actually.
Okay, those folks that can help with biology and geology, I am going to tune out for a little while and answer some AMA questions.
So just doing the introduction thing, it's Mike Cheadle here, and I'll be taking over for the next
Think you're
while
clear to go if you want.
with the help of the real experts on shore.
Hey, Andrea, Mike, it's Scott France calling in. I'm sorry I had some trouble finding the phone number.
Hi, Scott. Great to have you. Thanks for calling in.
Sure, I was going to describe some of the benthic siphonophore, but we've moved on. It's a small colonial animal, and those are tentacles that basically tether to the bottom, so it is often associated with the benthos. But it can release those tentacles to sort of float around and then reattach itself. But it's kind of like I think viewers would be more familiar with a Portuguese man of war. So it's essentially a Portuguese man of war that lives in the deep sea. It's much smaller and tethers itself to the base. So some of the polyps that are associated with it are used for feeding, some for reproduction, and some for hanging onto the bottom. Really neat find. We did see several in. I don't remember if it was the canyons or the seamounts
that, co-pilot?
In the October dive, but we did come across at least 3 or 4 of them. But that was a really nice view.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah,
We
thanks.
I thought I saw something on the ledge on the right. I don't know if it's possible to pan right a little bit. It was attached. Sort
You want
of
it
pink,
just straight
red,
north.
fuzzy.
I think I'm
Pilot,
pretty good distance
any
from the
chance
wall.
of panning right?
Go north then.
Thank you, Scott.
I can come down and get closer to the wall.
Just
You're Future's clear. Your path is clear. 30 meters. Bridge, RV nav.
Did you hear watch lead?
You got it, Nev.
Ship move, please.
Sure.
30 meters, due north. 1/10.
Pilot, any chance of panning
Good
to the
copy.
right?
30 meters, due north at point 1.
Thing.
You got it.
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. The little red thing to the right.
I think it's right on the far right view where the crust kind of comes inward. It's attached on the edge, it's sort of transparent, translucent. All these soft-colored objects, hard to describe from here. Sorry. Just below the lasers now.
Okay.
Just below the lasers now, so just in that corner somewhere.
Got it.
Zoom in that little upside-down V.
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Ship move underway.
You can see a lot of Sargassum detritus just below
Okay,
it,
video.
too.
Standing by.
Zoom in here.
Sort of accumulated.
So you
Keep going.
got about 5 minutes before we start to move. Before SIerios starts to move.
Okay. Amanda, is this it?
Amanda, are we in the right place?
You're in the right place. I'm not sure I see anything interesting now.
Well, lack of biology is
Sorry,
just
I
as
guess
important as biology.
I'm starting to see things.
No, it's hard. It's
My
hard.
imagination.
At least
Okay,
you're seeing
full wide
things.
video.
Coming back.
And so just as we pull away, the Sirius view is another great view. I mean, we're seeing another smaller example of the slope failure we saw just to the south of us.
There
so
is
this
something
slope is
upper
failing.
right next to that line. Not sure if you
And this it's just a nice example of ancient slope failure, how these slabs have broken away in these arcuate structures and slid downhill out of our sight. And they might have been some of the blocks that we traversed over on the way up the hillside. So an important observation, I think, here is you can see, even with the dipping camera, that it does look like the beds are relatively steeply dipping. And that probably tells us that this lump is more than likely out of place. Might not be, but it may well have been a block that slid partly down the side of the canyon. It's hard to be sure.
Got something here.
But is certainly a hypothesis that needs to be considered. And the dip certainly is very different to what we started out at the start of the dive, where we saw very horizontal features. And I think we're going to zoom in on this creature. Michelle tells me it's an urchin. I just can't. I'm just too nervous to guess from this distance. This certainly looks like an urchin.
Standing by for zoom.
Copy that.
Toes are down.
Yep. Oh, toes are dragging. Okay, video, you can zoom.
Zooming in.
And indeed, it looks like a spiny sea urchin. You can see the 2 feet. You can see him moving. And you can see he's a little different to the ones that we saw earlier with the big sacs He just has a whole bunch of relatively small spines. Anybody have any idea what kind of species he is? Scott comes in.
Co-pilot.
You online, Scott? Do you want to tell us in person, or shall I just read it out? Scott tells me it's a Formosoma.
Perfect.
Hey, Mike, sorry. I believe Formosoma is the genus or something like it.
Okay, zooming in a little further.
Shoot, can you tell us anything?
Where did I hang up?
It's all yours.
Can you tell us anything more about it, Scott?
Full zoom.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure that on. Yeah, so we have seen these fairly frequently, and one of the things I've learned from Chris Ma and others is you can see the spines that are sticking out towards the substrate there. They're purple spines, and at the end they have little white tips, and those tips are somewhat expanded, and some have described them as like little boots or hoofs, and allow it to be more stable on a soft sediment, basically increase the surface area at the bottom of that science. That's kind of interesting. And like all sea urchins and other echinoderms, these are closely related to sea stars and the brittle stars. They have tube feet, and you can see that the tube feet are really quite long in these ones. So those are the flexible purple things you see sort of moving around, and they'll have sort of like little suction cups at the end moving around, and they'll have sort of like little suction cups at the end that they may use to cup food particles and so on. The mouth is oriented directly underneath there, so we can't see it. It's oriented towards the bottom, and these guys will crawl around the bottom and pick up organic food particles that have settled into the sediment and feed on it.
There with lasers.
And not sure what more to tell you. Yeah, I'm not sure what more to tell you that.
Okay, and why?
Thank you, Scott. That was great. Thank you, Pilot, as well, for spotting it.
No problem. All set with that watch lead?
Yep, let's move on.
Okay.
Thanks again, Scott. That was great.
Thanks for the camera work, co-pilot.
You're welcome, pilot.
So again, briefly to recap what we're doing, we're actually facing northwest at the moment, but we're on the side of a north-south trending canyon, the Guayanilla Canyon. We're on the east wall, and for the past while, really, we've been traversing north along the canyon side. We've been going up and down a little bit, but we had a jump, and we've moved 250 meters along the canyon wall. We're flying over a bunch of carbonates, of platform carbonates of Pliocene to Miocene age, which once would have formed near the sea surface, but have now probably been tectonically moved down to these deeper depths. We were trying to look for a major east-west trending fault, the Investigator Fault, and hoping that we might come across some evidence of that fault in the surface we're looking at. And we've been enjoying both the biology and the geology as we sail along, and we're just going down slope a little bit now, and we're seeing more of these layers within the carbonate. What you're seeing there, if you've not looked at this kind of stuff before, is the white layer, and the protruding layers below are actual real pieces of rock, and all the gentle stuff over the top, gently dipping stuff over the top, is the background mud which builds up and tends to accumulate on these slopes and
Just shaking off
smooth
some
them
mud
out.
here.
And so these horizontal layers are what we call bedding planes. They give you the orientation of the rocks when they originally formed. Those layers would have been horizontal when these rocks formed in a shallow sea, something like, and we don't know the exact age of these, but something like 5 to 15 million years ago.
Snap zoom here video.
Pushing in. Holding.
Looks like a piece of Sargassum seaweed just above us.
Yeah. Okay, back up.
Zooming out.
Thought it was a stock.
And full wide.
Okay.
And I guess the other thing to point out as we just drift by is you can see the different colors in the layers. At the top there's a white layer. There's, Michelle suggests, could we pan in, go into the upper layer below the white layer? So at the top of the screen, the darker part of that upper layer.
Sure.
Yeah, bridge coming to an easy stop here.
So the
bridge.
we're seeing different layers within
Ship
the
stop.
rock. The rock isn't made of all the same thing. We see subtle variations in composition, in the size of the grains within it, in the chemistry of the grains within it, and that leads to this layering. So
Video,
you
Nav,
can
was there a live
see
event?
at the top of the picture a
think it's
white
text
layer
only.
and then a grayer layer underneath, and that's where we're zooming in now, and that
But
reflects
presumably they're watching this.
some variation in the chemistry and the grain size probably of the rocks. Top layer might be much richer in calcium carbonate, the lower layer might be more clay.
Okay, video. In on this layer.
Okay. Zooming in.
Okay, hold there.
Holding.
And so we can see this pitted limestone, the white layer, when we discussed whether those could be organic burrows or something else earlier, and then the darker layer underneath. I got a request, pilot, can we get a little closer under the white ledge?
Sure. Full in video.
Zooming in. Full zoom.
Great. There we go.
And it's kind of cool, we're starting to see the internal structure of the limestone.
Coming in a little closer for you.
So, pilot, I'm sure you're with me, but yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I think I
Sorry, apologies.
picked up a little mud there. Sinking.
So that white streak on the brown face.
Moving past you now, Carl. I'm starting to turn to look back at you.
Yeah, just
Okay.
And you're
Is that
also,
the tether dragging me along?
yeah, there's current
Yeah.
pushing you.
don't worry, I understand.
Okay, can you come out video?
Zooming out.
Yeah, don't worry. Thank you for trying.
Full wide.
Great.
Is that a little crab near the bottom? Up to the left. Okay. See it right there in the center?
I see him. I'm just shaking. Okay.
Might just be a piece of debris. But
I'll do a snap zoom.
sure. Zooming in.
Yeah.
Yep, just debris.
Okay, full wide.
And left. Full wide.
Can you push out
Michelle,
to your port,
I think
forward
the
port
request
stuff?
before I came on board, as it
Forward
were,
port?
or on
I'd
this,
have to leave the ledge, right?
See where I am?
was to just try and explore north and south
Yeah.
of the ledge using the,
But I'd have to go up to the sediment on top of the ledge.
you know, what's by just effectively using the length of the tether. just to get a feel of this cliff
but then that would
face.
defeat the.
And the worry
Well,
really
I'm-
is
I'm
progressing
looking almost
upslope.
straight down at you
We
right
might
now, Carl.
hit
So,
mud
and I'm
fields,
moving
but
to my
we
port.
will do that, and
well,
we
back,
do need
so
to do
Should
that
we
soon.
stop the ship and reorient you?
Well, we're going to swing. The ship is stopped.
I mean, onshore folks, conference time, do we need to move on, or would you prefer to keep traversing, if we can, along this slope? Yeah, Michelle, we were trying to do this laterally at the moment. But people online, have we seen enough, and do we want to carry on, or which way do we want to carry on? Do we want to keep looking laterally or go up? If we could zoom in on that, maybe debris in the middle.
If we can continue going laterally, that's great. I don't know what the lateral limit is, but
Should I go ahead and get in position, or we can move the ship back? Because I just heard they want to go laterally.
We are moving laterally.
Carl, you just need to come left. Just keep going that way.
We're moving north.
Sorry, Watchlead, we have to move the ROV along. Sirius has gotten ahead.
Sorry, Pilot, carry on. So we're traversing laterally in a approximately north-south direction, trying to understand this steep slope. And what you're looking at is the mud cover that covers part of this slope. The white trails are trails where sediment has been failing and falling down slope. It kind of gives you a feeling for the color of the mud underneath that brown layer. It's actually light in color. And we're just exploring, seeing what we can find.
If we want to be back on that ridge, we gotta.
You're gonna have to back away.
Well, let's start by getting you to find the ridge. Then we'll adjust Sirios.
Should just be below me.
So either up or down.
Down.
So if you look at Sirios, there's
I'm suggesting
more of
that
that overhang
you need to
below you.
either go up or down.
So again, at the top of the screen, we saw a little bit of outcrop, some of the failed limestone. And on the Sirius view, we can see more of the surface, and it looks like another one of these arcuate slope failures further up above us. And we can see these channels in the sediment. I mean, there's these triangular chutes made by the sediment cascading down the hillside and eroding away the soft material below.
Okay, looks like I'm back at an interesting layer here.
And so we found another one of these arcuate head slope failures with the channels below it, which channel the
3-4
sediment down the hillside.
340. Bridge, RV nav.
Yeah, Nev.
Ship move, 30 meters, bearing 340-110.
Watch lead pilot.
Good
we're back
copy.
with you.
30 meters, 340 at point 1.
Pilot watch lead here.
That's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know we're reoriented. Caught up with Sirius, so
Ship move
anything you want
underway.
to zoom in on, we can do it.
Okay. So, sure side, if you see anything, shout out, because we're now in a position to zoom in on anything we want. Obviously, biology, I think, takes priority. We kind of know the geology here. I mean, why not? Let's do something different. How about zooming in on the geology absolutely straight in front of us, i.e. not the white layer that we tend to do, but look under the ledge straight in front of us and see what we find.
Will do. I'll just get into position video.
Standing by.
Okay, you're free to zoom.
Okay, zooming in.
We ended up with a squat lobster when we were trying to go for geology.
Oh, that's great. No, I mean, I think we kind of know what the geology is, so the biology here is...
That's okay, Carl. That's awesome.
So we have a tiny squat lobster.
Okay, holding here, but I do have more zoom when you're ready.
Okay. So yeah, if we can just pan to the right and maybe just explore a little. Oh, if you want to get a close-up, that's great.
The current is no longer pulling me to starboard. You come a bit wider.
Pulling back.
That's good.
Yeah.
You're probably going to feel a current forward to aft.
Well, so that ledge does have this darker coloration, whether it's another one of these iron manganese coated layers. I was just wondering if there's anything under that lip to the top right. I don't see anything, but... So in the center of the screen is a tiny squat lobster. And we're just zooming in to see if we can get a better close-up.
Coming back up.
Pull back a bit.
I think there's a superb view in SIerios at the moment. You can see the
you can go in.
Okay,
hillside
zooming in.
failure features, and most importantly, the channels down beneath them.
Holding here.
Okay.
Will do, Michelle.
Got my toe. There we go.
So there he is.
Sea star.
Sorry, I'm just bouncing everywhere. Can you come out a bit, video?
Pulling back.
Yeah, pilot, don't worry too much. We've seen a lot of squat lobsters. Can we just
partial
pan right and start to look at the, the whole ledge, as it were?
Gotcha.
Starting to come towards you, Carl.
Again, if you see anything or shoreside see anything, let's zoom in, but just slowly panning, looking at what we've got.
And you were at partial, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
Can we zoom in under the ledge, just have a look?
Yeah, go in full video.
Zooming in.
Nothing.
Try to bring out whatever's
particular.
back there.
Holding here.
Is that a little crinoid? So a little crinoid there.
want to zoom in a little more?
Sure.
That's full.
Great.
And actually, there is an interesting geology point here. Notice you can see the black Fe iron manganese crust, but you can also see it's rusty in the middle, which maybe gives a clue to why we're getting the iron manganese crusts in some places. Maybe these are particularly iron-rich layers, which then, have their own iron ready to mix with the manganese to form the manganese coating. Just pure speculation, but
76 degrees on my camera.
Okay, drifting pretty far away.
Okay, let's go wide video.
Pulling back.
thank you, pilot. So shore side,
Full wide.
thoughts on what you'd like to go?
See how I'm orientated? That's the
While you're
direction of
thinking,
travel.
Michelle just asked where could the iron come from. I don't know, Michelle. I think what we have is a whole sequence of bedded limestones, which, grow very slowly. And so whether, one or the occasional layer just becomes richer in iron during deposition, somehow it just gets a little bit more iron in there from maybe conditions in the water, or maybe from some contamination from some detritus getting put in. And then, that iron shows up later. I can make no better suggestion. Saharan dust, says Michelle. Maybe. That would be a perfect way of bringing in some foreign particles. So we're continuing to traverse to the north. We're facing directly north. This is the eastern side of the Guayanilla Canyon. Scott just spotted a small head-down fish in the water column. I missed it. Sorry, Scott. Possible holothurian on the above right, but we have seen loads of those, so don't worry. Oh. And so we're just going north, contouring around, and we're back onto one of these big mud
Nav bridge.
So it might be that we need the rock failure
Bridge go.
to actually
Coming up on
expose
5
the
meters here.
rocks.
Roger, thanks.
Good.
Probably if we could poke into this stuff, we'd find the rocks just a few centimeters, maybe a little bit more beneath this mud, which is just piling up and filling in all the topography. Yeah, Jason made the point that the iron and the manganese layers build up very slowly.
Pull you off a little bit more.
What's clear, for some reason, there's some
Bridge, Nav.
layers which are much more receptive to the iron manganese coating.
Go ahead,
We've
Nav.
seen that pretty much
30
everywhere
meters,
we've been, and
310
and it was clear on the
30 meters,
Nautilus dives as well. Now,
310.1.
Yep.
whether that means
Just so you know, we're working our way along these contours, so we're constantly having to adjust the heading.
that those layers
Sounds
are
good, Neff.
more resistant, and so they have more time to grow it. But it's clear from both the Nautilus dives and these dives that you see
Okay, looks like I'm
horizons
pretty
of
far out. What is the
iron
next direction?
manganese coating within the limestones.
310.
If you want to look up slope more, back down slope,
It's going to be a little while before we start to move.
So Nav, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Any idea? Can you give us a quick calculation if we were to go up slope now, how far we'd get?
Just upslope for the remainder of the dive.
Yeah, so if we were to pick up the dive track and go up slope.
Stand by.
So we're just checking.
Watch lead, we'd make it about 740 meters.
740 meters. Can you just highlight, can you zoom out the high pack, let shoreside see, and just maybe we can make a decision what we want to do, where that would be? So shoreside, can you just look at the high pack and just really tell me what you want to do? So yeah, Nav, I think the plan was to go diagonally, so more northwest. Yeah, you got it.
That's it right there.
Thank you. So shoreside, we could strike off in that sort of direction. It's up to you guys. What do you think we want to do? We can do absolutely whatever you want. That just gives you an idea of how far we could get before we have to leave bottom.
That's fine. I mean, I expect to get a lot of sediment, but sediment's cool too.
Sorry, I didn't. Was that shoreside? Hello?
Video, there's a lot of echoes in the conference call.
Yeah, turn down the volume on your video.
Mike, on the ship, are you able to hear the WEC?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before that, so I can hear you now, Amanda.
Okay.
So please repeat.
We could traverse up slope. I expect we're going to see a lot of sediment, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree totally. The danger is we might just end up flying over 750 meters of mud. But it's up to you guys.
Video, wanna go
I mean, I guess the question comes
Zooming
down,
in.
do we think we're going to see much more, apart from the spectacular corals, of course, do we think we're going to see
Holding
much
here.
more here?
Okay.
Never know what you're going to see.
Can we just turn off the lasers
You guys make
for a
the
minute?
call, up slope or
Yeah,
along
we
slope?
got them there.
Thank you.
Just go up slope.
Yeah, I second up slope.
Zooming in.
I think that was Michelle. Michelle's itchy to get going. So can somebody tell me about these beautiful corals?
Watch lead nav, we're going to move up slope then.
That's
Hey, Mike, while we're having this close-up,
pull
I
back
thought
a
I'd
bit.
mention that this is a type of octocoral. It's actually a C10. You see it has a very long, slender stalk that is rooted in the center.
Actually, if you go wide,
And
I'll
it
just
has
hop
these
forward and get a
four
better
very large
far.
polyps, which are extended
Sort
from
of the edge of my leg.
Full wide.
if you want the body of that colony. Really beautiful view, and they're very characteristic of soft sediment bottoms.
Thank you, Scott.
I had a quick question for you. Regarding them able to, stabilize themselves and rooting into the sediments, are they, if they were disturbed
I'm going to bring the ship to a stop
and
with its current move
uprooted, would it be
and redirect it
possible
up
for them to,
What was the direction?
resettle,
050.
reattach,
You want to come back
and
towards
re-steer
Sirius and head
themselves
uphill once you're
elsewhere?
done with this coral.
That's a really good question, Amanda, and I
Bridge,
don't have
over
any
here.
visual evidence of that. They will have a
So we're
peduncle
going to
that can
call off
inflate
that
to
current move
hold them
and
in
make a
position.
new move.
And
210 meters.
they do have a
bearing
central
050
axial skeleton, so you see that narrow stalk
at 110.
coming up. There is a pretty
050
skeleton
at
in there, so
Good
that
copy.
part of
Alright,
it is
thanks,
not
Zach.
very flexible. So I'm not sure how they would easily re-anchor themselves. I believe also I see an amphipod on the back side of that central polyp there. It's quite bright white, and we often see a couple of amphipods, often just two, a male and a female, associated with these colonies. It's kind of interesting. Since we have such a spectacular view here, you're seeing the 8 tentacles, and in the center of the mouth, and you see a purple line that seems to be extending down from those tentacles. That's essentially throat, if you will, the pharynx.
Do you have
that
any more
leads
zoom?
down into the digestive
Let's go down
cavity
one
there.
Tilt up a little.
So, Amanda, I can't really answer your question.
on the amphipod.
I don't really know how easily they can reorient themselves. Certainly, other sea pens are a little bit more mobile and can actually
Ship move underway.
disappear
050.
into a hole, into a burrow in the bottom. But I'm not so sure about this species.
Thanks, Scott. I was just curious, given, there might be some downslope sediment transport and transport of larger boulders and such, how this
Cool, I'm happy with
species
that.
might be
That's
able
very
to resettle itself?
Sure. Yeah, it's a really good question. You know, you can see that main stalk is so narrow that there isn't a lot of inflation that goes on.
Can you frame it
but
for
there
a
is
second?
a layer of tissue that's around it. But I suppose perhaps with the differential channeling of water there, they might be able to make themselves more
050.1?
buoyant and so tip themselves back up. Possibility.
All right.
Just fantastic imaging. It's so beautiful. You can really see that amphipod nicely now hanging
So
on
can
the
we
back.
zoom in on the amphipod?
Yeah.
We got a clear.
Amphipod's a small crustacean related to the isopods, kind of shrimp-like. Cousins of this amphipod would be on beaches. You call them beach hoppers or sand fleas.
Very cool. Okay.
Okay.
With that, we'll go back.
Great.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Amanda. And thank you,
All right.
RV team. Again, superb photography.
Time to get in position.
So just to explain to the listening world, we made the decision to return to continuing along the dive track. We can do about another 700 or so meters before the end of the dive. The end of the dive will be in something like about 2.5 hours time, plus or minus half an hour. I'm not absolutely sure, but another couple of hours or so. The danger is that we are moving on to a shallower slope, and so there is a chance that we will just traverse along mud, but we need to take that chance if we need to explore. So fingers crossed, we find some interesting things to look at. Pilot, I got a question from Michelle again about the currents. Any feel for?
Well, while we were on the cliff down there, there were, I don't know, about a half knot to the south.
Half a knot to the south.
Yeah.
A little less than that.
Thank you, pilot.
I'd say a couple tenths. I don't know if I would say it was a half knot. What do you think, Bobby?
And I can't really tell, but if we're traversing, can we have the lasers on? Sorry if they are on and I just can't see them.
Thank you, Amanda.
Sure.
Okay, I'm out in front.
Going to deploy your lower swing arms a bit more.
Okay. Want me to square up so you can see them?
Nope, you're okay. And I can bring your upper ones out also.
So, pilot.
Sounds good.
I mean, you know this. I mean, we're taking a risk in a way here that we're traveling over this mud surface. So you're welcome to make good speed, just in the hope that we come across some interesting things.
SIerios' view.
Sure, watch lead. We'll kind of zigzag around, and if there's not much to do, we can speed up. But we'll start off at point 1 and see what we find.
See that hole, Clark?
Look what SIerios found on sonar. Beautiful picture of you.
Uh-huh.
And tether.
So just looking at the SIerios sonar, we can beautifully see D2 illuminated. So again, we're on this muddy surface. There are various, there's evidence of bioturbation, the lighter areas, and occasional holes here and there, which could be burrows, but in many cases are marks left by falling rocks. As they bounce down the slope, they can dig a hole. That's something in the middle of the screen, pilot? Oh, no, probably not. Your eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, I think it was just some seaweed.
Pilot sonar stopped. Restarting.
Thinking of. Oh, I'm pulling you, aren't I?
So just to summarize, and just as I say that, at least there's some holothurian trails in the bottom of the picture. So one of the things we have seen on this dive is numerous holothurians of something like 4 or 5 different kinds. And they, of course, swim around and live and ingest the mud, and those trails are made by the holothurians crawling around. We've been now diving for a while. I'm just checking my notes. We hit the seafloor way back at 11:57 UTC time, so that was about 8 o'clock our
Video
time.
snap zoom in this water
Zooming
column.
in.
We're just looking at...
It's gone.
Full wide?
Yeah, full wide.
We almost had something in the water column there. So anyways, to summarize today's mission, it was to come up
Zoom
the
on this
east wall.
holothurian.
Zooming in.
Sorry?
Full zoom.
Yes.
Get there. I'm just going to hand over to Andrea. She's done some more Reddit questions, and I guess I've got about 20 minutes to finish off mine. Fingers crossed we find some interesting biology and some rocks.
Okay.
Well, hello, everybody.
Full wide.
Thank you, Adia.
So there's something in the water column on the right. Maybe a little shrimp.
Oh yeah. I think it's a little holothurian. Let's go see.
Standing by.
Okay, you can zoom.
Yep, you're right.
Hello, Shoreside. I am back. Looks like we're imaging a swimming holothurian. I did see a sea pen and umbellula that I saw in the other room on the video.
There's a jelly behind that. I think it's gone now.
Okay, you can go back in video. full wide.
Okay, coming back. Full wide.
See sediment traces here, likely from the holothurian sea cucumbers moving through the sediment, feeding. Few more holothurians.
Fish to the left.
A fish to the left. Can you play on
Yeah.
left, pilot?
Yeah, it's out of field.
Good eyes.
Moving there now.
It's just
Okay.
a serious view.
Okay, video. Zoom on this. I'm starting to suspect it's not a fish.
Was this what you were looking at, Amanda?
I think it was to the left of
I don't.
that.
Yeah, I think it's more left.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
wide.
I think
No,
you've
it
come.
was a little further left. I swear. I promise this time it was really.
Oh, there it
down at
is.
the bottom.
On the bottom.
Gotcha.
Tripod.
Nice catch.
I saw the white object and assumed it was that.
Standing by for zoom.
Okay.
All right, we're going in for a zoom on this, what appears to be a tripod fish.
Okay, you're free to zoom.
Pushing in. Frame it up.
Oh, very nice. You can see the long extensions on the pectoral fins. Can we get a side view too of the caudal tail?
Sure.
Okay. Pull back.
You're done with that?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
again, if you
full
look at
wide.
these tripod fish, they have very minute eyes. So these pectoral rays are extending
Full
over
wide.
and above the fish, feeling for prey. Wonderful. Tripod fish, of course, are very common in deep water environments. Several different species. So far, I think, during this expedition, we've
video.
observed 4 or 5 different
Zooming in.
species within the family of Apnopidae.
Partial.
Great. Okay, you can frame the whole fish.
Want me to take your camera?
I think I'm good. Watch lead, how's that?
You can, are we at max zoom?
No, I've got more.
No, we have more.
Can we zoom in on the caudal a little more?
Sure. Okay, co-pilot, can you tilt down? All right, video, you can zoom.
Zooming in. Full
Can't
zoom.
tell if that's
That's
a
full zoom.
notch or...
Looks like a notch.
Yeah, so we're seeing the sediment behind it kind of come through. All right, great.
Anything
That is
else?
a diagnostic character of one of
Anything
the
else
species.
you want video?
Yeah, we imaged a couple of these earlier.
Okay.
Yep. Pulling back. Full wide.
Thanks, guys. That was great.
No problem. So what species was that?
Bathysaurus phoenax.
I'll remember.
You'll remember? So it has that subcaudal notch. And just thinking about some of the work that we've done on the seamounts in the Anegada Passage, Dog and Conrad seamount, we observed 2 other species of Bathysaurus, and they appear to be distributed by depth range. So one species was more abundant in a particular depth range compared to another, and both of those were actually shallower than what we're seeing today. So it's interesting. Again, here we're seeing this other Bathysaurus at deeper depths. And we often see closely related species segregated by depth in the deep sea. And so depth is important or the cofactors that vary with depth, such as temperature, very important in the evolution of species and the ecological niches as well.
Something with this stalk there in the background on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a mucus housing from a larvation house in the water column?
Try a zoom on that video?
Yeah, please.
Zooming in. There, you're going for the mucus.
Yeah. Okay. I always go for the mucus.
Can we kill the
You can
lasers?
see bits of seagrass detritus on the seafloor behind.
Thank you.
So, watch lead, what is a mucus housing?
A mucus housing is from, if this is one, basically just this animal, it's a type of chordate, creates this mucus house. So it's just this gelatinous kind of housing to protect it as it moves through the water column.
All right.
Cool. Okay.
Full wide.
Looked like another sea pen or something there on the right. Back
in the middle.
They can also be useful in trapping food as well.
Sure that's not seaweed. You want to go in?
Going in.
Yeah, sea pen, Umbalula.
Oh, nice. That's the same kind we saw before, huh?
Yeah.
Are those urchins below it?
Urchins. Can you zoom?
Yeah, there are a couple.
You know, I'm not sure that those are actually urchins. Let's see if Scott can weigh in here. I think he had
Go for a
observed
closer look?
these on
Yeah. Okay, pulling back.
the Canyon Seamounts expedition last year.
Full wide.
Hey, Andrea. We did observe these, and I think, if I remember Chris Ma, he was uncertain exactly what these were.
Okay.
I think we ever came to a final conclusion.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see maybe if we get a little closer.
Yeah.
If they're the same things, I remember they were really flat, and it seemed like they were urchins, but he thought they were too flat to be urchins.
Too flat to be urchins.
If this is the same thing that we were seeing in October.
Yeah.
Okay, video.
Okay, zooming in.
I was remarking earlier in event log that it's kind of interesting that we're not seeing more of these sea pens in this area.
Oh, those are definitely urchins.
Like the
Getting
right
a closer
habitat.
view.
Oh, these are definitely urchins.
Yeah.
Like what? Something like that?
Tim Shankus says, aren't those urchins? Yes, you're right, Tim.
Full zoom.
Absolutely.
So some type of sideroid urchin have these long spiny structures, these long spines on the body.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Great.
Back.
Copilot, can you tilt up a little? We'll get that red, whatever on the stalk. You can go back in video.
Okay, pushing in.
Back down to the stock. There's something red on it. Yeah.
Pushing in. Full zoom.
Small crustacean on the right.
Okay.
Okay.
Zooming back.
Anything else here, watch lead?
Anything else here, shoreside?
No, I think you're good to go. Those are some great close-ups.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pulling back. Full lead.
Didn't realize I still had your keeper.
Will do. So we just got a note from Casey Cantwell here. I'm going to just type it into the event log. And of course, I lost the event log as soon as I typed in, but we're just doing a short event here at 3 o'clock, just in 7 minutes. We're going to be showing the video camera on us for 1 minute, so you'll lose the feed
Same
3.
thing. Looked a
Feed
little more
1.
interesting.
We'll lose
Okay, full
feed
lead.
1 for a
Full
little
back.
bit, just to give you a
Full
heads up, shoreside.
Only 1 minute?
Only 1 minute, Amanda.
Did you brush your hair?
I was just going to say.
Snap zoom on this.
Pilots, did you hear that in 1 minute?
Allowed to go there.
What happens in 1 minute?
We're gonna all be waving to the camera, and we have we're gonna be holding up a sign for our Reddit AMA followers.
Which camera?
Yes, survey 1. What feed?
That one.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Well, which feed do you want? Feed 1. Copy. Okay.
Can you go wide video?
Coming back. Okay, I think we're going to do a video shift change. Stand by.
Okay, we have a depression. Looks like there's some detritus. And then, is that the? Do we already get a zoom of the Umbulula on the right of this depression?
The what on the right?
The CPEN.
If we've seen
Video's
4
back.
of those here.
Yeah, we
know
don't
if
need
it's the
another. I
same.
was just wondering.
Okay.
Or if we're still moving. It's fine. And we're at a depth of 1771, 1771 meters. Ooh, is that a fish on the upper right? In the upper right.
Yes.
Perhaps another holosaur.
Video standing by.
Copy that. I'll creep in on him. Okay, video, you're free to zoom.
Going in.
Okay, hold there.
Great. Again, an Aldrovandia species. So some of you may think that this species looks a lot like an eel. What's one diagnostic character of these holosaurs is they have really short dorsal fin, kind of a quarter of a way down its body. So eels have long continual fins that go along the dorsal side all the way
Okay,
around
wide
to the
video.
bottom or ventral side.
It's gone.
Full wide pilot, thank you.
Okay.
I turned to look at you, so I'm coming back to port.
Okay.
You want to center yourself up.
We're seeing a lot of depressions here in the sediment surface. Some burrows coming up. A lot of tracks in the sediment, so there's a lot of activity, animal activity here in this area. Right now we're looking northwest, coming up to due north. Can we have a look in this depression?
Sure.
Thanks.
It's about all the tests.
Curious what's accumulating in it, if it's all sargassum or not.
But you might get tugged a little bit.
You might get tugged a little bit.
That's true. I might get tugged a little bit. I'll rotate and give you a little bit more tether.
Okay, video. Free to zoom on this depression.
Going in.
Thank you.
Full
yeah,
zoom.
it does look like sargassum, fairly old material breaking down.
All right, whenever we're done, pilots, we're going to zoom out and just switch the feed for a quick moment.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you, pilot.
All right.
All right.
Wide video.
This is the video engineer aboard the Okeanos Explorer, standing by to switch feeds.
Hola. Graciela is back.
Hello, Graciela. How are you?
Good. Sorry I haven't been around too much today, but we're preparing for a meeting next week in St. Croix.
Okay.
This is the video engineer aboard the Okeanos Explorer. We wanted to thank everyone who
But
participated today
can I
in
just-
the Reddit
let me
AMA.
figure out
Thank
the
you
audio
very
first.
much.
Okay.
Hold on a
You
second.
posed some really interesting questions, and we're really happy that you guys are out there watching us and interested. And now back to your regularly scheduled science.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is this better?
Sounds good to me.
I didn't even know we were waving. Nobody was talking
Hola,
to me.
hello,
Oh, that's quite a
everyone.
lag.
You guys are famous now.
No one in the
Buenas
front row.
tardes.
Hey, next time we have an event where we're supposed to wave, someone should
So
have
let's
a
hear it in Spanish.
screen.
Buenas tardes.
I'll set up a wave light for
Buenos
you guys.
Aires.
When it flashes,
that?
you'll know.
An applause.
Muy bien.
Gracias.
You guys are just diligently focused on the mission at hand. So.
Okay, so let me just give a brief summary. I haven't been around most of the time, much to my dismay, because I really enjoy being able to see everything and hear your descriptions of everything. But my work called me all day.
You're busy today.
Okay, so
Snap
we
zoom on this
are
video.
at about 1,768 meters, right?
1765 now. 1765, and yeah, we've just been working up
I don't
this
know. Doesn't look
wall
too
of
interesting.
Guayanilla
Okay,
Canyon
for
all
what?
day. We observed several sea
Full wide
pens
pilot.
and the Umbellula species on the sediment. We did see, I don't know if you followed when we came up against the wall, and there was a couple of interesting things. We had a dandelion siphonophore, another possibly benthic jellyfish or some other type of cnidarian that we weren't really sure what it was. And lots of holosaurs today. And I think we saw deep sea lizardfish earlier.
Are you able to
It's kind
confirm
of a quick
our
some
off-bottom
biology.
time, or our 50-meter time? Do you know when that is?
Is Nav talking Copilot?
Yeah.
I believe it's still 1830.
Okay.
50 meters.
And that is
Are you familiar with the spreadsheet to calculate off-bottom time? Once you have the 50-meter time?
And now we're just continuing our
Bueno,
movement upslope. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Graciela.
están a una profundidad de 1.765 metros, todavía con la temperatura a 4.1 grados centígrados. Esa temperatura se ha mantenido a través de toda la buceada que se ha llevado a cabo durante el día de hoy en el canal de Guayanilla. Están aproximadamente a 15 millas al sur de Guayanilla.
Copy that.
Y han estado viendo una cantidad de sedimento. Específicamente lo que están viendo ahora en la pantalla es sedimento que se ve que ha sido movido por organismos o por, bueno, mayormente por organismos, por lo que se ve. También se ha encontrado una gran cantidad de sargazo y de algunas hierbas marinas, que mayormente el sargazo asociado con la superficie y las hierbas marinas, aguas más llanitas, pero todo el detrito que ha caído, toda esta todo lo que al fondo, pues lo han visto a esta profundidad. Han estado viendo, como ven en la pantalla ahora, peces de profundidad. Yo creo que en español se dice los saurios. Muchos pepinos de mar, han visto muchos erizos, han visto organismos como un tipo de mesa que no estaban muy seguros qué era lo que era, y esto incluye el que hay mucha gente que ha estado colaborando directamente con el arco, otras instituciones y otras organizaciones y agencias ayudando a los científicos que están a bordo, que fueron los que vieron ahorita saludando, para identificar estas especies. Muchas de las especies que se ven hay que mandárselas a otros expertos, aún más expertos en la materia, para que puedan ayudar a identificarlas. Los robots están volando, como dije, a 1.765 metros de profundidad. El grupo del personal que está a bordo incluye a los científicos y a los grandes pilotos que tenemos, así como la tripulación de Okeanos Explorer, que ha podido llevar toda esta filmación a todos aquellos que los están viendo.
We've got a very clear, there you go.
Thank you, Graciela. We were just looking at a sea pen, and it appeared to have two small benthic, possibly benthic ctenophores associated with the sea pen, possibly. That was a different species of sea pen, I think, than we've seen all day today. Just observing Umbalula across the whole dive survey, but that was a different species. And
Co-pilot,
here we
would you
have a
take
different
my
species
camera?
of
Tilt up.
holothurian.
Sure
I
thing.
don't believe we have seen this
Tilting
yet
up.
on this dive or this
The
expedition.
mud is squishy enough where you kind of have to.
Again,
And
very
here's,
translucent.
Scott Friend.
Oh, hey, Scott.
I think you may have seen one of these holothurians when you were out
Oh, okay.
earlier. Back to that sea pen, I think that was one benthic ctenophore, and you see there are two kind of like volcanic mounds, which is where the tentacles arise, if that's what it was.
Okay.
It's possible to get
Those
another
little feet.
view of that.
Yeah, I
That'd
just
be
want to hold
great.
on here
Okay,
for a
will
minute.
do.
Watch them.
And do
grab
we have a
snack.
genus name on this
I understand.
Some light on
cucumber?
that guy.
Oh, sorry, no, I don't. I
Well,
do
it
not
looks
have
good,
an ID.
thank you.
So our second one of these white cucumbers today. Pilot, can we go back to the sea pen and have a tight zoom in on the orange benthic ctenophore? That was about a quarter from the tip of the sea pen.
Yes, we can do that.
Going wide?
Video.
Would you like me to keep tilt?
Yeah. As you can see, when you set down, it doesn't really stay still.
Yeah.
So we
At least
have
that's
seen...
what it was. We have seen ctenophores swimming in the water column. The benthic forms are somewhat flattened, and you would see two kind of volcano-shaped projections, and you see long tentacles arising from them. Those tentacles are branched, and I'm pretty sure I saw that when we had the
Sitting
first
down
pass.
here.
Okay, thank you for that, Scott. And we'll get a better look here in a minute.
That's me. That's me.
Oh, whoops.
You want it back?
Yeah, I got it.
Sometimes folks mistake
tell you to keep
ctenophores
it,
for
but
jellyfish. There are
forgot.
two different phyla.
Okay,
Ctenophores
video.
do not
Sure
have
to
those
zoom.
stinging cells, those
Zooming in.
nematocysts that are characteristic of all cnidarians. Here we go. Here's a closer look.
And we're looking at this orange thing in the top, correct?
Yes.
Okie doke.
Get it
All right,
center.
that's your max
Definitely
zoom right
see
there.
one has,
Okay.
looks like a tentacle coming off
Yeah.
on the upper.
So what I can't tell is, I think that's just one. It's all stretched out, and they have two tentacles, just like all swimming ctenophores do, on opposite sides of the body. So each of those volcanoes is basically, you can think of the left and the right side
All right.
of ctenophore.
And what do you think the sea pen
what
is?
that
Is
is.
it a Anthoptilum, possibly?
Absolutely, that's a good possibility. There's a couple of genera B, but Anthoptilum is a good choice. Really hard to identify at this level without having the sclerites, having colony in your hand.
Absolutely.
Well, that's pretty exciting. I haven't seen one of these benthic ctenophores on a sea pen before. Nice.
I'm not sure. I think I've only actually ever have seen one benthic ctenophore before on a canyons cruise a couple years ago. So this is my only second sighting for benthic ctenophores. It's cool.
It's quite small, and you can sort of see they're like fishing. And it's almost transparent or translucent, those tentacles that are coming out, but they're white. Once in a while they come into focus, and they're sort of wafting.
And so they're out, extending out from the main axis of the coral colony there, likely trying to capture prey as they move by.
Exactly. So you said they don't have nematocysts, but they do have a specialized kind of cell called the coloblast, and it's like a little glue packet. They're all over the tentacles, and so they can capture swimming prey with these sort of glue-like structures, and then the tentacle can be reeled in just like a fishing rod and pull it back, and then the mouth is actually on the underside of the orange part that connects those two volcano-like shaped parts.
That's very cool. I didn't know that they could reel in the tentacles like a fishing rod.
Yeah. Yep. So those are retractable tentacles.
Do we have something down below? Oh, you
Wonderful.
can see
Thanks,
how long the tentacle is. It goes out of frame. Maybe 5 centimeters or so. So lasers are like this, probably, right? Yeah, 4 or 5 centimeter long tentacles. We just had a pilot change as we were sitting here.
The ctenophore belongs to a group called platypinids, and the platy means flat. It's flat ctenophore. Most ctenophores are more globular, grape-like, although there are some that are flattened in a different dimension to be like a big ribbon, and the ribbon can swim through the water column. But these ones are the only ones that are known to creep around on a surface.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome, Andrea.
That's Scott France, University of Louisiana, Lafayette. I think it's a good time to thank all of our shoreside participants today. We've had Amanda Demopoulos, Jason Chater, and Tim Shank on the phone with us at Hui, Graciela Garcia Moliner as well from the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, Michelle Scher from the University of Puerto Rico, and I believe Martha Nizinski has been on the phone with us off and on today. And then all of the scientists that are in the chat room, thank you guys so much for your participation.
Yes, very much. Thank you, especially for helping out me.
Okay, let's go wide video.
Video's wide.
All right. Thank you.
So, Andrea, in the SIerios view, there's a nice view of some of these big scour marks.
Oh, yeah.
I've never really known whether this is legend or not, but I've been on cruises and people have said, well, there's some evidence that deep diving mammals can cause these things. Mm-hmm. Or are they just simply bounce rocks from rocks?
Yeah, I think I actually asked this the other day, and Mike Vecchione helped clear that up for me, because I've been under the impression too. Where has this started? Has anybody actually ever observed these sperm whales or these deep diving beaked whales dive into the sediment to feed? And I learned that there was a paper that was put out where somebody actually measured some of these depressions in the sand and linked it to the size of the lower jaw of sperm whales and beaked whales. So that's where some of it comes down. I have never seen that happen, although on the Nautilus the other day we did, on the Nautilus ROV, the Nautilus ship and the Herc ROV, they did witness a sperm whale diving down with the ROV.
050.
I'm not sure. It's a good question.
So
it's a good hypothesis, I guess, for now.
Definitely generated some interest on the event logger, including not legend. And from Scott, and Randy made the point that he'd seen fishes digging depressions, basically looking for food or for hiding.
Yeah, absolutely. And animals are burrowing all the time. We often see huge burrows and depressions made from crabs as well, just digging out the sediment. So, yeah, whether the whales are diving all the way down and scooping the sediment, I don't know if we know that yet.
Andrew, I thought
Thank you.
This is Copilot. I thought one of the shoreside scientists said that a sperm whale was brought up in a net that was caught in a submerged cable or something that was underneath the sediment.
That's right. We listened to that the other day where, yep, you're right. There was a sperm whale. That was Mike Vecchione who told us that the sperm whale's beak was under a submarine cable, which are generally buried underneath the sediment. Yeah, thanks for remembering that, Chris.
So I have a question. Actually, this seems a little deep for whales. I seem to remember 1,100 meters is sort of the depth limit for sperm whales, but that's just from reading kids' books to 5-year-olds.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. Maybe somebody on shoreside does. I honestly don't follow the marine mammal literature as closely as I should. Anybody on shoreside have a maximum depth that sperm whales can go?
Nope.
No?
Tim reported that he knew that he'd read 2 papers, one in the Med and one in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, and the one that I was referring to was the paper from the Mediterranean.
But we've got Scott working on it, so stay tuned.
Nav, what's our ship speed?
0.1.
Copy that.
see terrain flattening out. We could pick it up if we're behind schedule, or
I'm not really sure. I was just told that this was the next
way?
evolution. Well,
Okay.
let's check in and find out what our operating instructions are.
So we're at a depth of 1757, 1757.
So watch leads.
Hey, Andrea, Mike Beckion here.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
I'm okay. I was just listening to the discussion about deep diving toothed whales. And some of the beaked whales can dive down to as much as 2,000 meters.
Okay. So this is not out of their depth range.
No, and there's some question about how deeply sperm whales dive, but this may be pretty close to the deep limit for sperm whales. But the original paper proposed beaked whales that were making these marks on the bottom. Another justification for that is that nobody could think of anything else that would be doing that at these kinds of depth.
Right. So
So that's my 2 cents worth.
Is it possible that there are some other
Quick signature.
invertebrates, although we don't see any crabs or anything else that could be digging these holes out? But any other types of invertebrates that could be making these big depressions?
At these kinds of depths, we've seen very large squids swimming very close to the bottom. And both sperm whales and beaked whales are squid eaters. So it's possible they're feeding on these really big squids like Philodoteuthis that are hanging out real close to the bottom, and that in doing so that they scoop up the mud at the same time.
Very cool. Thank you, Mike, for calling in. And Chris, one of the co-pilot here now, was just mentioning, I think you were mentioning to us the other day about there was one that was collected or caught underneath the submarine cable. Is that correct?
So.
A sperm whale sighting?
There was a break in a submarine cable, and when they pulled it up to investigate what the problem was, they found dead sperm whales tangled up in it. The bottom jaw was tangled up in the cable.
Okay.
So it had to have been sort of scooping through the mud to have gotten caught that way.
Yeah, that's a good evidence that they're in the sediment, at least.
Full wide. Thanks, pilot.
So I am going to sign back off now.
Well, thank you. I'm so glad you called.
Until something else interesting pops up.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So watch leads. This is Nav. Could we have a short discussion about priorities for the next 2 hours?
Yep.
So I think you have high pack back there. We've just come up, as you know, come up the steeper part, and we're on a less steep part. The original transect endpoint is up in the upper right where the red triangle is. It's about 800 meters away from where we are now. We could just go there, and if we went 0.2 knots, we would, which is a speed at which we can easily manage. We could make it there in 2 hours if we didn't stop too much. But just tell us what you'd like to see.
I vote for that. I'm just going to check in with Shoreside, see if they agree. So we're about 800 meters from the top from our last waypoint. We could get to that waypoint in 2 hours if we go about 0.2 knots, which means that we'll be doing some snap zooms, but we really won't be able to sit down and look at anything.
There's this one little section, if you're looking at high pack here, that we could visit on the way. Might be a little steeper.
Okay, maybe slow down a little bit before we get there?
Yes.
Okay, that would be good for me. What do you think, Mike?
Wide, please.
And Shoreside?
Sure, I mean, I like the look of the steeper bit that the navigator pointed out. That would be good.
That sounds like a plan.
How much more time do we have on bottom?
2 hours.
Okay. Sounds like a good plan.
Okay.
Okay, we're all in agreement. So did you copy that, Nav?
Yep, I got it. We'll
All right.
lay in some movements here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nav. Thank you again for looking after us.
No problem.
Quick zoom.
Okay, another one of these white translucent sea cucumbers.
Little
I think
lobster in the
the
lower
third or
part
fourth
as well.
observation for today. We're at a depth of 1757, 1757 meters.
Did I hear lobster, Jared?
Yeah, right there. You see him in the sand?
Oh, is that a
at,
squat lobster?
7 o'clock.
Can you zoom on that, Dave?
Come on back in.
Good eye video. Oh, look at that. It's got most of its body buried in the sand.
Oh,
it's a hermit crab.
Why?
It's been spotted.
Huge claw. With likely, is that an anemone on its back? I don't see the tentacles, but it looks like it has a soft body.
Yeah, it looks like a retracted anemone, Andrea.
I think the genus of the hermit crab is Parapagris. If anybody can...
you can come back in a bit. Oh. Still a bit skittish.
confirm that for me or not. So Parapagris hermit crab with an anemone. It's got really big claws.
Some great action shots.
So pilots, if you're comfortable, we're going to make a course correction and head
we just
10 degrees
for another minute or so, pilot. Okay.
at point 2. Try to get up to there's another little steep bit, and then
I'll leave it
pretty
wide
short,
enough.
and then come to the top of that, and then fly over the more
Got a little
subtle
bit of
bits.
rabbit in him.
Get up out of the spoon.
I think we're
good for that.
Good for that, yeah.
Trying to go in
Pretty
for
well
a
set
better
up.
zoom.
Okay,
Once he
come in
lifts
a little
off,
more.
I'll correct my heading.
Bridge, are we now?
Tighten up, and we can just let it run off.
Go ahead, Neff.
Yeah, Bridge, we'd like to, don't necessarily have to stop the ship move, but we'd like to change our goal.
Sure.
225
we did
meters,
see
10 degrees,
A few days
0.2
ago,
knots.
a hermit crab, I think on the first or second dive, a hermit crab
How
with
many?
a large
I'm sorry,
anemone on its back.
225
This looks to be a different species.
Meters,
of both hermit crab and anemone.
Sorry, 225 meters, 010 degrees, 0.2
We're
knots.
drifting back.
Good copy, 0.2. Okay.
Thank you, Bridge. Thank you.
Great shot, guys. Thank you.
He's got places to go and people to see. As do we.
New course. Our heading, Dave, is 010. If you come 60 degrees port, I'll do the same.
Just
Push
passing
out.
over a red shrimp.
This is going to be a little bit downhill. We're going to lose 10 meters of elevation over 800 or something. Over 200.
Okay. It's another beautiful day here on the Okeanos Explorer. Although I haven't been outside. Ed is telling me yes, beautiful outside. Depth 1754, 1754 meters.
This looks excavated. Let's get a little zoom here. Use video.
Sure thing, pilot.
done it. No obvious burrow. Wide, please.
So Mike Cheadle back online. Andrea has just gone for a short break. Just to explain to anybody else who is listening, any viewers, we are currently tracking north for a few hundred meters to then go northeast again up some steeper slopes. What we've been seeing is the classic pitfall, if you like, of doing marine geology is that everywhere there's sediment in one shape or form. Here we've got a fish. And I'm guessing this is a halosaur again.
Oh, more zoom. That's good.
So we have another halosaur. Randy tells us it's a halosaur party. And there was another fish somewhere.
There's two more to the left. Just come out halfway.
Three fish. There's another one. So we have two halosaurs. Speculation on the event log that we might have disturbed them in an active courtship. So we continue our traverse to the north. As I was saying, the pitfall of doing marine geology, whether you're at mid-ocean ridges or near to the continents like we are now, is the marine mud, which tends to cover up rocks, and rocks, of course, are good places for organisms to live. So we've been seeing a fair variety of organisms as we traverse the mud, but no rocks, of course. And so we are just jogging north for a short while to pick up some steeper contours in the hope that we can find more outcrop.
We're in between sets right now. That'd be good, actually.
And on the serious view, we have got another
that's a
fish.
Holothurian, yeah.
Are you looking head on at us?
Come on, a little wide.
Is right below it?
Yeah.
Oh no,
yeah,
it's
You're out of tilt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
Wasn't moving as much as they normally do in the water column.
I guess we lost him. We briefly saw his tentacles.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, Dave, I'm lined up. You're out there.
Yeah, way out there, and the bottom is falling away a bit.
See that, yeah.
So if, for those of you on shore that have been following our dive, earlier, about an hour or so ago, we were viewing a benthic, what appeared to be a benthic jellyfish. We weren't quite sure what it is, the value of telepresence, and expert Steve Haddock identified it for us. It is, I'm probably going to butcher the name, but Tychogastria polaris, or Tychogastria species, I should say. And they're often found in places like Monterey Canyon, off of California, areas like off of British Columbia.
Bring your head right just to...
Sure.
And although they are capable of swimming, they can sit attached to rock walls with their very adhesive tentacles. So these were the bright red benthic jellyfish that we were observing that had lots of tentacles surrounding it. So very cool. Thank you for that ID.
Have we seen this before?
I don't know. Let's see if we can
take a peek at it.
It looks like a worm.
Yep.
Whenever you're ready,
go.
Looks a little different. Oh, did you see a flatworm yesterday? Oh, like the ribbon worm? Oh, Amanda, what do you think of this?
trying to get a better look at it.
Pretty featureless. More zoom?
Yeah, see if anything characteristic on one end.
It looks similar to the long ribbon worm that we observed kind of moving its body along the seafloor at the shallower sites, Pichincho and the dive yesterday.
Coming out. It's pretty close to us right now. This is full wide.
Yeah, okay. Away we go.
Well, thank you guys.
You're welcome.
I can come down and swing back to 010.
Okay.
Slant range, the bottom for me is a little over 12 meters, so I'll just follow you down.
Okay. What is that? Snap zoom, please.
Looks like Sargassum detritus.
Yep. Now it's a little curl of something just to the right. A little purplish. Is that attached to anything in the sediment or?
I don't think so.
Huh. Any more zoom? Is it just a scrap of fishing line, or is it
I don't think it's fishing line.
With the brown object?
Yeah, what's in view now? Looks like plant
I
detritus.
think that's Sargassum. It's a type of seagrass that grows in the shallow water coastal environments around Puerto Rico and in the Caribbean.
Thank you, Amanda.
When it becomes detritus, it gets covered like that, starts decaying. We've been seeing a lot of it throughout the dive, and also Thalassia, the different type of seagrass.
You can keep coming. I don't know how detailed we'll get. But.
There's a fish in SIerios.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of just out of the light. Let me kick up the gain a bit.
It's got an isopod on its back. Parasite.
Probably run up and look at it, Dave, if you want.
Can we look at that with the D2, or is it? Do we
come wide on.
Let's make a decision.
Too high up.
Wide on SIerios?
Yeah.
All right.
That's not our direction. of
Yeah,
travel.
it's pretty much.
Kick your
trailer.
back down. It was a little grainy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for the coffee to work before I go threading the needle there.
Yeah, that's not, unfortunately not our direction of travel, Andrea. Sorry.
What is that red blob? Another sea cuke?
Zoom blob.
Looks like it.
Zooming blob.
Yep. Thank you.
But just over here, It's amazing how desperate miles of sediment can make you.
Oh, a new shrimp.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah.
For us on this dive today.
A little. Wait a minute. Let me get calm.
Tim,
down
are
here.
you still in the room at the ECC?
You're out there a little ways too.
Yeah, I'm pushing in. In and down.
He stepped out for a bit, but we'll take some good frame grabs of this so we can get an ID. But this looks different than anything we've seen so far.
Yeah, I agree.
Coming out.
Interesting how the carapace really blends well with the substrate.
Yeah, right under us.
Good
It
camouflage.
looked like it had a pretty broad head or even a broad rostrum.
Just come back in.
Getting a better zoom now.
Backing up for light.
Again, this looks like it has short eye stalks. Tim was commenting the other day on some of the shrimps that we observed in shallower waters, like 300
Oh,
to
time to
600
get moving
meters.
here.
Their eyes
Why?
are on top of these very long stalks, whereas deeper shrimps tend to have very short stalks. And again, in the shallower 300 to 600 meters, there is still blue light, a little bit of blue light at those depths, so they're picking up as much light as they can.
Got quite a bit steeper here.
Yeah. We like steep. So, is that Dave back as a pilot?
It is.
So, your magnetic ability to find rocks?
They're right under this blanket of sediment here.
I'm sure you're correct.
Something has to be holding all this mud up.
Indeed.
Some, I think I'm at the limit here, judging by the sonar.
Yeah, and we're kind of strafing along this.
Yeah. I think we need to shape our course a little bit to the right if we could, Nav. Or
We're at a depth of 1749, 1749 meters, and we're on our 7th dive of the Oceano Profundo expedition.
Bridge ROV nav.
Today is the 16th of April, and we've been surveying the east wall of Guayanilla Canyon. Started at a depth today of about 2,100
Bridge,
meters.
can you come to a slow stop here for a moment?
do we not wish to ascend any further? Or what's our...
I was just assessing exactly what we want to do to make a recommendation. I mean, we can come down and look at this, or we can move closer. But if we move, my hesitation.
So the steepness is just ahead here. Oh,
the
I see.
steepness is up here. So if we go closer, then we kind of put us in a bad position to get over there. Is my.
I
then
see.
We got to
Okay.
come down at some point.
All right. Well, let's just do that now.
Okay. So ship is coming to a stop. Got a little bit of swing left in Sirius.
Heading down, Chris.
Roger that. I'll let you get down there. Our deltas were pretty even. Coming down now.
And then maybe, and then we'll have time. You can work your way along this and
Yeah, we'll
come up here, and then we'll.
Yeah. Okay.
'Cause it's a fair bit steeper up there to the north.
I feel a presence on the front row.
Go ahead, Rich.
We're at a stop here. If it's all right with you, I'd like to swing my head round to about 100 or maybe 110 to the wind's shifted.
Understood. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's fun with us.
Chris, we're gonna have to come down a bit more to get.
Just trying to
coming down
reposition
close
the
to
ship
wall.
and the ROV, make sure we're on the right path to hit our last target.
Well, we both come down get a little more lined up.
And I want
as
to
we
say
go.
thank you to all those
This
folks who
way,
are
see what
posting stuff on Twitter. It's been another great outreach
If you come down
and a
and
way
left.
for some of us to keep track of all the images and some IDs that are going around on the internet from what we're seeing. That's good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it's a little more happy.
Give or take. So we're getting a question from Twitter now that I'm sitting here looking at Twitter, asking if the ROV is kept submerged for the duration of each expedition. The ROV is just deployed to depth and brought back on the surface. So when it comes back on the surface, it stays on the ship for the nighttime until we deploy again. And there's a lot of work and maintenance that actually has to be done on the ROV to keep it in shape, tip-top shape for diving to these depths. So when the dive is over and the ROV comes back on the surface, it doesn't mean that the ROV team's night is over. And looks like some more detritus here. I think that's more bamboo.
Looks like it, but the
You can see
joints
the-
are very close together.
Yeah, you can see the
Lasers.
joints.
Laser
Can we
sight.
get a closer look at the surface of it?
Sure. Okay, there's lasers, so yeah.
There was a comment earlier, somebody sent me an email that there's been quite a bit of wood falls, wood detritus in during this entire course of this expedition so far.
More zoom.
And again, the fauna that we see living associated with these wood falls are often different from the surrounding substrate. So being able to find a piece of wood in the deep sea and colonize it when there's such ephemeral or sporadic events is pretty amazing to me. Different species of limpets, mollusks, bivalves find this structure and graze on the microbes degrading the wood.
We gotta go wide, please.
All right, thank you.
I think it kind of levels out underneath me, Dave. I don't feel too comfortable coming any much further down, but
oh, you got bottom?
I see it in front of me. I don't have it in altitude lock, but
no, the altimeter's not very sensitive over the land of spooge,
especially mine.
Okay.
So if we just keep doing what we were doing, lateraling left and coming down, get back to our heading, which is a little tricky.
Well, I think if I go much further, I'm going to run out of tether, so I'm just going to wait for you.
I'll come down. If you could wind up center of my screen as we are now, that would...
Okay, I'm just going to wait.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Find some small creature of great fascination here, and...
What's our current
Pilot
direction of
watch
travel?
lead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we still making a different move? What are we doing? Kind of just hanging out? Or?
Oh, you know what, Nav? We need to keep them going here. It looks like we've gone retrograde.
Gone retrograde.
Yeah.
Well, the ship. We asked the ship to stop. We're just kind of waiting to get in a better configuration. So, are you good to move? Continue to this move?
Yeah.
All right. So, we'll continue at 10 degrees. We've got about 120 meters to go. Bridge, over now.
Go ahead, Nav.
Are we far, Dave,
Bridge
from that piece of wood while we're waiting here?
Requesting a ship move 120 meters, 010 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Roger. 120 meters, 010 degrees, 0.2.
Copy that. Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Can we take another close look while we're waiting?
I'll keep Field view.
And again, I just wanted to note that we have seen several types of detritus on the seafloor: Sargassum detritus, seagrass detritus, and here we have bamboo. And I learned the other day, I think it's fascinating that this bamboo, these large bamboo species, are not native to Puerto Rico. So they were introduced in the 18th and 19th centuries.
Okay, video, we can zoom.
You wanted to go back on this pilot?
Yeah.
Okie doke.
We're looking for tininess.
Understood. Tininess is what we shall
See
find.
some pteropod shells on the surrounding
That
sediment.
is maximum zoom.
Better light than before, though.
Yeah, farther down.
Yeah.
And then if you could just pan down the entire piece of wood, that would be wonderful.
Will help with tilt.
Roger that.
I think I'm okay, but
Under your command.
Shoreside, let me know if there's a particular section you'd like to look at in a little more detail. We can stop.
Okay, sounds good. We will.
Hi, Tim.
I think that's the end of it.
Looks like
down
it.
at the bottom. Look down a little bit, Chris.
Copy
Just see if there's.
I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Video, I think that's another Halothorian.
Are there possibly several worms inside the wood, boring through the wood that we cannot see?
That's possible. What happened here? Let's pop up.
I'm going to float in on Sirius a bit.
Go for it.
Alright.
I didn't do it.
We'll touch it. And then we start it again. So about what happened. I go to 6.
Good. It's about time to do it.
Okay, I think that's good.
Wide on
Dan,
18.
if you're watching, is there something
Is
else
he
you want to
coming
see here?
Camera back.
Well, it's quite a lag, a saxophone. It does look like a shit in the
Serious
shape of
coming
a
what?
saxophone.
Got that. Thank you. Is it Jelly?
Pilot.
Okay, we've got to go.
Okay. Let's,
Is that another fish in SIerios, or is that this the tether?
That was a tether and another Halothorian. 2 of them there. Smaller one. Let's get back to heading, Dave.
Well, I think if you go back to heading, I'll lose contact with the wall here.
I'm hearing a lot of
Yes, that's
feedback
true. You will.
back from shoreside.
It's going to fall out from under you, maybe just another 5 meters, and then it should come back.
Thank you. Another swimming holothurian. Can you use, it's another holothurian. Thought maybe it was a different shrimp.
Tether isn't very happy
And
with you
we're
out
just
there.
continuing to
that
move.
far.
Still at about the same depth,
Oh, come,
1760.
back and down.
Yeah.
A burrow.
There we go.
So this
Haven't seen many
looks
of these
different.
swimming yet.
Oh, zoom. Hold.
Wow.
Is he inside or outside?
I guess it's a sea cucumber.
think he's
Very
outside.
skinny.
Pushing in.
Different
Lasers
species
off.
yet.
Lasers off high.
Full wide.
He's eluded me.
It's a great color.
It's interesting. It seems a lot more narrow than the other species, but then again, it looked like it was curled up a little bit as it was moving. Kind of interesting. I was just
Little
hanging
zoom.
there.
Just hold that.
Doesn't really look like it's moving at all. You can see the nice row of tube feet underneath. And not as translucent as some of the other ones that we have seen, where you can actually see inside and see the guts of the animal.
A little more
It's
zoom.
just curious that it's really not moving, it's not swimming at all, and it's not sinking down.
Just kind of blowing him around.
Yeah.
This is where we plan.
Can you spin him the other way, Dave?
Interesting.
Nice
Seeing
view.
it hover like that.
We have to still be 20 miles.
Don't know if it's buoyed by the RV thrusters or not, but don't know. Interesting position.
Have a nice view of the ventral side or underneath.
Yeah.
Here it goes, settling back
Coming
down to
down
the bottom.
for a landing.
And look at that.
Nicely done, Dave.
Wish I could land that smoothly.
That was a pretty soft landing.
Didn't kick up any dust at all.
Nope.
Mind if I go in tighter, Pilot?
Go ahead.
And pull a critical. Oh.
Well, thanks, Dave. That was wonderful.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll float out wide. Thank you, Pilot.
You're welcome. Muddy shoes.
Yeah, Scott
He's
France is
he
just
was
prompting
following
me
him.
to
Well,
talk about
yeah.
echinoderms here. We've discussed echinoderms throughout the entire
Sorry, I
course
was
of this
talking to Nick. I
mission.
didn't mute my mic.
These are holothurian sea cucumbers. They have tube feet, water vascular systems. They're closely related to sea stars, brittle stars, feather stars, are all in the same family known as Echinodermata, which means spiny skin. Very abundant in the deep sea. holothurians and echinoderms in general, but they can also be found in shallow waters, coastal areas as well. Can you zoom on that? That looks a little different.
Let's go, video.
Going in.
Just hold on for a moment.
Copy that.
Looks anemone-ish.
Anemone-ish?
It does look anemone-ish. So we're going in for a closer look. If it was an anemone, it's odd to me that it's anchored in the soft sediment.
Yeah. I come down, but not too much.
All right, are we perched, pilot?
We are. I'm a little out of the light, but
I can adjust for that.
As can I.
So this looks like it could be a corallimorph. It has these very
nice
bulbous
macro
tips.
shot
Wow,
we've
that's
got right
awesome
here.
imagery. You can actually see the
There you go.
texture on all of the tentacles.
Thanks, co-pilot.
need tilt help.
Amazing,
Roger
guys.
that.
Amazing.
On your command.
So whatever watch lead wants.
I'm interested to see kind of the side of this, if possible.
Side. Okay. Get some beauty shots here, and then we'll maneuver.
And the texture that you're seeing are the bundles of the nematocysts, or the stinging cells associated with this cnidarian.
Okay, let's come wide. When you
I'm happy with those beauty shots.
okay.
I don't have a feel with
Full what?
drift of sediment, Dave, so I can't tell you which side.
King. I didn't realize it. Jumped on it like that.
That's best for our travel anyway. Tilting up.
Zoom quickly.
Zooming quickly.
It's okay. Here comes the
Okay,
dust
that's
storm.
great. See the side view here of this anemone, or corallimorph.
Hi, Andrea. I called in because I can't type enough.
Okay.
So,
looks
Scott,
like we're gonna
I
luck
think
out.
the sort of diaphanous nature of this
Luck had nothing
suggests
to do with
more
it.
that it's an anemone rather than a corallimorph. And
Okay.
Duly noted.
something about the length of the tentacles and the size of the column. But ultimately, like a lot of this stuff, you know, we would
Slow pull.
need a sample to ideate.
We gotta
One of
go,
the
dude.
exciting things
Okay.
about being in an unknown area is we
Yeah, give me
encounter
a
a lot of
Slow pull.
things that we have a general idea what they are, but until there's more
And
complete
full
study,
wide.
we can't give
Tilt it
absolute
back up and give it
identification.
back.
Yeah,
So
that's
really
a good
beautiful
point,
view of
and
that thing.
that's how we've been proceeding throughout the course of this expedition, doing the best we can. Some of these organisms are unfamiliar to us on the ship or at shoreside, but we do have a lot of folks who may recognize something with
Flatter
images, and they've provided a lot of IDs, which has been great. And I know Mike Cheadle here has also been talking about the importance of getting rock collections too, to date the rocks appropriately and to actually identify the structure of the rock.
Speaking of
As you
which,
both said earlier, it's the value of telepresence is being able to engage a lot of different experts and people who may have different experiences than so that get
So that
more
Tina
identifications. But yeah, ultimately,
fly
it's got
across
to be in
the
the hand.
screen.
Dave, you're
There it
magnetic.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. What exploration can do, though, for us is provide us a glimpse into these habitats for the first time, help us to generate new ideas and new hypotheses. This is amazing.
Okay, a little zoom.
A little zoom.
Coming at you.
Created a veritable hurricane out front there.
Looked like a
Max,
ctenophore.
Wide.
Got away.
I think you could see the ciliated comb rows reflecting light back from the ROV lights. So these kinds of missions with this amazing imagery too allows us to get great close-ups of animals in their environment. Understand a little bit more about the behavior, see some associations that we may not have seen before, and live coloration for a lot of these organisms. I think Chris Ma the other day, when he found the sea star that hadn't been collected since the description 130 years ago, you know, when he observed it, it was brown and in a jar and pickled. So that was the first time the live coloration was documented, which was great.
You're pulling me.
Sorry.
And to hear Chris's excitement when he did call in was something else.
Yeah.
So we finally found some rock after a couple of hours. These looks like boulders of carbonate, which almost certainly have come down the hillside. So there is a chance we're going to find rock outcrop before the end of the dive.
Yeah.
This away?
Left would help the tether situation a little bit. Just in closer to me.
We just flew over.
It won't be much longer, Dave.
Another purple holothurian.
You want to go zoom on SIerios video? There's a fish type.
And if anybody's out there who's listening, who asked us the question today on Ask Us Anything, I hope we answered your question. As I understand it, we got something like 700 questions, and we answered several hundred of them. And if you're out there, thank you, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
Behind you now.
Yeah. You can come wide on SIerios.
Wide on SIerios.
Mike, can I take the opportunity to share with everyone in Spanish the excitement about this exploration and what it means for science and the public in general?
Sure, of course. Go ahead, Graciela.
Es que Mike estaba diciendo que han tenido muchas preguntas que les han hecho y han podido contestar una gran parte de ellas, así que les agradece mucho a todas aquellas personas que han participado. Pero lo que estaban realmente recalcando era la importancia que tiene esta exploración marina y que lo que nos explore desde aquí, viendo sitios que nunca se habían visto antes y que por lo tanto nos muestran cómo es este hábitat tan profundo, nos enseñan organismos en sus colores originales, porque muchos de los organismos que se han descrito de las profundidades son individuos que están en un museo y que han perdido toda su coloración. Inclusive había mucha excitación entre todos los científicos porque habían organismos que no se habían visto sus colores naturales. Así que los expertos que han estado alrededor de todo el mundo pendientes a lo que está pasando y cooperando con el catálogo que se está preparando y la identificación de las especies han podido encontrar todos estos organismos de los cuales no se han podido describir. Al momento se desconoce el nombre porque el grupo que está pendiente a esto no lo sabe y por lo tanto se va a enviar esa información a otros expertos hasta que por fin se pueda dar en clavo. Sin embargo, las imágenes que se han captado, el video que hay disponible es increíble, o sea que esto va a ayudar mucho a describir las especies. Ya se sabe de una nueva que se estaba describiendo, de uno de los peces que se encontró, o sea que tienen las imágenes a todo color y lo pueden utilizar para completar la descripción de las especies. Así que eso es fenomenal, no solamente para la ciencia en términos de las especies que se encuentran, sino lo increíble que es la tecnología que tenemos disponible para para capturar estas imágenes y para hacer estas observaciones en aguas tan profundas. Así que todos los pilotos, el capitán, todos los que están a bordo y todos los científicos que han estado cooperando. Ha sido una labor extraordinaria y también les agradecen mucho el que hayan estado pendientes de toda esta exploración.
So pilots,
Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias,
ship is
Gracias.
slowing.
Gracias.
Sirius has got
Sorry.
a little bit of swing left in it, but then after that, our direction of travel is going to be 060.
And just to catch up there, people might have been watching, we saw another halosaur, the fish, and a couple of shrimp, and you saw what happened when they got too close. The shrimp touched the halosaur, and the halosaur just took off. Another holothurian on the left as we fly past.
There's some mounds over on the left.
And a couple of lumps in the mud coming up, which are probably rocks under there.
A couple more in the distance there. Looks like the one past there has a couple of features.
So a couple of carbonate boulders, which have been almost totally buried by the mud, but sitting there. And probably indicative of some rocks upslope, albeit carbonate rocks. And it's maybe worth just recapping what we've seen in the geology, which actually started out to be really very interesting. We saw some very spectacular sub-horizontal bedded rocks, which, as we've been talking through the day, most likely represent a clastic sequence of rocks which occur below the limestones. And then as we moved up, we ran into the carbonate sequence, and this being the southern coast carbonate sequence, which we're traveling on now. And now we're coming over to some trash, looks like some sort of can.
Lasers? Lasers, aye.
Paint bucket, maybe?
Hey, Mike, are our lasers on?
Yes, they are.
Zoom?
Please.
Enhancing.
Good call, Mike.
I'd go for a paint bucket. Taylor got it as well. And then, of course, there are organisms on the paint bucket. There's some crinoids, several of them on that surface.
A little more zoom.
Lasers off.
A little more zoom.
And a shrimp somewhere as well. Yeah, there's a shrimp.
And a holothurian. A little more zoom.
And a holothurian.
Small one.
Makes a nice cut. And actually, there is something in the paint bucket as well, right at the end, an anemone probably. So it makes a nice little cave.
Drift it back.
Yep. Push it in.
Several crinoids along the side. I wonder if that's an anemone on the inside in the back.
We're going to find out.
It's got long tentacles. They're a lot
Out a
thicker
little
than the crinoids.
Zoom out just a smidge. Yes.
Can I have 060?
Yeah, 060.
Thank you.
I mean, we can adjust that
I just,
based on sonar, but
yeah, no, that sounds good. I just
that's what the contours would suggest.
After that, thanks.
Is that a small holothurian? Do you see that?
Yeah.
On the left?
And actually, one of the is that one on the roof as well? Of
And the anemone retracted.
No, that's the anemone that contracted.
did.
So you can see
sorry.
inside its
Here,
body.
let me get in there and
The
adjust.
tentacles just...
That's the max zoom, but you can see the anemone in there.
No octopus, though.
Are there eggs? Oh.
The bumps.
Dried paint? I don't know. There's another anemone right there at the top as well.
Yep, anemone at 12 o'clock.
Getting a close zoom of a crinoid, a feather star, another echinoderm. Just saw the holothurian. Can we get a view of the tiny holothurian on the left? Did you see that?
Okay.
It was small, just a couple centimeters long.
Go all the way around here. Give every
nice view of a shrimp here.
Just that little thing.
You can see
waving.
So, Copilot, I made
the
a
feces
misunderstood
of
your
the
question. We're not moving yet.
Holothurian.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
There it is.
No, I understand that. Just
Couple
in
of them.
preparation. Thank you.
So the sediment-colored coils are excrement from holothurians. Here's one. Getting a closer view of.
Got any more zoom?
That's all we have, pilot.
Okay. Looks to be well fed.
Does look to be pretty well fed. Cool, thank you.
Coming up some more.
To the tiny sea lily on the side.
And out a little bit. And that's round the paint can.
All right, thank you.
Full wide.
Full wide.
Turn lasers back on until we
Right, thank you.
hear otherwise.
This is interesting. It appears to have fallen apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. So, pilots, this stretch of
probably
steepness is only 60, 70 meters long, so figured we'd take our time. So the ship's not moving. Just let me know when you're ready.
Just fell out of frame, but we can go back and get it.
Understood.
Nav watch lead.
Come on in there, radio.
Yes, watch lead.
Floating in.
What's our off-bottom time?
5:30.
Oh, 5:30. Okay, thanks.
Is that an ophiuroid under there?
I think so.
Looks like a brittle star arms out the side here in the front. On the right.
There's a little something off
I don't
to
know,
the left.
yeah, the
here.
white on the left.
Any more zoom?
Ooh, sure.
That's a clitorized sponge. Yeah, it looks to be.
Max.
Very cool. So this is a clitorized sponge. These are predatory sponges. First one today. We observed several on dives 1, 2, and 4, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
So most sponges bring in water through their pores. They filter particles from the water column with their flagellated cells. And these are a little different where they're actually digesting their prey on the outside. Just getting a good view. There's several borings. Is this perhaps dead coral stalks here on this rock? Coming out to the right, there's a polychaete. But I'm curious if, yeah, these are potentially corals.
We might find something on
especially the one on the
steep
right.
section. Aha.
A lot of pteropod shells on the surrounding sediment. Let's What is that?
Any more zoom?
That's max.
Seems to be more of that tubular stuff here.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it came from
Huh.
that?
Interesting.
Yeah. So a coral that died and broke up?
Possible that's on the rock, but the tubes with the hollowed out tubes, that's not coral. That's interesting to me. Maybe polychaete tubes.
Could this have broken off from the face that we hope to find just ahead, tumbled downhill and broken open and revealed these worm tubes?
Yeah, that's a great hypothesis, Dave. And maybe some of the organisms that are boring in and creating all those holes that we see in the rock face.
I have the face up ahead in my sonar. Well, so it is there.
Let us go.
Yeah, let's look. Thanks.
Thank you, Jared.
Not a problem, Dave.
I'm going to look down here briefly, pilot.
Okay.
Sonar doesn't tell the whole story.
Change to high frequency briefly and see.
Yeah.
You can get 50 meters on 725. High frequency does better on this sediment.
You're on 7.
Yeah, you just switch me and keep the interference out of it.
All right, we're on the move. Still at a depth of 1760.
How correct you are.
Pilots, you ready for a ship move?
Yes, we are.
Okay, maybe 50 meters.
So, Michael, were we seeing all debris from below?
Bridge, Orvino.
These different colors to the sediment here. Debris from above.
Hello, Arlene.
Yeah.
Hello, Bridge.
We're
requesting a ship move.
We're seeing
50
the
meters.
very light coloured, almost white
060
pieces of
degrees,
carbonate, which are breaking off
0.19.
almost certainly from some
50 meters,
cliff face further up and
0.1.
bouncing down the hill slope.
You're welcome.
And again, I think Dave, the pilot, made the point that, you know, we're almost certainly on a rocky slope and the mud, just given the time, covers it up. And so in some cases, we see the rocks just poking through because the mud has been accumulating around them. And then occasionally we see a rock sitting on the surface, which represents a freshly fallen rock.
See the face, but I think it's better to keep it. I'll take the high frequency. You've gotten yourself way out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll come down a little bit. Nav, we aren't moving yet, are we?
Ship move just started.
Oh,
Sirius
okay.
isn't moving yet.
Okay.
Dave, what's a round object in the dark round just left of the lasers?
I'm thinking it's a rock, but let's zoom in video and oh, that's
Looks like a hornet's nest.
yeah, terrestrial.
Terrestrial.
Yeah.
Huh. Biological debris.
Coconut.
Yeah, actually, yeah, coconut. Everything rolls downhill.
Are there some
looking for the
anemones
straw.
or zoanthids on there?
Or over the side of a boat.
Ready for a tight shot?
Yep.
Get some biology's taking some
Coconut.
residence.
Oh, look at the little cup coral. Or
You might want to look for an umbrella straw.
You see a straw?
No, I'm just commenting that it may have come from a ship rather than ashore, so it might have a straw in it with an umbrella.
Well, we did see one on the first or second dive, the second dive in the fault, the septentrional fault. We saw a cucumber, a coconut with a plastic cup shoved inside, which is crazy.
Right.
There look to be little cnidarians on the surface of the coconut. Can you pan down a little bit?
Okay, more zoom.
I think they may have been small anemones.
Max zoom.
Okay.
We go down some more.
So there's a lesson for all of you out there that
And
may have
slightly to the
coconut
left if you
drinks, not to put a plastic cup and throw it overboard.
because we'll find it.
And I'm sure if there's one, there's probably several like that out here.
I think
Pilot, if you just pan up, I think there's these small anemones. Just
okay.
Yep, right there. Really long tentacles. Tiny though.
It's time for me to think about moving here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Coming wide.
I've strayed 30 degrees. Keep you in view.
Full wide.
I just kind of lateral along the base of this would bring us both back. Not any more away from me. If you come up a little, I think you'll see some striations
Yes.
there.
Ooh. Sonar is suggesting that we might just be about to see some rocks. Maybe.
I don't think you'll be able to push in, but you can.
No, I'm just going to light it up for Mike, and then
Yeah,
we'll,
understood. I'll help you light it up.
Wow, there's a great view in SIerios.
Yeah.
We're not stable
Coming
enough
up
to push
a long, very steep rock face here.
So again, sediment covered, but we can see those horizontal lines, which is the bedding in the limestone. So we are on rock outcrop again.
And we don't really see much colonization by sessile fauna here. Not at all. It looks pretty barren.
You can zoom now, video. SIerios. That'd be a cool
And
shot.
there's a nice view in SIerios showing the erosive channels. So in a way, this looks similar to that head wall that we saw further down the slope.
So, tether length check.
So you see these parallel structures. Can you explain that again?
So the vertical ones.
Yeah, the vertical.
Almost certainly
the
they're
parallel.
Yeah, so they're almost certainly some form of erosion that things are falling down that slope and then basically digging a little channel as it comes down.
So the sediment that's falling above, or small rock rubble, things like that are kind of funneling down this area, is carving out, creating a chute
Indeed.
in the face.
And again, we really don't know exactly what we're looking at. As we said, it's exploration. We know on the north side of the island, there's actually the limestone slopes off gently, and then there's an escarpment at the front. And this might be the equivalent on the southern side, that this was an escarpment that's been there for a while and it's just slowly been eroded. We can see in the D2 view, we can actually see the outcrop, the other parallel lines, the ones going east-west across. It's where the rock is just poking through enough that you can see it. And we just got a glimpse on the top of the Sirius screen that there's some slightly bigger outcrop at the top.
And right now we're facing northeast. We're at about 72 degrees, facing into the wall.
That's the new pilot cam LEDs in the back. Trying to figure out
What is the bright red to the right of your lasers?
That is
all the way.
Another one of those.
Another one of those benthic jellies.
Looks to be a
Little zoom.
holothurian.
Yep.
And there it goes.
Oh no, a holothurian.
On the wide on Sirius.
On the run.
The Sirius view is superb.
Thanks, Dave.
Full wide.
Wide on D2.
Wide on D.
Yeah, the Sirius view is very impressive.
So I'm going to back up and come down and wave the light around a little bit.
Yeah. You can go back in on Sirius. I wanted to tilt it.
And you have to remember that the D2 is only 3 meters tall.
Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Thank you.
So this is a very steep cliff face that we're looking at.
Halfway through that move, something like that.
Let's come back out on Sirius. We need to give Mike the bigger picture before I get too close.
That is full wide on Sirius.
Roger that.
Yeah, pilots, I was thinking about stopping the ship. This might be our... You want to... It's going to be close. I think we'll be fine. Sirius just might end up kind of on top of the ROV by the time the ship moves over.
Thank you, guys.
Well, unless we want to crawl around up close, we might continue up. What would you like, Mike?
I think we can continue up. I mean, we know, it's pretty clear that these are the carbonates. The further we can get, it's probably more valuable than spending a lot of time looking at individual carbonate layers.
Okay.
But again, if you see any biology, we should probably zoom in.
Okay.
And I guess it's worth saying that, we're 50 meters above where we saw those last outcrops. So, probably there are big, thick sequences of limestone. And in fact, the stratigraphy would suggest that there could be up to 300 meters of limestone. So a limestone sequence that's 350 meters thick, 300 meters thick.
Okay, I'm going to push in quickly to this exposed layer.
That would be great, Dave. And especially those black objects on the right.
Snap zoom.
Just hold that.
Holding.
So this layer has a lot of the pits and the bores from bioeroders.
Indeed. And it's kind of cool. You can just see the dark sediment there just piling up on any ledge it can find. I mean, it's trying to bury this stuff. And it's a competition between, this slope failing and the sediment building up.
Get a good view of these cnidarians here, anemones. Could be tube anemones, but we'll have to get a closer look at the mouth area to see if there's another ring of tentacles surrounding the mouth.
A little bit more zoom.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you can see right inside here, there's another ring of tentacles on the inside. These are Cerianthid tube anemones. So we're just seeing the oral region and all the tentacles surrounding this area, but they do have these very long tubes that are likely, they can be anchored into the sediment or bore into a wall, the side of the wall like you see here. Thank you, pilot.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you,
Going up.
Dave.
Gosh, those are pretty wide, too. It looked like they were almost 10 centimeters in diameter.
They're big.
Big ones.
For what?
Coming up, Chris.
Roger that. Coming up.
So again, just for people that might have tuned in, we are on the east side of a major north-south trending canyon off the south coast of Puerto Rico, and we're going up slope. And what you're seeing is the canyon wall, and you're seeing the carbonate platform sequence poking out under this big pile of mud, which is covering up the slope. Under this big pile of mud, which is covering up the slope.
Dave, at some point, could you...
Can we zoom to the dark object in the center of view?
Bridge, could we add another 50 meters to this move?
No thrust broadside. I want to do a snapshot
Thank you.
of pitch on the vehicle.
Okay. Let me...
Before you zoom on black.
Okay, I'm just going to stop my ascent.
Roger that.
Co-pilot, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Could you, when you have a chance, explain? There's a great view in SIerios, and they're the bright blue LED lights. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And what's that?
Okay, Dave, I think we're clear.
Is there anything behind all of those lights?
There's a lot behind the lights.
Let me rephrase that. Behind the bright blue lights, is that all of that LED lights, or is it surrounding something?
That is surrounding our junction boxes, which Dave could probably explain a little better. But there's that blue LED outline is actually a box that we made, and it's full of oil, and all of our various power and data cables and wires and everything come in and out of both of those. And there's actually at least three on the vehicle and a plenum.
Yeah.
And the LEDs are just an added touch by one of our electrical engineers. But
well, we should come clean and say that is known as Bobby's Bling.
Bobby's Bling?
Bobby's Bling. That was his idea. It was an artistic touch, and it's
a hit.
It's got a lot of positive feedback, so we like it.
Yes. Gives off a great color.
I love that. Bobby's Bling. That's great.
Thank you, co-pilot.
A little bit more about the junction box. The idea of
push more.
Of high pressure electrical systems is to it's just like conduit on land, only the boxes are sealed. We use clear tubing and clear covers for our boxes, and all of that volume is filled with a mineral oil, a cosmetic or food grade mineral oil, and that is at only slightly higher pressure than the seawater around, and keeps the seawater out of the wiring. Let's get a zoom on the...
Thank you, Dave.
So just to give folks a feeling for this, we've already climbed 13 meters of this outcrop, this cliff face. And we're still going up.
After this, we should come back to heading, probably.
And we're looking at another Serianthid tube anemone here.
I'll work back that way.
Yeah, Roger. Got a little bit of time.
Actually can be pretty hard to collect, too. Their tubes are pretty tough, and tried to collect them with an ROV, with a manipulator or the suction, and they just kind of close in and suck back down in their tube. Hard to get in one piece, at least. We're good on that, Dave. We can keep going.
Wide on SIerios, please.
Thanks.
view
Amazing view in SIerios.
Andrea, while
Wide
while
outcam.
we're looking at that Serianthid, it's also worth noting that the nematodes of their anemones and corals and stuff, there's a specialized form in those tube anemones that is used to actually build the tube itself. So the tube is formed from those structures plus mucus and then whatever sand and other particles.
Following
that,
you
so they're
left
building
here.
their own tubes in that way.
That's
Looks
right.
like
Thank you,
about
Scott, for
square
adding
now.
that.
And up. Oh,
According to the sonar, anyway,
yeah.
visually it looks different.
Coming up with you. Well, you're in a little tight. You can push out a little. Yeah, there you go.
Coming up to another sedimented area.
We have about a little less than an hour in the dive left today. Have an off bottom time of 5:30 of 17:30. Right now, locally, it's 16:37, UTC 2037. Today's the 7th dive of our expedition to survey unexplored waters off of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Another long sediment trace here. So from a sea cucumber.
That might be him or her right there.
Sea cucumber at the end of the trace.
Yeah. Zoom. And hold.
Thank you, pilot.
Welcome wide, please. Well, Nav, I think that was it, wasn't it, for the steeps? What's it look like?
I
on
think
the
that was it.
bathymetry?
I tried to get you to stop, but you just wanted to keep going. I think Chris gets the pilot now. Is that right?
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think that's about it. So I was just thinking about, we got a little bit of topology between us. We got about 500 meters to our designated endpoint. We could go straight there and kind of, there's like one undulation to go over. We'll go up and then down maybe 10 meters as we go over. But it should not be too drastic.
And never really square to any of them, right?
Yeah, or we could go around. So we could go along contour parallel and then get over on the other side of this little nose and then run up that way. What would you like to do, Chris? You're going to be driving it.
I'm okay with going straight there.
All right.
Why don't you drive it? Coming up a little.
He didn't just jump right at it, did he?
What?
Oh, he's calculating.
Oh.
He's oblivious.
You should drive it, Brian.
He's calculating our vector.
I'm calculating if we can make it there in time. So we're off the bottom at 5:30, so we got 50 minutes. Our speed would have to be 0.38. You ready for that?
We certainly can do that.
Thrusters at full.
So let's start the.
Okay, we're gonna sashay here.
Sachet.
So watch lead. We have probably, we're not going to make it all the way to the transect endpoint, which I think is fine. But was it? So we have 50 minutes left in the dive at 0.2. I'll do it. I'm happy to do it. At 0.2, we could go 300 meters, and we've got, it's about 500 up to the transect endpoint.
I think we just head in that direction.
Just head in that direction? Okay.
You know, there's clearly the nose, the ridge. Maybe we'll get lucky, you know, in the contours are widely spaced, but, you know, maybe something sticking up in that ridge. And if we just get, you know, over the other side of the ridge, you know, that's as far as we get.
Okay.
I think that's our best bet.
Sounds good to me.
Bridge, ROV nav.
ROV-nav, this is the bridge.
Yeah, Bridge, could we change our course here? We want to put in a ship move from here, call it 200 meters, 050 degrees.
200 meters, 050 degrees.
Yes.
What speed would you like?
0.2.
Another ship move.
Sorry.
We have 50 minutes left in the dive.
And that was
Gonna
050?
head in the general direction
I'm sorry,
of our
Bridge, come
last
again?
waypoint.
Bearing 050, you said?
050.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for all your help. Have a good evening with a beer.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim, for
think if we all
participating
go
with
right-
us all day today
Okay.
throughout the course of this expedition.
You're going to do video?
Tim Schenk from Hui
Right.
at the command center. Thank you, pilots. The pilot change happening right now. We have Mr.
And thank you, Brian, for looking after us and finding that little cleft.
No problem. Yeah, go ahead, video.
Negative.
Oh.
So, Brian,
Yes, sir.
just had it painted.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you for all your help.
Be careful.
All right.
And Scott as well when you go.
Post-dive call will be at 5:45, 15 minutes after we leave bottom.
Because you guys realize we're going to find something really cool in 5 minutes' time.
We're okay with that.
Oh,
yeah, we haven't seen-
Jason.
We haven't seen a whale.
And is Amanda still there?
Video.
No.
You want to just peer in there, see if there's anything living?
Sure thing, pilot.
Yeah, go ahead.
Floating in.
Again, we have an accumulation of detritus here in this pit or depression.
Partial zoom.
Yeah.
Going in a bit more.
Again, looking at this macroalgae sargassum here, at the bottom of the seafloor. This is from the surface. Graciela and Michelle Scherer did explain earlier that sargassum has been coming into the Caribbean a lot more recently, and
All
I
right.
think that this is originating
Full
off
wide
of
video.
West Africa.
Full wide, pilot.
So it might be worth just quickly recapping what we've seen on the geology. We started the dive at 2,100 meters and we found some parallel bedded clastic rocks with a cleavage which we thought might be metasediments, but much like the biologists, we've been playing Dial the geologist, and so I've been sent stratigraphic columns, and what we might have expected to find was some clastic, some sandstones.
Go ahead, video, whenever you're ready.
Some shale rocks underneath the limestones. And I'll stop for a minute while we see another holothurian.
Yeah, we have seen this species. Can't remember if we saw it on today's dive, but we definitely have seen this during this expedition. Several different species here. Oh, and then you can see its excrement on the right.
Okay, we can pull out whenever you're ready.
Yeah, not seeing any associates with the sea
Slid
cucumber.
back, didn't I,
So
Dave?
some of the shallow water sea cucumbers have pearlfish that are associated with them. They actually live inside the sea cucumber.
So as we discussed earlier, it's actually very difficult to put thicknesses on these units. What we know is on the south coast of Puerto Rico, there are clastic rocks, rocks like sandstones and shales, overlain by a sequence of carbonates, but the thickness variation will vary. And we're actually not on the coast, we're offshore, so we might not be seeing the same thicknesses. But to give you an idea, the kind of average thickness of those units together, the sandstones and the limestones, is about 600 meters. And so we've traversed about 400 meters today, so it is plausible that we were in this sequence. It's almost certainly not as simple as that. We saw some steeply dipping rocks at one point, which implies faulting, which can either repeat or a sequence. But I think as with the dive has gone on, we've become pretty convinced that we are in this late Oligocene to early Pliocene sedimentary sequence, which is above the basement core to Costa Rica, to Puerto Rico.
Thank you.
And it looks like we're zooming in on another jellyfish here, a Trachymedusa. See the long tentacles surrounding the belt. Hopefully we can get an idea on this from one of our experts who is an expert in jellyfish.
We can just
I believe we have
frame.
seen this jellyfish several times already throughout
Come
the
again,
course
video?
of the expedition.
Yeah, Pilot, I was saying I'm happy with this, so we can just let this float off the frame if science is happy.
I think science is happy.
All right.
And moving on.
Full
Thank
live,
you.
thank you.
Co-pilot, I may have left the HPU on. No big deal, but if you're not going to use it, you can
turn it off.
Yeah.
So Andrea, does it make sense? I mean, we've seen lots of holothurians today, and this is their natural habitat.
Is this their natural habitat? Is that the question? Yeah. Yeah, so it's likely that there's higher organic matter here. Sea cucumbers are selectively feeding on their selective deposit feeders, feeding on organic matter in the sediment. We have seen a lot of holothurians here today, so this suggests that there, number one, is a lot of organic content here, and as well as not a lot of strong currents. Similar to yesterday? Did we see a lot of sea cucumbers yesterday?
Can you just peek in their video and see?
Oh, the oxygen is a lot higher than it was yesterday. So the oxygen here is 6.59 milligrams per liter. So we often see a minimum oxygen level in the water column, and we were in fact in that minimum oxygen layer yesterday. So we're a lot higher here today.
Get in quick before the
come wide video. Push on. Thanks, Nick.
Pilot, I pushed your sonar out a little bit to try to get some targets. If you want me to change it, just let me know.
And can we get the lasers on pilot, please?
Heineken. It's everywhere.
Heineken.
Okay.
Is that a bottle? You have a glass bottle on the seafloor?
And we have a little slope.
My wife's been collecting sea glass, so every time I see a beer bottle in the water, I think it's a little.
So we're coming up to a little depression in front of us. And I guess it's...
Bridge now.
Sea Star.
Go ahead.
Hey, Laura, how much further do we have in this move?
139 meters.
Roger that. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Nav, that temporary target should be about where. Almost.
Bye, Scott.
Thank you, Scott France, for participating on the phone call today and in the chat room. Scott France, University of Louisiana, Lafayette.
Okay, video. I'll just try to track it.
And another zoom of an Aldrovandia helisaur. And if we could look closely to see if there's any parasites along its body.
Yeah, zoom it will.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Just let it go right through the frame, and I'll
will do.
Track the focus. I did not see any parasites.
Not on that side, at least. No ectoparasites
All right.
of note.
Sorry, little guy.
That's a fish.
Fish, 12 o'clock.
Is it a tripod fish?
Yeah, tripod.
See if I can get him a little closer in the light here.
Looks like it's propped up, so it is a Bathysaurus species. And then if we could look, as we zoom in, look at the caudal as well.
The
tail.
Thank you.
Sorry, the caudal tail.
All right, ready to go partial?
Yeah.
It's about 50%.
Oh, that's not the. I pushed the wrong button.
There's so many of them.
Yeah.
All right, here I'll go wide again.
Yeah.
So you can,
we'll go back into the caudal.
Re-rack it.
There you go.
Push through that cloud there.
Will do.
Use the Churchill maneuver.
Yeah, I pushed Auto XY.
Yeah, Auto XY doesn't like it when you give commands and
right
when it's engaged.
We're at a depth
Ready for zoom?
Yeah.
of 1709.
Gotta tweak the blacks a bit. Take
Yep,
some
and
of
you
that
can see
sediment
the
out.
subcaudal notch. So I was looking for this tiny little notch in the base of the caudal fin, the tail
Whoop,
fin.
too
You can see
much.
it really well.
Oh, yeah.
It's a diagnostic
full
characteristic
zoom?
of a species.
Correct.
Beautiful image.
Full zoom.
You can see all of the long rays extended out from the pectoral fins. Good sensory organ or sensory system.
All right.
notch up another one.
Notch up another one? You mean move forward?
Oh.
What are you talking
Wow,
about?
that's a great image, guys.
Just making some punishment.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Come out video.
Dave, you shouldn't coddle him.
Oh.
Don't.
It's old pun season.
Looks like there's a lot more detritus here as we're moving it.
Probably harder to turn when you were stuck in that mud.
Getting
than,
closer to the top.
Yeah, than being on a rock, yeah. Is that...
Bye, Taylor. Thanks for helping. Thanks for being there.
Thank you, Taylor Heil from Hui, participating today with us.
You're just messing with me.
No, that's
There's the pink
that's
sea
code.
cucumber again on the right. So we have a new fish on the
Oh.
left, Brian. I didn't say out loud what that tripod fish was. I'm not sure if I did. It's Bathysaurus phoenix with the subcaudal notch. So there was something on the left, too, that kind of swam out of view. I'm not sure what that was.
The sandstorm is coming up behind me here.
I think it's falling off your bumpers.
Did we just pick up some more current?
I don't think so.
No.
I think I'm ladder on.
I don't see much
Got
drift.
a little more
on the
room now.
Suspended sediment.
Yeah, tether hasn't really moved either.
Ready when you are a pilot?
Yeah, I'm going to come down and try not to. Go ahead.
So it looks like we have a Synaphobranchid eel, first one of the expedition, type of cutthroat eel. If we can go into the head area, they're called cutthroats because their gill slits are actually in the throat area. Makes sense, cutthroat.
Sorry, video.
It's all good.
I can help you with that.
Yeah, you can take your tilt, Dave.
Can you zoom in on the head anymore? Or are we at full zoom?
Yeah, we have some more room. We just gotta
get him. He seems to be moving.
Stable.
Go ahead, video. Good.
Here he comes.
So that's full zoomed.
Trying to see if that's just a scar on the head or if that's a parasite.
Altitude's getting up there too, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah, that looks like a scar, not a parasite on the head.
Making Dave's job really hard.
Thanks, that's
All
great.
right, full
Just
wide,
wearing the
please.
light,
Give it
yeah.
back to you.
Full wide. Ooh, we have another another octopus.
That on the
New.
right.
See it straight ahead.
Oh yeah.
Let's
another-
absolutely get that.
Octopus?
Yeah, these things are great.
Very cool. Another Dumbo octopus, one of these blind eye octopuses. Octopods, maybe Mike Vecchione will call
ahead,
us
video.
in if he's still listening.
Going in.
Very cool.
Ever so gently.
Swimming away with its fins.
Bump up.
I think, didn't you say earlier, Mike, that we hadn't seen an octopus yet on this dive?
I said that yesterday.
Oh wow.
I missed the oh, wow.
Oh. It's all right.
Very cool.
It makes very dramatic video.
I'm just going to stay off the thrusters for a moment.
I missed the discussion a couple days ago when we observed this first blind eye octopus. There was something interesting about the eye tissue, and I missed the discussion. I know Mike Vecchione was online talking about it.
He's out. He's okay.
He's okay. He's swimming.
Okay.
He's swimming.
All right. A little more SIerios soon.
We did not
No
harm
thrust.
that Dumbo octopus.
No octopods were harmed in the making of this video.
You can see it really
I
well
thought
in
they were supposed to be
SIerios.
really smart animals.
Well, he's
Gosh,
probably
some
looking for a
octopuses
place
can
to
find their
hide.
way out of aquarium.
That gives you a nice scale to see how big he is.
Okay.
Did you get a measurement on him?
SIerios?
No, just in comparison D2. I mean, he was just sitting...
Can you get one? So it was, what, about a quarter of the length, quarter of the width of D2?
About a quarter or a third of the width of D2, yeah.
So about a half a meter.
Yeah, a little less, I guess, but yeah.
That was my first Dumbo octopus, blind eye Dumbo octopus, since I missed it the other day. It's exciting. We're at a depth of 1,700 meters, 1,700 meters. And again, the temperature here is about 4.18 degrees Celsius, dissolved oxygen 6.6 milligrams per liter.
Just while we're having a pilot change, Michelle asked that question again. What are the long pits? Are they mammal feeding pits? Michelle, we kind of discussed that earlier, and I guess the answer is we don't really know. The point was made that there are places where people have documented whales going down to this depth. 2,000 meters, I thought?
Well, they've documented the depressions. Oh, whales going down to 2,000 meters. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
And so people have speculated whether these depressions could be due to mammals trying to feed, but we don't really know. We certainly don't know in this locality.
We did get some information Scott France sent along from some colleagues that although sperm whales can get down to about 3,100 meters, I know Brian Bingham asked this earlier, that's really an extreme depth, and sonar tracking has shown that, you know, most of the dives, over 99% of the dives that sperm whales are making are really less than 1,000 meters. So they're not diving down as deep as often from the data that's out there currently. And we also have information that the beaked whales that could potentially make these pits in the sediment are feeding at or close to the bottom, and they are generalists. So they're feeding both in the midwater, the mesopelagic, and the bathypelagic zone. So it's possible that they can chase after prey and dive in the sediment.
Nav, what's the current move direction? 060?
070 at 1/10 of an hour.
070. Okay. That's a little bit to my right, just so you know. About 30 degrees. Hmm? To my right, that's what he said. Oh, yeah. Here, I'll show you where the trek is.
So Andrew, that was the training of the cutthroat eel to the
070, yep.
what are depth range again?
Could you repeat that, Amanda?
Oh, sorry, I guess I'm
So that's
not
still
close
about
enough to
10
the phone.
degrees off track.
The
Moving pretty slow. And
eel, that was our
sandy,
first
so
thing
feel free to run
of that
around.
eel for these dives so far. What the depth range typically?
Well, I know off of the northeast U.S. we observe them down to about 3,000 meters, at least one species of synaphobranchid. Again, synaphobranchids are difficult to identify without looking at the inside. Actually, the teeth structure is a diagnostic character. But synaphobranchids can be found from, say,
Perfect.
800 meters to 3,000 meters or more, 3,000, 3,500 meters. They are actually one of the groups that is fairly wide-ranging. Even some species off the northeast and the canyons region. I know the Synaphobranchus caupi or Synaphobranchus affinis can be found over a broad depth range.
Do they have a particular habitat affinity, or are they more general?
They seem associated with the bottom, so they're demersal, found hovering off the bottom. And we've had some really amazing imagery captured of predation events for these Synaphobranchid eels. So they seem to eat anything they can as well. We have seen them grabbing squid and eating midwater fish, so some of the fishes that are found in the midwater that come down to the bottom and aggregate down to the bottom during the day. We have seen these cutthroat eels eat shrimp and grab shrimp out of the water column, so voracious predators that are utilizing a wide variety of prey types and depth range near the bottom of the deep sea floor.
This is unfamiliar.
More trash.
Probably trash. Video, you want to zoom in?
I do.
Another can.
Another Fanta can? No?
Sure.
No.
You can see the
Is
oranges.
that an orange on it?
It looks like oranges, yeah.
Well, we don't need to waste time with it, presumably.
Nope.
Maybe it's like a tin can for fruit, you know,
Yeah.
syrup or something.
Yeah.
Which I used to eat as a child a lot.
There are a lot of these marks on the surface.
I think you're getting stretched
These
out.
scour pits.
Starting to tug my heading around.
These marks look a little deeper.
No, you're yanking on my tether. I'm getting my heading pulled around.
Okay.
Just want to back up a little, or
Yeah, I've been scooting, which isn't appropriate given the speed that SIerios is going.
And there appears to be an accumulation of detritus in every pit that we have crossed.
Indeed.
guess you are a little to the right too, but
Another holothurian.
I'm coming around. There you go. That's a nice one.
I think this is a Pineastes.
Zoom video?
It's a holothurian.
Oh, shoot.
That's good on the holothurian for me.
Okay, zoom out.
Yeah, just side of left.
So I'm sorry, I'm to your right?
Yeah, you're my right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think if you keep turning that way, you'll still yank on the tether more. Just kind of lateral towards my direction, maybe, if you want to come back around.
Yep. Glad Todd warned me about the vertical control being backwards.
What are those long features? Are those another pieces of wood, or are they?
Yeah, we can have a closer look. Can we, pilot, have a closer look at the depressions, what's in the depressions? Curious if it's just accumulation of sargassum or possibly more woodfall.
These little, like this one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Video, you want to zoom?
I'm betting sargassum.
Yeah. Coming in. These look a little more.
That's what you were after, Amanda, right?
Pronounced than the ones we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, I think there were two features that looked like they were a little more substantial than just a depression, but I guess it was my trick.
Well, we could have a look. We can come out, pilot. Maybe look at another one.
And there are different shapes of these things. I mean, that one is a really elongate scar.
And can we get the lasers back on if they aren't?
Full wide.
Do you see you in a fishy eye now?
Yep.
I'm starting to see your light pool over on my right side as you come in. And I'm about 20 degrees off track to my right now, so you want to keep scooting over this way.
Yeah, go ahead, Nav. Yeah, please, as long as we can.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, unless you guys have got a better hunch.
Yeah, unless you wanted to try to move up a different depth. But we won't get very far. My vote is to see a new depth range. Go up a little shallower. So, Nav, whatever you can do to make us climb slope a little bit.
If you just keep heading straight, you're coming under me now.
Yeah.
Maybe hang
Thanks.
a little right, start to push up ahead as you
Start
come
getting
my way.
into your view. And
Yeah, I see your lights coming
Yeah.
shortly. I'm looking down directly under me right now. Good delta. Alright, you're now sort of going towards my aft. You want to turn right a little.
Yeah, bridge, go ahead.
There you go. Yep. There you are.
Yes, we have 12.7 meters and
Sort of
counting
aim
down.
towards that corner because I'm still off track a little ways to
Absolutely.
my starboard.
Moving over another depression. We're at a depth of 1697, 1697. Can you zoom in on that depression, Jim? Do we have time?
the one right here?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, copy that. 100 meters at 100 at 1/10 of an hour.
Video zoom.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, another depression with Sargassum detritus accumulation. Looks like a little bit of fresh burrowing, too. Sediment that's a little lighter color is probably from below overturned, possibly.
I'm just wondering if it's, I mean, why does the Sargassum accumulate there? Is this some sort of winnowing going on? And so it's just provided a dam for some of the sediment.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That makes sense.
Pilots.
Thanks, Pilot. That's good. Yeah, Pilot, you can come out. That's good.
All set, pilot.
What's the next move? 100, copy.
Full wide.
Okay, when do we start that?
Bye, Michelle. Thank you.
Gotcha. Okay, good. Give it a good bump out there. Get you in a comfortable place here.
It's fish going over it very quickly, possibly a holosaur.
Ooh.
Is there, Pilot, can we pan up a little bit? Is there a reason why? Yeah, thank you. That's good. Get a broader view. All right, we're at a depth of 1692. We have about 15 minutes left in the dive. We're going to climb slope, see if we can get to a little bit of a shallower depth before we have to end the dive and come back up to the surface.
Bringing my heading right a little.
Actually, are you in line with the motion? I don't know.
It's kind of going to be gradual from 70 to 100, so we're going towards our
Can
starboard.
you zoom where the lasers are, pilot?
Sure.
Snap zoom.
Go ahead, video.
Oh, shoot. It's backwards.
That's good. Just checking more Sargassum detritus accumulating in this pit here. Good for me, thank you.
Zoom out, please.
You're starting to feel a little tug for me. Could sit down and have a good look at these if they really want to. See them? These scoops.
Is the feature on the left just a deeper depression?
I was just realizing it looked more interesting than the other
Yeah,
one.
it does.
It does look like, I mean, a more recent one.
Yeah, it looks really more angular than most of the others that we've been looking at.
Watched over, but
There's a couple features that had these.
go ahead and start
Maybe
zooming.
pressure, like Mike suggested.
Mostly seagrass, or excuse me, mostly sargassums. Some pteropod shells.
What am I doing?
It's looks like you're backing up and sinking.
And Amanda's also noting Thalassia seagrass blades and
That is full what?
Syringodium. I'm not familiar with that last name, Amanda. What is that? Is that another type of seagrass?
It's being blocked by the
It's another type of seagrass. Yeah, there's several different kinds, but Thalassia and Syringodium are found around these parts in the coastal waters. The Syringodium is the skinnier blade, more like a spaghetti shape. And the Thalassia is the broad, fat
100.
blade.
Okay,
so
thank
on
you.
our next trek.
Pilot, can you pan to the right?
To the right.
Yeah, there's like a white, kind of where that, nope, too far, sorry. There's a depression to the left with an accumulation of sargassum right where that sea cucumber is. Can you zoom in on that?
Sure.
Uh,
I don't know if that's a sponge. It's a white structure
Give you a
kind of
little
sticking
tether.
out behind the
Move my
sea
head
cucumber.
around a little, so you know.
Go ahead, video. Start zooming.
Watch, lead. He's stretched out pretty far towards the starboard already, so this is about as
That's
close
just a
as the tether
sediment.
will
It's just
let
the
him.
sediment. Looked like a shadow, like a stalk sticking up.
Sponge.
Can't really tell what that is lying on the Sargassum detritus.
It could be a sponge or maybe a pyrosome.
Yeah, it might be a
in the
pyrosome.
In the front.
Yeah. Can you pan left and zoom into that dark patch?
Go ahead, video.
Thank you. Yeah, oh, it does look like a sponge. hexactinella glass sponge.
Yeah, I think so.
Is it full zoom?
Full zoom?
Oh, throwing photobombing your pilot cam. Just
Okay, thanks. We got an ID.
Okay. What do I need to do to get back in your good graces?
I think that
I'm over to the right, right?
yeah, you're over to the right, and you're stretched out a little. If you just back up a little, I can swing my head. We can maybe see you. Or yeah, there we go. That'll work too. Just bringing my head around. You can start to see your light pool. There you are. Okay. Looking good. And we're 30 degrees off track from the 100-degree move, so just keep coming left. I think there's a fair amount of current from your port that keeps pushing you off that way.
Okay, I'm just going to head a little more northerly for let you get back on your heading.
Yeah, that doesn't have to be so. Give you a little room. You could point out a little too. To research. Yeah, there you go. There's our track right here.
We're at a depth of 1689, 1689. Temperature is 4.2 degrees Celsius. Dissolved oxygen 6.57 milligrams per liter. We started today's dive at a depth of about 2,100 meters. Working our way upslope, we encountered several sea pens, so Umbellula and Anthoptilium, potentially an Anthoptilium species of sea pen. Lots of holothurians here today.
Pair of them right here.
Indicating potentially high organic matter here compared to other areas we've been to, as well as low current flow. Different fishes today than we've seen on other dives. The deep sea lizardfish, new deep sea lizardfish, Synaphobranchid cutthroat eel. A new species of cusk eel for today's dive as well. Not a lot of colonization of sponges and other sessile organisms, particularly on the rock faces. Go ahead, Amanda.
I was just seeing something in SIerios view, swimming away, but it was another holothurian. Sorry I interrupt you.
Oh, that's okay. Just wrapping up the biology of today's dive. I don't know, Amanda, do you have anything else to add for biology? I was in and out all day with the Reddit AMA.
Partial zoom?
No, I think you covered it. I think, one thing that just kind of caught us by surprise was seeing the Metallogorgia, just because we hadn't seen it on any of the dives so far. We have seen it on the seamounts that we've done in the Anegada Passage, but those are kind of the highlight of the dive for me, just because we hadn't come across them, and we're still really learning of their distribution in and around this region. And also they look cool.
Yeah.
And then just the different fish species that we've been seeing. So I think it's been, eye-opening to be able to do this dive in this region and this canyon at these depths to give us a better understanding of the distribution of the various fauna that we're keenly interested in understanding.
Great. Thank you, Amanda. Jason, do you have anything to add about the geology? And then I'll let Mike sum everything up.
Yeah, we didn't quite know what we'd expect to see here in this canyon. One of our objectives had been to see if we could see any kind of evidence of this bolt, the investigator bolt that cuts east-west across the slope out here. It was always kind of a long shot whether or not we would see any deformation related to it. We would have had to see a lot of exposed rock and notice some changes. Certainly seeing the actual bolt itself would have been amazing, but extremely difficult to accomplish. But we saw some great geology. Certainly, once we made that lateral move along the slope to the north. We came across some really well-developed
see if you can
say
find
your
something good
amphitheaters,
here.
small scale, but really sort of classical scalloping
pretty sandy.
morphologies, which
what's the pink right there?
we see a lot in bathymetry, but actually getting down here into the deep water and seeing them with our eyes was really
right, bottom center,
an
little
exciting
guy.
thing to do. Sediment is good too. I like a little bit of mud.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
so it's always interesting to spend some time in different bot types. We spend a lot of time in the steeper, harder substrates during these dives because they tend to be more favorable for the organisms to attach to and provide a better habitat. But we certainly don't know very much about what the sedimented areas look like. So we have a lot to learn in these kind of environments as well. So another good dive.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. So Jason
All right,
Chater and
we're,
Amanda
drifting
Demopoulos at the
backwards,
USGS. They're currently at the Hui Command Center.
Going wide.
And Mike, do you have anything else to add?
I think Jason did a pretty good job, and I guess all I would just
Stand by for video
add
switch.
to it is, we did see chunks of this Oligocene to early Pliocene sedimentary sequence.
Cleaning off
On
your toe.
previous dives, we've seen lots of carbonate, but we actually saw the clastics below the carbonates at the start of the dive. So we can put on the map where those rocks are in the Guayanilla Canyon, and we've made that contribution to mapping the geology of Puerto Rico.
Graciela, are you on the phone with us still? Michelle Scherer, are you on the phone? Either one of you?
Michelle is gone,
Or
definitely.
Michelle, okay.
You come
Well,
over to
thank
left, see if
you,
there's something over
everyone.
there.
All the shoreside support that we had today in the chat room. It's really appreciated. We
Yeah,
couldn't
when are
do
we on
this
bottom?
without
I was
everybody's
just getting
support.
my comms set up to talk to you about that. We got 5 minutes, so
We have 5
pretty
minutes, so we leave the
easy
bottom.
setup. But if we wanted to start getting in that configuration, it'd be nice to.
All right, turn on hydraulics and start stowing.
Pilot, I think you should start to do exactly what you want to do.
What do I want to do?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Never said that to me before. You better take full advantage.
Should I get stretched out?
So we're going to, if
Yeah,
it's
you could,
good for everybody, do
you don't
the
have to
dive,
drive under if
the
you want.
ship to shore call right after the dive. So right after we leave bottom here, just a couple minutes.
Yeah. No,
we'll
if you
set
turn
the
left
teleconference line up
another
so we
quarter
can
turn,
discuss tomorrow's
start
dive,
driving
where
under,
we
you'll
will
take
be
'em all
headed to
out.
the St.
You'll be
Croix
set.
Ridge. We're going to dive there tomorrow and then head to Grappler Seamount on
I'll
Saturday.
come up some for you.
And so right after this dive, we'll have
Follow
a
you
call,
here as you go. Could lock your
quick
head
chat
in here
about
if you
our
want.
dive plan for tomorrow.
Might make it a little easier.
I don't know where auto heading
It's
is.
all the way to the left. Button all the way
You
to the
gotta
left.
hold it down.
Picnic goaded.
There you go.
Right ahead of us.
Oh, got one last opportunity.
You got it.
Can I zoom in on it?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, shrimp. No.
Oh, what is that? This could be one of these swimming isopods, possibly. Can we get a better zoom?
Sorry, I blasted him.
Oh, it's gone.
Go up. I'm going up.
Oh, great. Okay, zooming in.
His body looked too big to be a sea spider, but it's possible.
I got him again.
Yeah, he's way out of the light.
Not sure what that was.
driving.
Definitely an arthropod of some sort. Segmented legs.
Take over?
Okay, I think this concludes our dive for today.
Ship's still
So
moving,
thanks,
or
Sal. This
we
was
stopped?
our dive on the east wall of Guayanilla Canyon.
Ship's still moving ahead at .1.
We're leaving a bottom depth of
We
1687.
were just getting in recovery position, pilot, if you want to push ahead.
Yeah, I saw you
Heading's locked in.
stowing things.
Thanks, everybody.
Should be all stowed.
I think that's just about goodbye from us. And we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Swing arms were a little wonky. I don't know if you noticed
Thank you
that.
guys again on the EX.
The uppers?
Incredible dive. I
All
won't be able
four
to
of
join
them,
you
I
too much
think.
tomorrow, but I'll be joining
we were
in
moving them in and
sporadically.
No,
Sorry.
I put
Thank
everything
you,
away.
Amanda.
Should all be set.
Thank you for all your help, and thank you, Jason, if you're still there.
Roger.
And Uri was still logged
Your,
in at one
auto
point.
head
Thanks,
exam,
Uri.
just so you know.
Oh, I see that. I don't want it in.
Recovery.
You got it. Yep.
Wait till that 6,000 meter dive. I do. We could, yeah, we could.
I'll call an audible. Okay, I'm pushing out. Still pushing out.
Auto head off.
Our delta's pretty high.
Ship's coming ahead at .1. They're still on a ship move, but coming ahead at .1.
Copy that. There I am.
Looks like everything's stowed away in the swing arm department. Is that correct?
Yes. Jeff took care of that.
HPU's down.
Yeah, you know, I didn't notice any current faults on the HPU today, and I turned it off and on.
Bridge ROV now?
Just as much as I always do. Before
Go
then,
ahead, Nav.
it was every other
The
time.
bridge, the ROV is off the bottom. We're ascending. Estimate will be at 50 meters at 1830. And if we want to
Copy that.
just, instead of doing a position move, we just come ahead at this current heading, we can, or whatever heading is working for you. We can come ahead at 2/10. We'll see how it rides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Understood.